Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Am I getting levels? Probably not. I actually am. Yay. Yes. Should I have checked before I got on live? Yes, I should have. But oh boy, are we having a day? Can everyone see and hear me? Am I live? Am I not? Am I live? Yes. Okay, cool. My monitor was reading out nothing. It was just saying that the stream still hadn't started, and I was like, what? Hi, guys. Oh my god, I'm catching up with chat. Hey, everybody. Hey, Texas, KC, Boots the Cat, Patrick, Darth Sidious, Cameron, hi. Blood Goopy is just what it's what I zoomed in on. I picture of Avery. Hi. Welcome back, everybody. Oh my god. Found the most random thing at a Dollar General. It's a DVD of The Civil Life. Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie. To work. It was a 5 episodes. It's yours now. Oh, thank you. I used to watch that show. I remember that show very well. Well, not very well because I was a kid, but like I remember. Hey, Zikamo. Hi. Did I get to thank you in person yet for the well, in person for the Luigi's Mansion? If not, thank you again. That was amazing. I can't wait to start streaming that. It'll be fun. Right around Goosebumps story. First, we make up a title and tagline. That would be fun. That would be really fun. It's the same way that I kind of want to make up our own Scooby-Doo stories. Hey, Allie. Hi from your most dedicated lurker. I appreciate you, Allie. I see you, Ellery Bell. I will have to. Hey, Ellery. Have to go check out the VOD from last stream. Sounds like I missed out. Oh, you have no idea. Oh, you can't possibly imagine. Oh my god. It was the best of times, and it was the worst of times. And it was great. Last night's stream was really something. Oh yeah. Last night's stream was indescribable, really. D&D update will fall short compared to the stream I missed. Hey, Michael G. Welcome. No school tomorrow, so I get to watch the whole stream. Yes! Yes. Okay, so tonight we are reading... Oh my god. And... You know how I always say I find these in like Goodwills and on eBay? You can really tell in some of them by how turn on the desk cam loved they are, shall we say? This one's actually not that bad out of the most. I just kind of had to put some tape on the spine here, but we have Monster Blood. It's a monster blood drive is the tagline. What's the tagline? Can somebody look up what's the tagline of Stay Out of the Basement? Because we read the updated copy, like the newer release, and it didn't have the little tagline on it, and I've been enjoying all the taglines. You can have like a 12 or less hour stream. You can hang out as an early Halloween. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. Yeah, I'll have to plan something. But yes, because I'm not streaming on Halloween, but I do think a Halloween adjacent stream would be very fun. Hey, Paolo. Oh, glad you like it. Did you get a chance at this game? I have not yet, but I showed it to my brother, who is the tech wizard, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that'll play on the Wii, because the Wii is basically a glorified GameCube." So I'm very excited. We actually have all the equipment, for some reason, to hook up a Wii to this computer to stream it to you guys. So that will be very fun. I don't know when I'll get to do that, but hopefully soon. There, I didn't wait. Remember, everyone, we are good little boys, girls, and whatnot, so behave. Oh gosh. Yeah, I gave up on raining in chat last night. It wasn't gonna happen. It was okay. Yes, weekly D&D update. I want to hear weekly D&D update. Something waiting in the dark. Thank you, Cameron. Appreciate it. D&D update. Players didn't have too much drama, but we all got to be judgmental of two NPCs' relationship drama because we were chilling in between quests. Nice. I have not watched the Kingdom Hearts pilot yet, but I did add it to my playlist of things like for future videos, and I think I might see if I want to make a video about it, I might see if Maddie, since we're doing all the Kingdom Hearts stuff together, wants to help me. Plump's book I remember reading was about a mermaid. I think it was called Deep Trouble. Yep, Deep Trouble. It was Deep Trouble 1 or 2. I can't remember. They run together. Oh my gosh. Hi, guys. Today's been interesting. There, I did a mom thing. Tagline is something's waiting in the dark. Oh, box cutter. Hey, Daniel. Daniel, I'm so excited to get this video to you finally. It's taken way longer than I wanted it to, but I think it's gonna be good. today I was working on it and I got a lot more done. So I'm like finally to that place where like I'm just kind of doing the finishing touches and like judging. And when I get off of this stream tonight, I am going to finish it before I go to bed because I'm at the point where I just can't sleep until I know that it's done. I'm excited to have it out into the world. This was one of the ones you haven't read. I don't think I've ever read this one. I think I read Monster Blood 2 or 3 or something. I'm realizing as we read through these and as I think about reading them that I've always said the ones that I liked the best were the Choose Your Own or the Give Yourself Goosebumps, and I knew that, but those are the only ones I really have any sort of like tangible memory of. The other ones I just kind of remember concepts mostly and not a whole lot of anything else. What's the doc called? Abraham Lincoln Vampire. Yes. Vampire. I mean, they couldn't have been watching it, LOL. Oh my god. Well, see, if the actual Confederates never would have had vampires, because vampires are way too cool to be hanging out with the Confederates, but you know. No, we have not started the book yet. I just got in. Everybody's just kind of coming in. I can't wait to see Avery rip apart the simple life. Oh, it'll be fun. Although I do kind of feel terrible for Paris Hilton with her childhood and everything. That is truly terrible. But that show was very funny. I will give them that. Close to 50 subscribers, maybe. Episode tonight. Yes, everybody, please go subscribe. I'm so excited. I had so much fun. No worries. Yeah, no, like I know like posting one video a week is pretty normal for YouTube. That's not like being inactive or anything, but you guys know I like to post 2 or 3 videos a week on top of all the live streams. So I just feel like when I only get 1 video out a week, I'm like, oh my god, we're falling so far behind, guys. Sitcom quintuplets. Remember that show? I do remember that show. Means sarcasm. Yes, I've been brushing up on everything too. Hey, everybody just coming in. We are about to start reading Goosebumps Monster Blood. And yeah. Let's see. Can I complain about my very petty beef with YouTube today? Did anybody see? I know some of you guys saw the post that I made, but my day started off with a near YouTuber panic attack. And it's so stupid in retrospect, but I just was like, why have they done this? So YouTube decided, what was that show? I don't know. Quintuplets? I forget where Quintuplets was. Petty beef is the best kind to complain about. One of our cats just stole bacon from my oldest daughter. We had a foster kitten last year who this cat was this big. She was this adorable tiny little kitten. She hauled ass and hauled this huge chunk of grilled chicken off of my plate, and the chicken was like almost as big as her, and I was just more impressed than anything, honestly. The post. I was wondering if it had anything to do with the crazy stream. No, it had nothing to do with the crazy stream. I woke up this morning, for those who don't know, to a message saying that your Google AdSense account has been terminated, and I was like, "What? That's not what's supposed to be happening." And it turns out everybody on YouTube got the same message, and what it turns out happened was literally nothing. What they did was they were just changing it to YouTube AdSense, and they switched all the people who have Google AdSense for YouTube over to its own special YouTube AdSense. And literally nothing changes for us as the creators. It's more of just an internal name change than anything else. But they announced this by sending out an email that did not explain that and just explained that our accounts had been terminated. I think because it must have just been automatic when they shut everybody's down because we were going over to YouTube AdSense, which is literally exactly the same. I don't even have to put my information back in. But that's how we all found out. And so everybody was on Twitter today being like, why did I just get this message? Phantom Investigators. It was stop motion kids. Ooh, I don't think I've ever seen that. I'll need to check that out. We had something similar happen with a steak in my at our best friend's house. Oh, my cat once stole my foot-long sub. Oh my god. Hey Patrick, we have Patrick squared. Come look at the kitten at your store today. Oh! Oh my gosh, sweetie. 2 weeks. Is he small enough that he needs to be bottle fed? Named Bandit. I'm sure y'all can guess why. I can. That sounds fun. This must have given you a few gray hairs. I literally was like, all right, I gotta take my anti-anxiety pills and calm down. I was just mostly annoyed afterwards. Hi, Patrick. I'm Patrick. Nice to meet you. Patrick squared. That character. Oh, I like that. I was technically at work, but while I was gathered selling cards, I just stopped in at my pet store and gazed at the adorable mice they had. Oh, cuties. My goodness. Oh my gosh. Hey, well, we have 20 concurrent viewers again. Welcome, everybody. It's very good to see you all here. I changed the stream names to Let's Get Goosebumps, which I like better as a name, but I also think they're less descriptive, so I don't know. I'm not sure if we'll stick with that, but yeah, because it does knock the title out of what you immediately see, so I might just change it back. Which is sad because it's a better title. Sorry. Have you read or watched Vampire Breath? I did a long time ago. I think I saw the episode of the show. But I remember, like everything else, every other Goosebumps thing that I haven't seen in a while, it all runs together with all the other Goosebumps things. And so I tend to forget, so I'll have to revisit it. There. This way people can actually see in the title what we're actually reading, because the thumbnail doesn't do a super great job. Oh, I know, it was a better title. I just didn't want to knock out the actual, like, information that everybody needs to, like, decide if they actually want to listen to it. Because we all know not all Goosebump books are created equally, let's be honest. There's some that are definitely better than others, and I think that factors in, so feel bad. So yeah, that was my day. Wasn't actually a bad day after I realized that I wasn't getting kicked off the platform, essentially. Beast from the East was a strange one. I don't remember Beast from the East. I remember thinking that the cover looked really cool. That's how I picked out Goosebumps books. I remember as a kid, like at the library, I'd just be like, "Oh, this cover looks cool." So that's a thing. Do we need the number? Maybe we need the number. YouTube is always this balancing act between, like, is it a good title, or is it an informative title? Yeah, so last night, Ellery, you missed the book stream of, I don't even know. Know why, and I definitely don't remember Stay Out of the Basement ever being something that read like erotic fan fiction, but with plants, but it sure did. And that was a thing. That was a very funny thing that happened. The one for Don't Go to Sleep traumatized me. I remember I don't think I was allowed to read that one because I've always been a kid that had night terrors, and I think my mom was like, you can't read that one. Because like I also wasn't allowed to watch Nightmare on Elm Street for that specific reason. Anything that had to do with nightmares was off the table. One of the few things. So I'm gonna probably be I'm surely going to be experiencing that for the first time. Oh, there we go. Sorry, doing YouTubey things. Okay, here we are. Stop fucking around with this. Okay. Be careful what you wish for as a trip of book. Yeah. Yeah. Can't wait for you to get to that book. That's sooner than later, right? It's not very far in the series. Be careful what you wish for is 12. 12. First Goosebumps book. Oh, I picked them the same way. Yeah. That was one. I think that's one of the reasons why R.L. Stine was so successful was because the man reverse engineered everything backwards from what it was going to look like on the shelf, right? He picked up the title first, and then, I mean, he didn't do the illustrations, obviously, but then he worked with, blanking on the name of the classic illustrator, but they came up with these really iconic, really eye-catching illustrations, and you just, like, pulled it off the shelf, and especially as a kid, you were like, I want to read that. Look, that looks like the scariest thing ever. It made me so sad for the poor kids. Yeah. Implied they didn't get out of it. Yes. I think this was the show I ever was exposed to as a child. That showed me like the non-happy ending type of thing. That's weird. Okay. OBS is being weird. Watch my setup with the stream is I'm watching on my TV and I have the chat on my phone. Nice. I have the chat on my phone too because I don't have a second monitor, so the phone doubles as that. What's funny about the last book is they removed the mentions of plants moaning in later editions. I wonder why. I sure wonder why. That was so insane to me. I cannot believe that this was a thing that we did. It was just, what year is this book from? I think 92. They came out with so many. They were all the books we've read so far from 1992. Ooh, yeah, you can see where I had to tape this here is falling apart at the spine. Copyright 92. Yeah. They wrote these. Oh boy, this book is very loved. Okay. Someone really liked Monster Blood. T. Jacobus was the illustrator. Thank you. He's an amazing illustrator. I love the Be Careful What You Wish For episode. I remember the episode actually. That's must have been like one of the first episodes I saw because Goosebumps, that's what I just read. Because I remember it more clearly than a lot of the other ones. When I was little, I found some fan fiction where Pooh and Piglet visit adult Christopher Robin. Oh my gosh. Pooh Bear fan fiction was the start of a sentence and I didn't know where it was gonna go. I owned this one but don't remember it. And that story, Deep Trouble, featuring characters aren't siblings related. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're gonna read this book. Yes, I have a Coca-Cola going again today. Yes, my cat is screaming at the door. Let me let her in before we do anything else. Sorry, chair, stream for 2 seconds. Blame the cat. I am back. I heard the Monster Blood saga is really despised past the first book. Yeah, so I know that people argue, because I don't remember any of them well enough to give commentary yet. Sure will by the end of this, but by the end of this series. But I know that some people argue whether or not, like, where they stopped being good, but nowadays it's pretty much despised, like, whenever it's announced, because there's at least one Monster Blood book, and I think almost all of the subsets of Goosebumps, because, like, Horrorland has one or two, Most Wanted, I'm pretty sure, has one, Slappy World has one. I think there's another one coming out, and it's just like, oh my god, that is too many. That's too many. We can let this premise go. We can write other things. I think just when things sell, I think the first one sold incredibly well, and whenever a concept of a book sold incredibly well for Goosebumps because it was anthology, they just were like, bring that one back. So that's how we got a lot of Slappy. That's how we got a lot of Horrorland, which Horrorland makes sense in a way because there's so much that you can do with Horrorland. But this one's run out. We've gotten like half a dozen books of Monster Blood at least, and I'm still salty at the fourth one, even though I've never read it because of how hard it was to track down. Imagine it's because kids obsess with slime. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's part of it too. You remember of the book. This one? I don't think I've ever read this one. I remember if it was 2 or 3. I think it must have been 2 because Monster Blood 2 is the cover that seems the most familiar to me. But I don't even remember if I finished it. I just remember like a shape-shifty monster thing, and I remember thinking, oh, those look like the little slime monster things from the Buzz Lightyear video game, the Toy Story 2 video game, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue. Monster Blood 4 doesn't even have anything to do with Monster Blood. Interesting. Because there's what? There's Monster Blood 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the original series. Oh, and then there's Monster Blood something something in the series 2000. And then I think it's Horrorland that has Monster Blood for breakfast. And there's something else. There's one I think in Most Wanted, but I can't remember what it was. There's an aspect that is never brought. There's an aspect that's never brought back. Of this book, I have heard some people complain that there shouldn't have even been more than a Monster Blood one because of the way the ending resolved, but I have no idea what that means. That might be what you're talking about. Hey guys, just coming in. We are about to read Monster Blood, the 3rd Goosebumps book, which should be good. The past 2 days, my cat is trying to decide if she wants to sit up here with us or just sit on the floor. Come on, come up here. Come up here. Come on, come sit. There we go. No, you can't have my tea. Your claw is caught in my air thing. Oh my, what did you do? That is chaos. Sorry. Anyway, kitty. Yes, say hi, Perry. Everybody say hi. Hi, Perry. So, yeah, we've read we're on book number 3. We're reading through the original series in order. So we did Welcome to Dead House, Stay Out of Basement, which was plant fan fiction, as we've all discussed, and now this. Just discovered your channel. I'm so excited to catch my first Goosebumps live stream. Hey, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm so glad to have you here. Doobie-doobie-doo. I need to get a sound for the soundboard so that when she jumps here, we can play the Perry the Platypus sound. Look, I know that the book has clearly already been through hell and there's not much more you can do to it, but please don't chew on the book. That would be nice. No, Toonimations, you have not missed anything. We are just about to get started. I was rambling and then changing stream titles, and then we were discussing the merit of certain books in the series other than others. Full screen the kitty. All right. Let's see which one is. Wait, I always forget which one is. There we go. Full cam. Hi, Perry. Why are you trying to eat my hair? Please stop. Here. I'll even put this down so that everybody can see you better. Have your moment. Hey, Perry. My favorite is Say Cheese and Die. That one's super memorable. I think that's the first one. That must be the one. I think that was one of the first episodes of the show I saw. That's the one that had little baby Gosling, right? Mad at me. I used to make some characters in my stories. Oh, I was always a creative writing kid. I still love writing stories to this day. Cat Pomegranate, when he was a kitten, would chew on books and movie DVD covers. Oh, Pomegranate, first of all, is such a cute name for a cat. Second of all, I remember very clearly my cat Sammy that we had growing up, who is no longer with us, but when he was a kitten, he dug his claws completely through my dad's like really good leather Bible, and I find that absolutely hilarious. He didn't find it hilarious at the time, but looking back, it's pretty funny. Just like we had him for like a week and he was just like, what can I destroy? Oh, your favorite bound book item. He was so salty, but he was so sweet. Pomegranate. Oh, pomegranate. Head of the Living Dummy one has to be the most violent one of all the other dummy books. Interesting. Hey, Noah. Cat really said it was going to try to spare you from religious trauma, lol. It tried. It definitely tried. It's funny because, not because of that, but when we made Satan Claus, we decided that it would be funny if we imagined that Satan in our short owned cats because, cats are so chaotic and people are just like, oh, cats are mean or evil or whatever. Not true, but so in all the shots where we see Satan, there's always at least one cat in his little like slitting space that we had set up for him. During the tried up to make Pangea, South Pole was frozen over. That's so interesting. He's 9 now, I think. He was 2 months when I got him. I got this summer. Oh, yeah. My first, not my first cat, but my cat, Andy, that we got her when I was 4. She was named after Andy's Candies. And I had her until my senior year of high school. She was a really sweet cat. Obsessed with the one kid with the comic books, and then his life becomes. Oh yeah. Okay, Perry, you're gonna slide. I need my arm so that I can read. Can we? There we go. Thank you. Are you chilling? All right, I will get into book because I know that's what we're all waiting for. Do not get up on the desk, please. You can stay here, but don't get up on the desk. You don't drink tea that I know of. What's happening? That's not the right one. There we go. Good thing they make these. Good thing they make the stream dash. It's designed to be stream safe. The amount of times I've accidentally clicked on it, it's kind of funny. Let's hope the book doesn't go weird. I mean, it's gonna go weird, but what direction of weird? So, Welcome to Dead House was like sad horror. Stay Out of the Basement was erotic horror. What kind of horror is this gonna be? I want just like good old fashioned, like old school horror with nothing suggestive. I don't want to hear the word moist for the rest of my life after Stay Out of the Basement. But I liked that word anyway. Golf Ball, my other cat. Oh, had since first grade. He's 12. And he's in good health, which is great. That is great. Yeah, our cat, Mr. Monk, we actually don't know how old he is. He's somewhere between 12 and 14, but man, if he doesn't still have energy especially when it comes to like if you open a can of chicken juice, oh my god, that cat will absolutely tear to get some chicken juice. Hope it doesn't go horny weird. If I wanted horny weird, I'd read a horror romance instead. Yeah, Ellery, that's what I said. I was like, if we were scrolling through Tumblr, this is exactly the kind of potential euphemisms that innuendo that I would expect. The fact that it's a children's book is what was making me the most uncomfortable. I was most thrown for that. I was like, not expecting that today, but chat made it very funny. In terms of horror, my favorite era of horror is depends on the day. It feels like Perry thinks it's her stream, by the way. I think she thinks it's her entire channel and I'm just her assistant, like her producer. We won't burst that bubble for her. For good health. Oh yeah, no, that is one of the most the endings. I think people truly underestimate how good R.L. Stine was at writing endings a lot of the time because he left them so ambiguous. He didn't even need the endings to be like super scary. It was just the fact that they were so open-ended. I think that always got me. R.L. Stine really said, "I'm gonna write a book that's so that's so horny for the environment." Yes, he did. He did that. Oh my god, that was. Oh my god, that was so funny. I took a gothic romance class in college. Ooh. Horror romance. Well, see a lot of overlap between romance and horror, both modern genres. Yeah, I think gothic horror is my favorite horror, I think, and gothic romance horror is my favorite romance if I'm gonna be in a romance. I think I'm just really into gothic stuff. Should have wrote the ending to Star Wars episode. For kids, it shouldn't be horny. Yeah, it was that. It was the yeah. It's like, this is for children, and sure, a child back in 1992 doesn't get the innuendo, but holy God, not saying he meant for it to be innuendo, but the innuendo is there. At the one point where I just said, what was the one part they said it was like they reached out and felt wet wood, and I was just like, I'm sorry, what? There's no way you write that and don't know what you're doing. What are you doing? Can you please scoot over? I'm trying to watch Perry Channel. Well, I'm just like, fine. I just like take off. Perry just is sitting here. Not necessarily gothic horror, but the yellow wallpaper is my favorite gothic short story. Ooh, that's a good one though. About green liquid. I feel like it might get weird. Hopefully not. Let's hope. We read the yellow wallpaper and like, oh, yeah. Around the same time that I got really into Sleepy Hollow as like a favorite short story when I was a kid was also around, which isn't gothic horror, I know, but I also got into Edgar Allan Poe, which was definitely gothic horror. Like, we got there in school and I was just like convinced that it was the coolest thing ever. How do these signatures work in this book? Sorry. I swear to God, I'm about to start reading. It must have just like torn through, because like signatures are supposed to not be like this. Like, the fact that the page is like that loose is strange. Anyway, Goodreads. Oh, so very weird random thing. I like bookbinding. It was one of my quarantine hobby things. And like, signatures, like, they're bound so that they're layers of like pages that are this long and then folded in half. So I'm like, how did it just is coming apart from the binding so much that the signature, they stapled them and then the staples like ripped through. It was just like it's just falling apart. Oh, I forgot to go on Goodreads, right? Let me go on Goodreads, guys. If you're new here, we always log our progress on our official. I'm just gonna take this off because she completely tore through it, and now I can feel the loose strings and it's bothering me. We have a Goodreads account for the books that we read on live stream. We always end the stream. We start the stream by logging the book. We end the stream by, well, when we finish the book, we write a review. Small cam. There we go. What is happening? Why are we going to Netflix? Don't take me to Netflix. I didn't ask you for that. What? Who said Netflix? I must have clicked up here. Okay, anyway. The law, Avery. Harry, you don't need to leave right now. Let's go. Let's go up here. Monster blood. Yay, it's the mystery hacker. No. No, that's the one tech thing. Can you hear her? She's acting like she's a prisoner. She's been here for all of 5 minutes. Shout out to all of our those of you who are friends with us on Goodreads. Monster blood. Monster blood. Harry, I'll let you out in a second, honey. Let's pick this one. And let's say we're reading this one. We'll put it on the currently reading shelf. Yeah. Other than that, this one is 3.5. That's about what all the other ones have been, give or take. Trying not to scroll down to see any spoilers. R.L. Stine has 15,000 followers on Goodreads. We'll follow R.L. Stine. Oh, man. Hello, Miracle Comics. Welcome. It's the Werewolf of Fever Swamp. I love the Werewolf of Fever Swamp. No, mother, I have no chill. Let me out now. All right, I'm gonna leave everybody on R.L. Stein's Goodreads page while I let the cat out so she doesn't burn the house down, I guess. Cat that doesn't really meow so much as she quacks, and I don't really know what to do with that. All right, who's ready to read a scary story? So far, the Goosebump books have scared me in different ways than they used to as a kid. Like it's less about like the monsters and more just about like the fucked up psychological horror that R.L. Stein loves so much. Let's see, Slurped by Slime. Ready to get reading. Me too. R.L. Stein guest starred. Buster's Uncle and Arthur. Oh, I forgot that. Yeah, I knew that was a thing. I just forgot that was a thing. All right. Oh, I didn't even. Let's read the back. By the way, whoever decided make the blood green so that they could get away with having a whole sub mini series inside the series about blood. Genius. I don't know who thought of that, but that's a genius move. Literally, what other children's book starts with being headlined "Blood, blood everywhere"? While staying with his weird great Aunt Catherine, Evan visits a funky old toy store and buys a dusty can of monster blood. It's fun to play with at first, and Evan's dog, Trigger, likes it so much he eats some. But then Evan notices something weird about the green slimy stuff. It seems to be growing and growing and growing, and all the growing has given the monster blood a monstrous appetite. Reader beware, you're in for a scare. Also available, Say Cheese and Die. This is a very old. This book is, I think the reason this book is, look at this. This isn't a reprint. This literally is from like 92 when there were only 2 other Goosebump books other than this. And Say Cheese and Die was the next one that was about to be released. That's funny. Not eat weird shit. To be fair, I think it said his dog ate the weird shit, and dogs do that. In that one Short and Creep show. Did anybody watch a show? It was really, really messed up. And I watched it way too young. But I remember getting into it because it was an anthology horror show, and one of the episodes had James Roday, now James Roday Rodriguez, but at the time James Roday and Maggie Lawson. And it was called Fear Itself? Was it called Fear Itself? It was an anthology horror, and it was fucked up. Way violent. My dog's eating a new shirt once. We're being single for the first time. Ooh. I'm not currently watching any of those like 90 Day Fiancé or anything like that, but I do keep up with some of the drama via 16 Leos videos, which I find very funny. Very fun way to recap that. All right, let's see. Chapter 1. The channel was on. It was on when I was watching it back in the day. It was on Netflix, and then it got taken off of Netflix. I'll look it up when we're at a stopping point. Blood is green. I wonder if that was what gave censor gory elements with hot pink blood. Probably. Honestly, I think everybody's pulling from The Shining, because The Shining, they didn't change the color of the blood, but there was that whole thing where they like told the censors that the scene with the whole hallway filling with blood was chocolate. So I think, yeah, I think the big thing, I think this is a very, very big thing. This is also a very big thing in like video games. Changing the color of blood to something other than red will totally get you around the censors. The ABC TNT. Let me look it up real quick. Sorry, guys. I love when my internet doesn't load, and I'm like, I'm streaming. I know that it's loading. I believe if it's this one. This one? Wikipedia. Where did it air? I just want to know where it aired really quick. Another slime that eats everything. They changed it to green to avoid copyright strike from the Blob. Yeah. This is very reminiscent of the Blob. I do know that. NBC. It aired on NBC. Okay. Now I know. I can sleep. I can sleep easy tonight. All right, guys. Who's ready to actually read now? All right, here we go. Monster Blood. Poor book. Chapter 1. I don't want to stay here. Please don't leave me here. Evan Ross tugged his mother's hand, trying to pull her away from the front stoop of the small gray shingled house. Mrs. Ross turned to him, an impatient frown on her face. Evan, you're 12 years old. Don't act like an infant. Yeah, kid, you're 12. Be an adult. Freeing her hand from his grasp. I hate when you say that, Evan exclaimed angrily, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Yeah, because it's kind of a lame thing for your parent to be like, don't act like a child. Where am I? Softening her expression, she reached out and ran her hand tenderly through Evan's curly, carrot-colored hair. And I hate when you do that, he cried, backing away from her, nearly stumbling over a broken flagstone in the walk. Don't touch my hair. I hate it. Okay, so you hate me, his mother said with a shrug. Guilt tripping. We have another great parent for the great parent in Goosebumps file. She climbed up the 2 steps and knocked on the front door. You still have to stay here till I get back. Why can't I come with you? Evan demanded, keeping his arms crossed. Just give me one good reason. Your sneaker is untied, his mother replied. So? Evan replied unhappily. I like 'em untied. I like to trip and fall. I like to taste the asphalt every once in a while, you know? You'll trip, she warned. Mom, Evan said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Have you ever seen anyone trip over his sneakers because they were untied? I have. Well, no, his mother admitted, a smile slowly forming on her pretty face. You just want to change the subject, Evan said, not smiling back. You're going to leave me here for weeks with a horrible old woman, and Evan, that's enough, Mrs. Ross snapped, tossing back her straight blonde hair. Catherine is not a horrible old woman. She's your father's aunt, your great aunt. That's how great aunts work. And she's a total stranger, Evan cried. He knew he was losing control, but he didn't care. How could his mother do this to him? How could she leave him with some old lady he hadn't seen since he was 2? What was he supposed to do here all by himself until his mother got back? Evan, we've discussed this 1,000 times, his mother said impatiently, pounding on his aunt's front door again. This is a family emergency. I really expect you to cooperate a little better. Her next words were drowned out by Trigger, Evan's Cocker Spaniel, who stuck his tan head out of the back window of the rented car and began barking and howling. Terrible name for a dog. Now he's giving me a hard time too, Mrs. Ross exclaimed. Can I let him out? Evan asked eagerly. I guess you'd better, his mom replied. Trigger is so old, I wouldn't want him to have a heart attack in there. I just hope he doesn't terrify Catherine. I'm coming, Trigger, Evan called. He jogged to the gravel driveway and pulled open the car door. With an excited yip, Trigger leapt out and began running in wide circles around Catherine's small rectangular front yard. He doesn't look like he's 12, Evan said, watching the dog run and smiling for the first time that day. See, you'll have Trigger for company, Mrs. Ross said, turning back to the front door. I'll be back from Atlanta, in no time. She's coming to visit me, I guess. A couple of weeks at the most. I'm sure your dad and I can find a house in that time. And then we'll be back before you even notice we're gone. An episode of Avery reads about stuff, yes. Dogs and Goosebumps novels are greater than any other character. Yeah. The parents, at least. Definitely the parents. Hey, Fourth Doctor. Not quite as scary as a Dalek invasion. No, hopefully not, because we've been traumatized by the past two. I'd like a normal Goosebumps that's like, whoa, that's weird and kooky. Once upon a time, it was hard to keep children inside the house, right? Yeah, sure, Evan said sarcastically. The sun dipped behind a large cloud. A shadow fell over the small front yard. Trigger wore himself out quickly and came panting up the walk, his tongue hanging. I tried to say tongue and hanging all at the same time. Nearly to the ground. Evan bent down and petted the dog's back. He looked up at the gray house as his mother knocked on the front door again. It looked dark and uninviting. There were curtains drawn over the upstairs windows. One of the shutters had come loose and was resting at an odd angle. Mom, why are you knocking? He asked, shoving his hands in his jeans pocket. You said Aunt Catherine was totally deaf. Oh, his mother's face reddened. You got me so upset. Evan, with all your complaining, I completely forgot. You got me so upset, I forgot that somebody was incapable of hearing. Okay. Of course she can't hear us. How am I going to spend 2 weeks with a strange old lady who can't even hear me? That's kind of ableist, Evan. Evan wondered glumly. He remembered eavesdropping on his parents 2 weeks earlier when they had made the plan. They were seated across from each other at the kitchen table. They thought Evan was out in the backyard, but he was in the hallway, his back pressed against the wall, listening. His father, he learned, was reluctant to leave Evan with Catherine. She's a very stubborn old woman, Mr. Ross said. Look at her. Oh boy. Deaf for 20 years and she refused to learn sign language or to lip read. This is just ableism. I don't dig the ableism. How's she going to take care of Evan? She took good care of you when you were a boy, Mrs. Ross had argued. That was 30 years ago, Mr. Ross protested. Well, we have no choice, Evan heard his mother say. There's no one else to leave him with. Everyone else in town is on vacation. You know, August is just the worst month to be transferred to Atlanta. The weather in Atlanta is also the worst in August, too. Well, excuse me, Mr. Ross said sarcastically. Okay, discussion closed. You're absolutely right, dear. We have no choice. Catherine, it is. You'll drive Evan there and fly down to Atlanta. It'll be a good experience for him, Evan heard his mother say. He needs to learn how to get along under difficult circumstances. You know, moving to Atlanta, leaving all his friends behind, that isn't going to be easy on Evan either. Okay, I said okay, Mr. Ross said impatiently. It's settled. Evan will be fine. Catherine is a bit weird, but she's perfectly harmless. Poor Catherine. I hope Catherine's nice, because so far I stand Catherine. Evan heard the kitchen chairs scraping across the linoleum, indicating that his parents were getting up. Their discussion ended. His fate was sealed. Silently, he made his way out the front door and around the backyard to think about what he had just overheard. He trunk of the big maple tree which hid him from the house. It was his favorite place to think. Why didn't his parents ever include him in their discussions? Fair point. Why didn't he wondered? If they were going to discuss leaving him with some old aunt he'd never seen before, shouldn't he at least have a say? He learned all the big family news by eavesdropping from the hallway. It just wasn't right. Evan pulled a small twig off the ground and tapped it against the broad tree trunk. Aunt Catherine was weird. That's what his dad had said. She was so weird, her father didn't want to leave Evan with her. But they had no choice. No choice. Maybe they'll change their minds and take me to Atlanta with them, Evan thought. Maybe they'll realize they can't do this to me. But now, 2 weeks later, he was standing in front of Aunt Catherine's gray house, feeling very nervous, staring at the brown suitcase filled with his belongings, which stood beside his mother on the stoop. There's nothing to be scared of, she assured him. It's only for 2 weeks, maybe less. But then the words popped out before he'd even had a chance to think about them. Mom, what if Aunt Catherine is mean? Huh? The question caught her mother by surprise. Mean? Why would she be mean, Evan? And as she said this, facing Evan with her back to the house, the front door was pulled open, and Aunt Catherine, a large woman with startling black hair, filled the doorway. Staring past his mother, Evan saw the knife in Catherine's hand, and he saw that the blade of the knife was dripping with blood. Very interesting. Oh my gosh. A lot of chat happened while I was looking away from chat. Catch up. Immediately, this child is annoying and whiny. Yeah. Some of them do go through some character growth. I noticed they become a little less whiny after they've been through the whole book, but yes. Yeah. I used to hide during the opening of Tales from the Dark Side from the Crypt Keeper, but I watched the show itself no problem. Yeah, I always liked the Crypt Keeper. He was so creepy that I was just fascinated by him, I think. Like, he was so scary, I knew I was supposed to be scared of him. He is pretty sassy, the kid. And I just thought he was kind of funny, I think. Guilt tripping and abandoning your child. What a great parent. Oh, obviously. So far, we haven't found one. I know that Carly Beth has a good parent in Haunted Mask, but so far, we haven't experienced one in these read-throughs. Evening, everyone. Well, not quite as scary as a Dalek invasion. Nah. What time before internet? Couldn't imagine. I was born in 96, so I remember when we had like a Windows 98 and we barely used the internet, but I don't remember the internet like not being a thing. Dogs and Goosebumps are the best. Uh-oh. I'm not sure what the uh-oh was in relation to, but it could be any number of things in the book already. Shaking and sweating. Hey, Teddy, welcome. Again, who would have thought an alien with a toilet plunger for an arm would be scary? LOL, right? There's nothing to do with Goosebumps. I'm watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Ooh. I like you've got like the you're like double up on the Halloween vibes. I'm loving these protagonists so far, yeah. Write down what you want to say, you ableist motherfuckers. Like, damn, I know, right? Jesus Christ. I know that he's a child and he hasn't lived a whole lot of life, but God, why are his parents not teaching him not to be ableist? Making someone miserable to build character, yeah. R.L. Stein like tends to like that. Aren't I in Atlanta? Yes, I am in Atlanta. I am not. Oh, loving the protagonist? Yeah. I think Darth Sidious was being sarcastic, but either way, yeah, it's a lot. Why are we talking shit about Catherine? So far, I love Catherine. Catherine answering the door with a big bloody knife. 90s writing, yes. Wasn't as suspenseful as they tried to make it. Yeah, the episode I kind of forget. It's kind of a not standout episode. Super ungrateful considering this aunt is their freaking childcare, right? Excellent first impressions, right? Sorry, but I have to get some sleep. All right, Patrick, that's fine. I mean, obviously that's fine. Sleep well. We were so short-staffed today at the station. I'm sorry. Crypt Keeper was great, funny and corny. Very funny and very corny. I know a lot of people are like, I guess you can't do videos on Tales from the Crypt because it's so gory. And it's like, obviously I'd have to cut around like the more not YouTube safe parts, but I definitely think we could. If I'm gonna do a video on blood and honey, I get to do a Tales from the Crypt video. That's how this works. Have you thought about doing any videos on Tales from Dark Side? Yes, it's on the list. There's just a lot of things on the list. Haunted Mask is like the best Goosebumps. It might be the best. I'm not sure, but always a majority over minority accommodation for the masses. Yeah. Catherine and Trigger are the only characters in this book that I don't hate so far, right? For the cartoon. I remember the cartoon a little. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh, I don't want to hang out with a deaf person. It's like, my guy, what do you mean? You can't say that. Watch Cartoon Network's Over the Garden Wall. I haven't yet. Everybody, and I mean like everybody has been telling me how much I'll love it, and I'm sure I will. I just have been super busy and I haven't gotten to watch really much of anything yet. Worst Witch, the 80s one. Oh yeah, I did a video on that Worst Witch, Texas. Yeah, because of that one clip with Tim Curry, that's my favorite part of the whole movie, and he's my favorite part of the whole movie. But yeah, I did that video couple of years ago. It's earlier on, but I must find this. Yeah, it's back a ways, but if you just search the channel, I'm sure you'll find it. Hate it there. Driving there is the worst. Driving here is the worst. I love it here because it's home, but yes, driving here is a nightmare. Yeah. If you've ever been on Spaghetti Junction, you know exactly why everybody hates driving here. Even if you haven't. There's so much traffic, but there's not enough traffic to keep people from swerving in and out of everybody else's lanes and cutting you off. It's just really bad. All right, let's get to chapter 2. Trigger raised his head and began to bark, hopping backwards on his hind legs with each bark. Mother spun around, nearly stumbling off the small stoop. Evan gaped in silent horror at the knife. A smile formed on Catherine's face, and she pushed open the screen door with her free hand. She wasn't anything like Evan had pictured. He had pictured a small, frail-looking, white-haired old lady, but Catherine was a large woman, very robust, broad-shouldered, and tall. She wore a peach-colored house dress and had straight black hair pulled back and tied behind her head in a long ponytail that flowed down the back of the dress. She wore no makeup, and her pale face seemed to disappear under the striking black hair, except for her eyes, which were large and round and steely blue. I was slicing beef, she said in a surprisingly deep voice, waving the blood-stained kitchen knife. She stared at Evan. You like beef? My grandmother apparently did the exact same thing. Came to the door with a bloody knife because she was cutting up beef, and then scared the hell out of, I think if I'm remembering her story correctly, she opened the door with the knife, and it was Jehovah's Witnesses at the door, and she terrified them away. And this is something that everybody still laughs. Oh no, train delay. I forgot. Laser, so I'm sorry. I accidentally made you a moderator. If you have no wish to be a moderator, feel free to not. I can take you off the moderation. I was just like, what moderator do we have? I mean, the book, but the episode is quite good too. Yeah. First, production had to do whatever was possible to draw in an audience. Oh, I didn't realize they filmed Haunted Mask first. That's interesting. It is good. If they're gonna put their best foot forward, that's how you do it. Promise not to abuse the power. I feel like Cameron really wants to kick me out of my own chat. Is the thing, or try to. Oh, Jehovah's Witness wanted your grandmother to know Jesus. Your grandmother was trying to get them to meet him. LOL. She felt so bad, and everybody is just like, but that's the funniest story ever. She's like, but it was so embarrassing. I just bruised myself on the desk. I'm the only person that can get a bruise while literally just doing nothing. Yeah, he managed to reply, his chest still fluttery from the shock of seeing her appear with the raised knife. Catherine held open the screen door, but neither Evan nor his mother made any move to go inside. He's big, Catherine said to Mrs. Ross. A big boy, not like his father. I used to call his father Chicken because he was no bigger than a chicken. She laughed as if she had cracked a funny joke. Mrs. Ross, picking up Evan's suitcase, glanced uncomfortably back at him. Yeah, he's big, she said. I don't. Actually, Evan was one of the shortest kids in his class, and no matter how much he ate, he remained as skinny as spaghetti noodles. His dad liked to say. You don't have to answer me, Catherine said, stepping aside so that Mrs. Ross could get inside the house with the suitcase. I can't hear you. Her voice was deep as a man's, and she spoke clearly without the indistinct pronunciation that some deaf people have. Tiptoeing back into the able is okay. Just moving on. Evan followed his mother into the front hallway. Trigger yapping at his heels. Yapping at his heels. That's the end of the sentence. Can't you get that dog quiet? His mother snapped. Doesn't matter. She can't hear it. Evan replied, gesturing towards his aunt. Oh Jesus Christ! This is already chaos. Heading to the kitchen to put down the knife. Catherine returned a few seconds later, her blue eyes locked on Evan. Her lips pursed as if she were studying him. So you like beef? She repeated. He nodded. Good, she said, her expression still serious. I always fixed beef for your father, but he only wanted pie. What kind of pie? Evan asked, and then blushed when he remembered Catherine couldn't hear him. So he's a good boy, not a troublemaker? Catherine asked Evan's mother. Mrs. Ross nodded, looking at Evan. Where shall we put his suitcase? She asked. I can tell by looking he's a good boy, Catherine said. She reached out and grabbed Evan's face, her big hand holding him under the chin, her eyes examining him closely. Good looking boy, she said, giving his chin a hard squeeze. He likes the girls? Wow. We're really getting into it right now, aren't we? Hey kid, you like girls? Random facts brought to you by Laser. Yeah. Damn, Granny. Little old lady, yeah. Oh, Close was a cameo actor in Hook. Okay, sorry, I'll stop being distracted by chat. I'll continue reading. Still his chin, she lowered her face to his. You got a girlfriend? She said, her pale face right above his, so close he could smell her breath, which was sour. Evan took a step back, an embarrassed grin crossing his face. No, not really. Yes? Catherine cried, bellowing in his ear. Yes, I knew it. She laughed heartily, turning her gaze to Evan's mother. The suitcase? Mrs. Ross asked, picking up the bag. He likes the girls, huh? Catherine repeated, still trying. We're still on that, huh? I could tell, just like his father. His father always liked the girls. Evan turned desperately to his mother. Mom, I can't stay here, he said, whispering, even though he knew Catherine couldn't hear. Please, don't make me. Hush, his mother replied, also whispering. She'll leave you alone, I promise. She's just trying to be friendly. He likes the girls, Catherine repeated, leering at him with her cold blue eyes, again lowering her face close to Evan's. Mom, her breath smells like triggers. Evan exclaimed miserably. Evan, Mrs. Ross shouted angrily. Stop it. I expect you to cooperate. I'm going to bake you a pie, Catherine said, tugging at her black ponytail with one of her huge hands. Would you like to roll out the dough? I'll bet you would. What did your father tell you about me, Evan? She winked at Mrs. Ross. Did he tell you I was some scary old witch? No, Evan protested, looking at his mother. Well, I am, Catherine declared, once again bursting into a deep-throated laugh. We've had retroactive childhood trauma weird, horny weird, and battle of ableism versus homophobia weird. Yeah. I don't. Half of me was like, is she being homophobic, or would she be chill? Is she asking because she'd be chill if he was into boys? I don't know. Either way, it's kind of, maybe he likes girls and boys, right? We don't know that he doesn't. You know, he's 12. He probably doesn't like anybody yet. Weirdest but most interesting interaction so far. Can we go back to the innuendos, please? Oh my gosh. Yes, very weird character. Very, very weird. Ableism versus homophobia. The battle that none of us really needed, you know? Trigger took this moment to begin barking ferociously and jumping on Evan's great aunt. She glared down at the dog, her eyes narrowing, her expression becoming stern. Look out or we'll put you in the pie, doggy, she exclaimed. Trigger barked even harder. Whoa, it's printed interestingly. Darting boldly toward the tall, hovering woman, then quickly retreating, his stub of a tail whipping back and forth in a frenzy. We'll put him in the pie, won't we, Evan? Catherine repeated, putting a big hand on Evan's shoulder and squeezing it till Evan flinched in pain. Mom, he pleaded when his aunt finally let go and smiling made her way to the kitchen. Mom, please? It's just her sense of humor, Evan, Mrs. Ross said uncertainly. She means well, really. She's going to bake you a pie. But I don't want pie, Evan wailed. I don't like it here. Mom, she hurt me. She squeezed my shoulder so hard. Evan, I'm sure she didn't mean to. She's just trying to joke with you. She wants you to like her. Give her a chance, okay? Evan started to protest, but thought better of it. I'm counting on you, his mother continued, turning her eyes to the kitchen. They could both see Catherine at the counter, her broad back to them, hacking away at something with the big kitchen knife. But she's weird, Evan protested. Listen, Evan, I understand how you're feeling, his mother said, but you won't have to spend all your time with her. There are a lot of kids in this neighborhood. Take Trigger for a walk. I'll bet you'll want to make some friends your age. She's an old woman, Evan. She won't want you hanging around all the time. I guess, Evan muttered. His mother bent down and suddenly gave him a hug, pressing her cheek against his. The hug, he knew, was supposed to cheer him up, but it only made him feel worse. I'm counting on you, his mother repeated in his ear. Evan decided to try and be braver about this. I'll help you carry the suitcase up to my room, he said. They carried it up the narrow staircase. His room was actually a study. The walls were lined with bookshelves filled with old hardcover books. Ooh, that sounds awesome. A large mahogany desk stood in the center of the room. A narrow cot had been made up under the single curtained window. The window faced out into the backyard. A long green rectangle with the gray shingled garage. To the left, a tall picket fence to the right. Wait. A gray shingled garage to the left, a tall picket fence to the right. Misplaced the commas in that sentence. A small fenced-in area stretched across the back of the yard. It looked like some sort of dog run. If it's a witch who might put the dog in the pie. I can't tell if she's homophobic because she seems disappointed that he might like girls and can't tell which one. Wait, or because she disappointed that he might like girls. I can't tell which one would be worse in all honesty. Yeah, I have no idea. It's weird. It's weird to ask a kid if they're dating anybody if they're 12. Benefit of the doubt and say that she's just wondering because she's open to the idea that not everybody is straight. Let's give her that benefit of the doubt for now. I'll probably have to take that back. I'm back. What have I missed? Shenanigans. You missed so much and also almost nothing. Yeah. Read last. There we go. The room smelled musty. The sharp aroma of mothballs invaded Evan's nose. Trigger sneezed. He rolled onto his back, his legs racing in the air. Trigger can't stand this place either, Evan thought. But he kept his thought to himself, smiling bravely at his mother, who quickly unpacked the suitcase nervously, checking her watch. I'm late. Don't want to miss my plane, she said. She gave him another hug, longer this time. Then she took a $10 bill from her pocketbook and stuffed it, a pocketbook, my grandmother calls a purse, and stuffed it into his shirt pocket. Buy yourself a treat. Be good. I'll hurry back as fast as I can. In the 92 market, $10 could actually get you something nice, I think. Okay, bye, he said, his chest feeling fluttery, his throat as dry as cotton. Carlstein likes that analogy. Interesting. The smell of her perfume momentarily drowned out the mothballs. He didn't want her to leave. He had such a bad feeling. You're just scared, he scolded himself. I'll call you from Atlanta, she shouted as she disappeared down the stairs to say goodbye to Catherine. Her perfume disappeared. The mothballs returned. Trigger uttered a low, sad howl as if he knew what was happening, as if he knew they were being abandoned here in this strange house with the strange old woman. Everyone is unlikable. Just missed the spooky creature looking at Avery from behind her curtain. Very funny. Now I have to burn this house down. Family, kid included, are being ableist about the aunt, and the aunt is being maybe homophobic or maybe disappointed. The kid's not gay, can't really tell which. Yeah, we're not sure. That's fun. I'm glad the characters are still unlikable. I don't like to chat when you're reading because I know it can distract you. I mean, that's not my own fault. I can just not look at the chat if I had self-control. And then early. He sucks. Northeast drivers are some of the worst, though. Yeah, my family up north fears driving through Boston. It's like their least favorite place to drive. And I've personally been through Boston, and I know what they're getting at. Evan picked up Trigger and nose-kissed his coal black nose. Putting the dog back down on the worn carpet, he made his way to the window. He stood there for a long while, one hand holding the curtains aside, staring down at the small green yard. Trying to calm the fluttering in his chest, after a few minutes, he heard his mother's car back down a gravel drive. The gravel drive, I guess. Then he heard it roll away. When he could no longer hear it, he sighed and plopped down on the cot. It's just you and me now, Trigger, he said glumly. Trigger was busy sniffing behind the door. Evan stared up at the walls of old books. What am I going to do here all day? Maybe read. Read a book. He asked himself, propping his head in his hands. No Nintendo, no computer. He hadn't even seen a TV in his great-aunt's small living room. What am I going to do? Slightly sighing again, he picked himself up and walked along the bookshelves, his eyes scanning the titles. There were lots of science books and textbooks. He saw books on biology and astronomy, ancient Egypt, chemistry texts, and medical books. Several shelves were filled with dusty, yellowed books. Maybe Catherine's husband, Evan's great-uncle, had been some sort of scientist. Maybe Catherine was a scientist. What, are you being sexist now, too? Add that to the pile. 15 pages in, Evan. Nothing here for me to read, he thought glumly. He pulled open the closet door. Am I old now? I'm like, ooh, those sound interesting. I want to read those books. Ancient Egypt? My hyperfixation on ancient Egypt is still kicking around, I think. He cried out as something leapt out at him. Help! Please, help! Everything went black. Help! I can't see! Evan screamed. No, Tendo. I feel like her threatening to put the dog in the pie is her introduction means she's going to do it in Act 3. Oh god, we've already lost one dog in this scene. The dog is so far the only unproblematic one. Correct. She just threatened it. And then she was never seen again. Oh, the dog hasn't been turned into a pie yet. How unfortunate. Darth Sidious! We root for the dog always. We root for the pet. I bet the parents are dead at the end. Oh, God. I feel like her threatening to put the dog... Driving you to the point of madness is fun. Always. Boston is better as a band than it is as a city. I mean, it's a beautiful city. It's just kind of chaos to drive through. I live close enough to, and I've heard the band and both suck. What is a kid to do without technology? He dies. End of book. We're going to start to have to keep keeping stats on how many dogs go missing throughout the Goosebumps series. Let's do it, and then God, I don't want to have to do this. If we do it, I'll put it in the big book video that I make at the end of this, in case anybody is here who doesn't know. When we're done reading through all these 62 books, which will take a couple of months, I'm going to sit down and do a big, giant review of all of them as a thing, and it'll be kind of Quentin review styled and very long, and kind of unlike things that I've done before. And I'm going to probably also include some clips from the stream. So, dogs taste like chicken. No, don't eat the dog. Because my D&D group is planning an impromptu one-shot. Should I name my Raven familiar Quoth or Nevermore? Ooh. Quoth, sorry. Quoth. They're both good. I like Quoth. It's a little, I think it's a little, more unique. But Nevermore is also great. I love that so much. Wait to see some Goosebumps bar graphs and pie charts. Oh god. And I'm like, and here we have, I'm just like the meme, the Always Sunny meme where he's like got the board behind him. They chat, Sweeney Todd. I'll put what left in talkie bag. Quoth is less on the nose for sure. I like Quoth. Quoth is nice. It also has a distinctly D&D sounding vibe to the name. I like it. I feel like this woman is gonna do some weird shit later. This woman has done some weird shit now. It's just what kind of weird shit are we talking about? Both for sure. Oh gosh, stop. Let's go back to the plant innuendos. I don't want to talk about eating a dog. Andrew always had issues actually sitting down to read a book and always preferred hearing a story narrated or read to me. Well, I'm glad to be of service. I also lately I used to always read primarily, and as I get older and I grapple with my ADHD in different ways, I find that I like audiobooks a lot. So yeah, I definitely get that. The Sanderson sisters of dogs, they must consume dogs to stay young. Oh god. His master is a scribe wizard, so Quoth is more on brand. Ooh, I like it. I like it a lot. All right. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too. Ah, ha, ha, ha. I can't. I wish Maddie was here to do her very on the nose, Wicked Witch voice. All right, chapter 3. Chapter 3. Evan staggered back in fear as the warm blackness crept over him. It took him a few seconds to realize what it was. His heart still thudding in his chest, he reached up and pulled the screeching black cat off his face. Kitty! The cat dropped silently to the ground and padded to the doorway. Evan turned and saw Catherine standing there, an amused grin on her face. How long had she been standing there, he wondered. Sarabeth, how did you get in there? She asked in a playful, scolding tone, bending down to speak to the cat. You must have given the boy a fright. The cat mewed and rubbed against Catherine's bare leg. That's what cats are for scaring the shit out of you, apparently. Did Sarabeth scare you? Catherine asked Evan. She smiled. That cat has a strange sense of humor. She's evil, pure evil. She chuckled as if she'd said something. Funny. I'm okay, Evan said uncertainly. I like R.L. Stein's narrative of trolling a person who thinks they're funny but is not. We keep hearing the bad jokes and then being reminded that she thinks she's funny, but it never says she, like, laughed at her own joke. It just says she laughed at something she thought was funny. Watch out for Sarabeth. She's evil, Catherine repeated, bending down and picking the cat up by the scruff of the neck, holding her up in the air in front of her. Evil, evil, evil. Seeing the cat suspended in the air, Trigger uttered an unhappy howl. His stubby tail went into motion, and he leapt up at the cat, barking and yipping, missed, and leapt again, snapping at Sarabeth's tail. Down, Trigger! Get down! Evan cried, struggling to get out of Catherine's arms. The cat swiped a clawed black paw at her, screeching in anger and fear. Trigger barked and howled as Evan struggled to pull the excited cocker spaniel away. Evan grabbed hold of Trigger as the cat swung to the floor and disappeared out of the door. Bad dog, Evan whispered, but he didn't really mean it. He was glad Trigger had scared the cat away. Damn it, Trigger! Damn, you can't be beefing with the cat. He looked up to see Catherine still filling the doorway, staring down at him sternly. Bring the dog, she said in a low voice, her eyes narrowed, her pale lips pursed tightly. Huh? Evan gripped Trigger in a tight hug. I have that Machine Gun Kelly song in my head. Finger on the trigger. I don't want to have a Machine Gun Kelly song in my head. Bring the dog, Catherine repeated coldly. We can't have animals fighting in this house. But Aunt Catherine, Evan started to plead, then remembered she couldn't hear him. Sarabeth is the bad one, Catherine said, not softening her expression. We can't get her riled, can we? She turned and started down the stairs. Bring the dog, Evan. Is she gonna actually put the dog in the pie? Hold Trigger tightly by the shoulders. With both hands, Evan hesitated. I have to take care of the dog, Catherine said sternly. Come. Evan was suddenly filled with dread. What did she mean, take care of the dog? Like the mob takes care of people? Evan was suddenly filled with dread. What did she mean, take care of the dog? A picture flashed into his mind of Catherine standing at the doorway with the bloody kitchen knife in her hand. Bring the dog, Catherine insisted. Evan gasped. What was she going to do to trigger? Yikes. The cat was plotting for murder. Now the dog, on the other hand. I can do the Wicked Witch voice, not just not her laugh. That's cool. No dog eating by the end of the book, 0 out of 10. Stop. Very on the witch's nose, yes. The black cat trope. Okay, phone, stop connecting and unconnecting. I have no idea why my phone is doing this. I seriously thought it was ringing for a second. All right, we're going to unplug it for a second because I don't exactly know or care to fix it right now. Dog equals good. Cat equals evil. Duh. No, cats are good. When are cats doing anything else? Cats might be chaos, but they're not evil. I don't think. They're just petty, spiteful bitches. And we love them. Time for the dog to get it. Oh, gosh. Than I thought it would. Yeah, right? Catherine is Miss Gulch. Wait, Miss Gulch. That sounds familiar. Where's Miss Gulch from? Hello? I swear, if there's another dead dog, I'm going to riot. I can't do it. I just woke up from a nap. Hello, we're glad to have you here. Breaking news, dog executed by old woman while cat watches. Jesus Christ. R.L. Stine really did know how to get at the heart of horror. I feel like R.L. Stine understood horror in the way that a lot of people didn't and don't give him credit for, in the way that he just understood how to fuck with you, you know? Human counterpart to the Wicked Witch in Wizard of Oz. Oh, yeah. I always forget what she's called because she's only in, like, the beginning part of the movie. Wizard of Oz. Thank you. I was like, I know that I know what that is, but it was, like, eluding me. I was excited that I'd be able to come to the stream on time today, but my nap went longer than expected. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody we want to catch Milo up. Milo has missed not too much, but also just a lot of trauma, so you're probably better off than the rest of us. We have, we're 20 pages in, and we already have covered sexism, homophobia, ableism, not in that order. Read any of the Oz books? I've never read any of the books, actually. I want to. Always wanted to. All right. Let's keep going. God help me. Thank you guys for being here. I see we have some new people coming into chat. We are reading Monster Blood, book number 3 in Goosebumps. I read the first one. Yeah. I've obviously seen the movie a lot and lots of adaptations of Wizard of Oz, but never read the books. Simple, annoying characters and a witch aunt that wants to eat a dog. That's a good summary, Darth Sidious. Taking a nap, the human equivalent of turning it off and on again. Yup. When I understand, some older lady oh god, yeah. She keeps asking him if he's dating anyone, which is weird because he's 12. Parents drop terrible kid off at his terrible aunt's house. There you go. Just got back from family dinner, just in time for a stream. What have I missed so far? Stream is catching everybody who's just coming in up. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good. I think BS has a pretty good one. Terrible parents drop terrible kid off at his terrible aunt's house. Yeah, so this kid is staying with his aunt, who is eccentric to say the least, and has already said several concerning things. But also his mom and dad were being ableist, and he was being ableist about her because she's deaf, so there's a whole lot going on. And apparently we're supposed to believe she's a witch because that's definitely what we're being set up for. She has the black cat and everything. All right, chapter 4. I will take care of you, doggy, Catherine repeated, frowning at Trigger. The dog whimpered in reply. Come, Evan, follow me, she said impatiently. Seeing that he had no choice, Evan obediently carried Trigger down the stairs and followed his aunt to the backyard. I'm prepared, she said, turning to make sure he was following. Despite her age, she was at least 80. She walked with long, steady strides. What would steady even mean, Avery? I knew you were bringing a dog, so I made sure I was prepared. Trigger licked Evan's hand as they walked across the yard to the long, fenced-in area at the back. It's a special place for your dog, Catherine said, reaching up to grab one end of the rope that stretched across the run. Attach this to the collar. Evan, your dog will have fun here. She frowned disapprovingly at Trigger. And there will be no problem with Sarabeth. I keep wanting to read it as Sabretooth. That's not what it says. It says Sarabeth. Not to be confused with Carly Beth, the child from Haunted Mask. Evan felt very relieved that this was all Catherine wanted to do to Trigger. But he didn't want to leave Trigger tied up in this prison in the back of the yard. Trigger was a house dog. He wouldn't be happy by himself out here. But Evan knew he had no way of arguing with his aunt. Catherine is smart in a way, he thought bitterly as he hooked Trigger's collar to the rope. Since she won't learn sign language and won't lip read, it means she gets to do whatever she wants and no one can tell her no. There it is. There's that ableism again. He bent down and gave Trigger's warm head a pat and looked up at the old woman. She had her arms crossed in front of her chest, her blue eyes glowing brightly in the sunlight, a cold smile of triumph on her face. That's a good boy, she said, waiting for Evan to get up before starting back to the house. I knew when I looked at you. Come to the house, Evan. I have cookies and milk. You'll enjoy them. Her words were kind, but her voice was hard and cold. Trigger sent up an unhappy howl as Evan followed Catherine to the house. Evan turned, intending to go back and comfort the dog, but Catherine grabbed his hand in an iron grip and staring straight ahead led him to the kitchen door. The kitchen was small and cluttered, very warm. But I knew I should have taken those audiobook classes like my teacher wanted me to. Catherine motioned for him to sit at a small table against the wall. The table was covered with plastic checkered tablecloth. She frowned, her eyes studying him as she brought over his snack. He downed the oatmeal raisin cookies, and milk, listening to Trigger howl in the backyard. Oatmeal raisin wasn't his favorite, but he was surprised to find that he was hungry. As he gobbled them down, Catherine stood at the doorway, staring intently at him, a stern expression on her face. I'm going to take Trigger for a walk, he announced, wiping the milk mustache off his upper lip with the paper napkin she had given him. Catherine shrugged and wrinkled up her face. Oh, right, she can't hear me, Evan thought. Standing at the kitchen window, he pointed to Trigger, then made a walking motion with 2 fingers. Get a pad and some paper, like Ellery said. Sorry, I'm probably yelling very loud into the microphone. Catherine nodded. Phew, he thought. This is going to be hard. He waved goodbye and hurried to free Trigger from his backyard prison. A few minutes later, Trigger was tugging at the leash, sniffing the flowers along the curb as Evan made his way up to block. The other houses on the street were about the same size as Catherine's, he saw, and they all had small, neatly trimmed square front yards. He saw some little kids chasing each other around a birch tree, and he saw a middle-aged man in bright orange bathing trunks washing his car with a garden hose in his driveway. But he didn't see any kids his age. Trigger barked at a squirrel and tugged the leash out of Evan's hand. Hey, come back, Evan called. Trigger, disobedient as always, took off after the squirrel. The squirrel, Daddy, I want another squirrel. The squirrel wisely climbed a tree, but Trigger, his eyesight not what it once was, continued to chase. Running full speed, calling the dog's name, Evan followed him around a corner. and halfway down the block before Trigger finally realized he had lost the race. Breathing hard, Evan grabbed the leash handle. Gotcha, he said. He gave the leash a tug, trying to lead the panting dog back to Catherine Street. Trigger, sniffing around the dark tree trunk, pulled the other way. Evan was about to pick up the stubborn dog when he was startled by a hand grabbing his shoulder. Hey, who are you? A voice demanded. Cocker Spaniels are adorable. I love Cocker Spaniels. Back. Nobody has yet. Please leave a like because it helps the stream. Thank you, Paulo. Shout out to everybody here. You guys just being here also helps the stream. Very much so. Taking a nap, the human equivalent, turning it off and on again. Yep. God, I haven't had a nap in forever. Kill for a nap. The only likable character is the dog who is potentially going to be murdered. Please, not the dog. Everyone sucks in this book. Okay, good to know. Yeah, that's pretty much it. She was a witch. She did say she was a witch. Dog, the name that they have, I feel like it's a pretty poor name for a dog. If that's your dog's name, I mean no offense to anybody who might be out there. And also, they just keep using his name over and over and over again. What was in the sequel, maybe? He's probably gonna live, maybe? Probably gonna live, maybe. True, true. Common, because they've been used for hunting. Or he will be hunted. Jaws books are pretty good. Though the consistency, the continuity get a bit wonky as the series went on. Brom began to not care about his own continuity as he wrote the series over the years. Pearl is apparently a very hard for English as second language speakers. I mean, I imagine English is not an easy language to pick up as a second language because it being my first language, there's still a lot of it that I don't particularly understand or know how to pronounce. So I won't fault anybody for that. When is a plot going to start happening? Yeah, we're back to weird pacing on this one. So far, Stay Out of the Basement, for all of its weird erotic plant fan fiction, had great pacing. Derp Rex, hi, I'm here. I guess I missed some of the book. We're about to start chapter 5. I'm sure chat has caught you up if they haven't already. Just know, an annoying kid is being dropped off by his ableist parents to his maybe homophobic great aunt's house, and she's probably a witch. And so far, no plot has actually happened. They've just showed up, and he's not happy, and he's taking his dog for a walk, and he's met someone, and we don't know who. So you haven't missed anything super important. I always remind everybody that the VODs will be available tomorrow, but I'm sure you get the gist. Really good live action remake. I actually have never seen the Lady and the Tramp one. I think I was just like, it was a lot like the Lion King one where I'm like, that is a lot of CGI. I don't know if that would be scary or cute. It's fairly light on plot so far. Yeah, very light on plot so far. I swear if the next thing this new person says is I used to live in your house, I will yeet myself into the sun. God. God, it's so creepy, isn't it? I missed the Wishbone stream, but did you know Jensen Ackles' Supernatural was on a few episodes? I believe he was only on one. I haven't covered it yet, but I definitely want to. I've just kind of seen screenshots from the episode, but yes, I did know that. I think that's great. More Wishbone content. We have more Wishbone content coming up. Patrick sent me a second Wishbone book with the one that we read. It's a Wishbone Mysteries, and then I also have, and I've had it forever, a Wishbone Jekyll and Hyde, which is a Wishbone classic. So both of those will be read streams eventually. I love me some Wishbone. Love pit bulls. Pit bulls are adorable. Pit bulls are so misunderstood. There's so many, like here in Georgia at least, there's so many that are like in shelters because people are scared of them, and I'm just like, I want the next dog I get will definitely be a pit bull. English isn't an easy language for native speakers. Exactly. It's just not an easy language. I think squirrel is particularly hard because a lot of languages don't have the QU sound, and the English R sound is different from most languages. That's very true. A language, or what word am I trying to say? A vocal coach once told me that, Americans specifically, like, we do this weird thing regionally where we tap our tongue to our teeth, like when we say things like, and apparently no one else, that's kind of specific to us, and it's just like this weird thing. Learning disability plus English equals childhood hell. Yeah, I mean, I went through all of school not knowing that I had pretty bad ADHD, so I just always thought I was really bad at stuff. So English can definitely get confusing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pit bulls are amazing. They're so sweet. And Elise and I searched for a dog. Most of the shelters here had pit bulls or a mixed breed that has pit bulls in them. Yeah, I think people are just scared that they're going to be violent, and that's like so not true. Like that's a huge misconception. Um, but yeah, I would definitely adopt a pit bull just because I think they're adorable. I think they're sweet, and it always makes me sad how many of them are trying to get adopted. That's just my only language in the thing. As I have a college degree, and I'm still barely able to speak it correctly, right? I was born in 87. You funnel all your 90s elementary age questions to me. Okay. First time I lost the ability to speak fluent English the entire trip. Oh my gosh, yeah. Curious, you're in Georgia, why no accent? See, that's the thing is like I do have a little bit of an accent. It's just not that super thick. And Georgia, out of all of the southern states, definitely has the mildest out of all the southern accents for sure. Like especially up here in North Georgia, I've noticed. Southern Georgia, like down by Savannah, I've noticed people have like more of an accent sometimes, but it's very regional. And what I always say when I'm tired or stressed, you can hear my southern accent in my voice, which I joke is all the time, but in all seriousness, you can hear it sometimes and not other times. It's just Georgia accents are really overblown, I think, in media, so they're just a lot thinner than people think they are. I don't know. Um yeah. What's your accent? I can't. It's like it's just it comes out when it comes out, and it comes out in certain things that I say, and sometimes not even like with I know there's been moments on live where like it's been more easy to hear because I've heard myself. I've listened to it back on and been like, "Oh, wow. I really kind of sound like a hillbilly right now. But mostly it's in a lot of like the slang that I say. A big thing that everybody thinks is funny is I'm big on saying I hate that for you. Man, I hate that for you. And that's just a very I'm from Russia and I've been living in Georgia for pretty much my entire life and I don't have any sort of accent. Yeah. Southern accent mixed with another. Yeah, I mean my parents aren't from the South. I mean, they grew up in Florida, but like that's not the same. So maybe it's just part of their accent is mixed with mine, and so it's lesser. I don't know. I remember one time I tried out for a spoke like a narrative podcast, and the character that I was potentially going to play had what they considered a slight Georgia accent. Um, like they said, she's from the South, but she has like this very mild accent. So I think I auditioned like this, and then I had kind of like a slight like twang where I did like an alternate version. And I didn't get it. And the person that did get it, I think, if I remember correctly, had like a really put on accent. I was like, that's not a slight accent. Did I miss anything after she said she'd handle the dog? She just put the dog out on the run. So far, we haven't had a lot of plot. Georgia accent is kind of like the Ohio accent. It only comes out strong when you're in a group of people with the same accent. That's so true. No, that's so true. When I'm around people who are from Georgia, like when I'm from around a bunch of people who have been here their whole life, I sound very Southern. And then, like, I don't know what this is. I think it's like a masking thing. When I'm the only one speaking, or if I'm speaking around people that don't have the same accent, it just kind of goes away. Swamp rats in Florida, yeah. Maddie is already moderator. Yeah, I didn't mean to make you moderator. I will unburden you with this responsibility. I did that by accident. I thought I had accidentally timed you out last night like I did Maddie that one time. My mom was very much the same. She was raised in Ohio, but she only had the accent around her brothers. Yeah. Hi, Chris. It happens. I'm not sure why. I think the psychology behind it is just, it's a masking thing. It's a subconsciously we all want to blend with other people. And when you can hear that you're speaking differently than other people, your brain is going to want to change that. Fresh accent because of the few British shows I watched, and then after I just had a normal voice. That's cute. What? What's happening? Okay. My grandfather from Appalachia. I started speak here. We spend time together. Yeah. And everything that goes with it. Not having an accent is in itself an accent. Yeah. My speak is just enough that like when I go up north, people are like, listen to Avery, she's so southern. And then when I go up, when I'm going around just like with other people that live here, they're like, you don't have much of an accent. I'm like, apparently I have an accent that fits in nowhere. I just talk weird. Okay, sorry. Back to the book now, guys. Chapter 5. Evan spun around to find another girl standing behind him, staring at him with dark brown eyes. Why'd you grab my shoulder like that? He asked, his heart still pounding. To scare you, she said simply. Yeah, well, Evan shrugged. Trigger gave a hard tug at the leash and nearly pulled him over. The girl laughed. She was pretty, he thought. She had short, wavy brown hair, almost black, and flashing brown eyes, and a playful, teasing smile. She was wearing an oversized yellow t-shirt over black spandex leggings and bright yellow Nikes. So who are you? She demanded again. She wasn't the shy type, he decided. I'm me, he said, letting Trigger lead him around the tree. Did you move into the Winterhalter house? Winterhalter house. That's fun to say. She asked, following him. He shook his head. No, I'm just visiting. She frowned in disappointment. For a couple of weeks, Evan said. I'm staying with my aunt. Actually, she's my great aunt. What's so great about her? The girl cracked. Nothing, Evan replied without laughing. For sure. Trigger sniffed at a bug on a fat brown leaf. Is that your bike? Evan asked, pointing to the red BMX bike lying on the grass behind her. Yeah, she replied. It's cool, he said. I have one like it. I like your dog, she said, eyeing Trigger. He looks real stupid. I like stupid dogs. Oh, you love my dog, bless his heart. Me too, I guess, Evan laughed. What's his name? Does he have a stupid name? She bent down and tried to pet Trigger's back, but he moved away. He's named Trigger, Evan said, and waited for her reaction. Yeah, that's pretty stupid, she said thoughtfully, especially for a Cocker Spaniel. Thanks, Evan said uncertainly. Trigger turned to sniff the girl's hands, his tail wagging furiously, his tongue hanging down to the ground. I have a stupid name too, the girl admitted. She waited for Evan to ask. What is it? He said finally. Andrea, she said. That's not a stupid name. I hate it, she said, pulling a blade of grass off her leggings. Andrea. She stretched the name out in a deep, cultured sound. Andrea. I don't know. Maybe she's doing like a British voice. I don't know how she said it. It sounds so stuck up. Like I should be wearing a corduroy jumper with a prim white blouse, walking a toy poodle. So I make everyone call me Andy. Oh. That was my cat's name. Hi, Andy, Evan said, petting Trigger. My name is... Don't tell me, she interrupted, clamping a hot hand over his mouth. Ugh. She certainly isn't shy, he thought. Let me guess, she said. Is it a stupid name, too? Yeah, he nodded. It's Evan. Evan Stupid. She laughed. That's really a stupid name. He felt glad that he made her laugh. She was cheering him up. He realized a lot of the girls back home didn't appreciate his sense of humor. They thought he was silly. She isn't like the other girls. What are you doing? He asked. Walking Trigger. Wait, what are you doing? She asked. Walking Trigger. You know, exploring the neighborhood. It's pretty boring, she said. Just a lot of houses. Want to go into town? It's only a few blocks away. She pointed down the street. Evan hesitated, but hadn't told his aunt he was going into town. But what the heck, he thought. She wouldn't care. Besides, what could possibly happen? Uh-oh, famous last words. Yeah, she's not like the other girls. Are we shit-talking the dog now? I guess so. I like the dog. We always root for the dog and the cat. Where's my Michael doll? She's a vampire, isn't she? I don't know, honestly. Being mixed race with your voice. Doggying to accents. I love how conversations work. Yep. You can tell I'm from New England. Oh yeah, you have a New England accent. My grandfather has the strongest Rhode Island accent I have heard in my life. To this day, I have never met anyone with a rival accent to his. I love it. Three distinct accents depending on if you're in the northern part of the state, central or southern. Yeah, southern states are like that too. You know, North Georgia is a very different accent from down in Savannah, that kind of thing. The girl character is my favorite so far. Yeah, I like the girl so far. Sarcastic and stupid. You're not stupid. She is very sarcastic, and I am also very sarcastic, and I appreciate that. That is very much manic pixie dream girl. Oh yeah. Monster blood will spill. Mine's a mix of Rhody and Mass. Yeah. What could happen? What could happen with your new, definitely alive and not at all undead pick me girlfriend in town where no one knows to look for you, right? Ah, that he likes girls with foreshadowing. Noah said it too. He could like girls and boys. We don't know. We don't know that he doesn't. Someone saying, "Oh, bless your heart," isn't a good. No, if somebody says, "Oh, bless your heart," that is a very backhanded thing. That means, "Oh, God help you, you poor stupid son of a bitch." That's basically what that means. Sure, go with the stranger Evan into town. My hair color, no. This is a dyed color. I actually need to redo the roots. If you can probably see if I lean into this camera how bad my roots are. I have like really dark, almost black hair naturally. Um, and I've been dyeing it red. But thank you. The reason people love the Haunted Mask so much is how Carly Beth had a character arc. Oh yeah. Most of the kids just have a scary thing happen to them and don't learn anything new. Yeah, that's true. It means you're stupid. Yeah. It's like a ugh. Yeah. It's like if you did something stupid. If someone saw you do something stupid or you said something stupid, you'll get an oh bless your heart. Because that's a very like southern way of saying you're stupid without having to say it. Like other girls, I'm a pterodactyl. I don't like the girl. We haven't had a crush yet. Don't cry over spilled blood, an alternate tagline. Nice. But yeah. Say love you. Imagine what Catherine is gonna say about him and Andy. Oh God. Hopefully she doesn't find out about Andy. Into when you do something silly and someone says, "You're so pretty." Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing. It's like that southern politeness isn't really politeness. It's just people here know very well how to say hurtful things in a way that they can get away with saying it. It's just cattiness. It's what I've come to learn. I'd really like for my Firefox to stop shutting down on the stream, but all right. Southern backhanded compliments is how my D&D group's bard uses vicious mockery. I love it. I live down south. It's always yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am. Yeah, very big thing in the south. And I'm glad because I just recently learned about the title of mix MX for people who are non-binary, which is good because the people that those of us that have been raised to be like yes sir, no sir. If somebody's non-binary, it's like you need a way to address them because otherwise you feel rude, you know. Southerners are posers. Here you get insulted like a real man. Yeah, in Massachusetts they'll just tell you to fuck off, and that's it. And we respect that. What am I looking for? Sorry. Get back to reading the book. Oh, bless your heart is like how people say, you'd be so pretty if you didn't insert insult here. Yeah. Makeup artist at work when I was doing extra, doing my makeup, and said, oh, you'd be pretty if you just did something about this acne. You just took care of your skin a little better. Not Southern, but I was always raised not to call adults their first name, and now I feel weird doing it even though I'm an adult. Yes. Yeah, it's that feeling of like, I was raised to be this way, I don't know what to do. Like somebody that if you've known somebody like an adult from childhood, you still want to call them Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, even though you're like in your full adult, you're a full adult. Why is this not launching? Okay, you know what? Fine. Fine, fine. Bless your heart says something insulting. I mean, bless your heart is the insulting thing because it's a very backhanded thing to say. It's just like, bless your heart is code for I think you're an idiot. And I'm trying to say it in the nicest way possible so you don't get mad at me. That's what bless your heart is. Chapter 6. Okay, Evan said. Let's check out the town. How did my voice crack right after I took a sip of drink? I have to go to a toy store and look for a present for my cousin, Andy said, hoisting her bike up by the handlebars. How old are you? Evan asked, tugging Trigger towards the street. 12. Me too, he said. Can I try your bike? She shook her head and climbed onto the narrow seat. No, but I'll let you run alongside, she laughed. You're a riot, he said sarcastically, hurrying to keep up as she began to pedal. And you're stupid, she called back playfully. Hey, Andrea, wait up, he called, stretching the name out to annoy her. A few blocks later, the houses ended and they entered town. The 3-block stretch of a low 2-story shops and offices. Evan saw a small brick post office, a barber shop with an old-fashioned barber pole out front, a grocery, a drive-through bank, and a hardware store. Well, I don't know what to do with this drink, so I'll set it there for a second. With a large sign in the window proclaiming a sale on birdseed. The toy store is in the next block, Andy said, walking her bike along the sidewalk. Evan tugged Trigger's leash, encouraging him to keep up the pace. Actually, there are 2 toy stores, an old one and a new one. I like the old one best. Let's check it out, Evan said, examining the cluttered window display of the video store in the corner. I wonder if Aunt Catherine has a VCR, he thought. He quickly dismissed the idea. No way. Not this newfangled technology. The toy store was in an old clapboard building that hadn't been painted in many years. A small hand-printed sign in the dust-smeared window proclaimed Wagner's Novelties and Sundries. There were no toys on display. What is a sundry? Andy leaned her bike against the front of the building. Sometimes the owner can be a little mean. I don't know if he'll let you bring your dog in. Well, let's give it a try, Evan said, pulling. He's like, I've already gotten yelled at once because of the dog. Today. Pulling open the door, tugging hard on his leash, Trigger led the way into the store. Evan found himself in a dark, low-ceilinged, narrow room. It took a while for his eyes to adjust to the dim light. Wagner looked more like a warehouse than a store. There were floor-to-ceiling shelves against both walls, jammed with boxes of toys and long display counter that ran through the center of the store. Leaving the narrow aisle that even someone as skinny as Evan had to squeeze through. Leaving narrow aisles that even someone as skinny as Evan had to squeeze through. It's a flat Stanley aisle? That's weird to have the aisles be too skinny for people to walk through. At the front of the store, slumped on a tall stool behind an old-fashioned wooden cash register, sat a grumpy-looking man with a single tuft of white hair in the center of a red, bald head. Okay. He had a drooping white mustache that seemed to frown at Evan and Andy as they entered. Hi, Andy said timidly, giving the man a wave. He grunted in reply and turned back to the newspaper he was reading. Trigger sniffed the low shelves excitedly. Evan looked around the stacks of toys. It appeared, what am I trying to say? Losing my place is not good. It appeared from the thick layer of dust that they'd been sitting there for 100 years. Everything seemed tossed together. Dolls next to building sets, art supplies mixed in with old action figures. Evan didn't even recognize a toy drum set underneath a pile of footballs. He and Andy were the only customers in the store. Do they have Nintendo games, Evan asked, her whispering, afraid to break the still silence. I don't think so, Andy whispered back. I'll ask. She shouted up to the front. Do you have Nintendo games? It took a while for the man to answer. He scratched his ear. Don't carry them, he grunted finally, sounding annoyed by the interruption. Andy and Evan wandered toward the back of the store. Why do you like this place? Evan whispered, picking up an old pistol with a cowboy holster. I just think it's neat, Andy replied. You can find some real treasures here. It's not like other toy stores. That's for sure, Evan said sarcastically. Hey, look! He picked up a lunchbox with a cowboy dressed up in black emblazoned on the side. Hop along, Cassidy, he read. Who's Hop along Cassidy? A cowboy with a stupid name, Andy said. taking the old lunchbox from him and examining it. Look, it's made of metal, not plastic. Wonder if my cousin would like it. He likes stupid names, too. It's a pretty weird present, Evan said. He's a pretty weird cousin, Andy cracked. Hey, look at this. She sat down the old lunchbox and picked up an enormous box. It's a magic set. Astound your friends. Perform 100 amazing tricks, she read. That's a lot of amazing tricks, Evan said. He wandered further back into the dimly lit store. Trigger, leading the way, sniffing furiously. Hey! To Evan's surprise, a narrow doorway led into a small back room. This room, Evan saw, was even darker and dustier. Stepping inside, he saw worn-looking stuffed animals tossed into cartons. Oh, I'm getting Velveteen Rabbit flashbacks. I don't want to be. Games in faded, yellowed boxes, baseball gloves with the leather worn, thin, and cracked. Who would want this junk, he thought. He was about to leave when something caught his eye. It was a blue can, about the size of a can of soup. He picked it up, surprised by how heavy it was. Bringing it close to his face, he examined it in the dim light. He read the faded label, Monster Blood. Below that, in small type, it read, Surprising Miracle Substance. Hey, this looks cool, he thought, turning the can around in his hand. He suddenly remembered the $10 that his mother had stuffed into his shirt pocket. He turned to see the store owner standing in the doorway, his dark eyes wide with anger. What are you doing back here? He bellowed. My old man bellowing voice, I guess. My God. Good Lord. Good. Firefox has started to work again. I feel real talking about my past teachers without using their last name right. My aunts on my mom's side used to tell me, you'd be pretty if you didn't talk so much. Jesus Christ, when I was a child, and now they complain about how I'm an introvert. Jesus, they sound awful. I'm so sorry. Bless your heart implies both that you need a blessing and perhaps that your brain isn't your strongest trait. Yeah. Yeah. It means good try, you're a dumbass. I mean, how that works. Yes, Bob, no Bob. Bob with a great neutral name. Finally, the plot is kind of happening. It only took half the book to get there. Yeah, the pacing. We're gonna have to make a note about how bad the pacing is when we write our review. I'm sure R.L. Stine is waiting on pins and needles to see what we have to say about his book. Oh, and Firefox isn't working again. Dare I ask Google Chrome to do its job? Please? Ah! Sorry, I'm re-entering my password. Yeah, it's me. 1010, make a wish. Really? Really? Alright. That's us. We're streaming. That's us streaming. I would like to see my dash, please. Sorry, guys. I'm now just mumbling to myself in frustrated streamer. The barbershop burns your split ends right off your scalp. No, with the heat from the grills. Yeah. Finally getting to the plot. Finally. I remember VCR. I do too. I used to love VCR. I remember having to rewind the tape and then like being like, no, I don't want to spoil myself, and I have to rewind it. Old enough to like girls and young enough to still go to a toy store. I guess so. I mean, I'm a collector of things like Goosebump books and stuff like that, so I can't really judge on partaking in children's things. What just happened? Let me in. Let me see my stream. There we go. Have you met Jane from Nancy Drew? Oh God. I think Darth Sidious was there. I'm sure. Yeah, Andy set this up. She knows about the monster blood. I'll go to toy stores, and I like girls, and I'm a 25-year-old woman. There you go. Why are you so indecisive? You're constantly okay. Why? Sorry, I was reading the comment. Another. I was there for some of those streams, but I'm not familiar with that character. Yeah, she's this child that gave us hell, and she's become a catch-all term for people that we hate, I guess. Going to toy sections, but I feel weird being a 24-year-old guy looking at dolls. I just think their designs are pretty. I don't think that's weird. I really don't. Don't feel bad. A lot of us collect. A lot of us, some of us have YouTube channels where we talk about nostalgic stuff, and so we are the person going around buying everybody's Goosebump books on eBay. All collectors are all genders. And I know a lot of guys who do as well. Yeah, I always thought it was kind of like I always thought it was kind of dumb, even like when we were kids and like guys who like just played with dolls would get like made fun of because it's like what? Why is that? Why is that supposedly just a girl thing? That doesn't make sense. I think it's really the boys are discouraged from playing with them. Agreed. It's called action figures. Yeah, I had the opposite where like I always felt weird because I was always into the quote unquote boy things. I should feel bad about liking dolls, but I worry other people are going to think I'm a creep. Collection of some limited edition Monster High and dolls. I think that's I honestly I think that's just something that I understand. I understand well because I'm self-conscious anytime I go out of the house ever, but I don't think you should have to worry about that. Wants to blood as a plot device, maybe. Holstein would at least be amused by our review style if you saw then nothing else. Oh yeah, the most wanted haunted mask book. That was like book 0 for the most wanted series. He doesn't have reviews from like other authors on the back of the book. He just has reviews from characters that are in his previous books, giving like mock reviews, and it's so like bizarre. And I think he would appreciate us. Going on a date in a toy store, very awkward vibe based on solely like context in the book. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Am I being kicked off my internet? Am I being seen and heard? And yeah, Ellery, it's kind of like when I watch back like Disney Channel shows and they're all obsessed with dating and they're like 12 or 13 and I'm like, they're too young for that. I never understood how weird this was as a kid. Hi, Hannah. Hopefully I'm being seen and heard and not talking to myself. See and hear you. Okay, good. It's telling me it's not receiving enough video. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Will experience buffering. That's the thing that I just got. Sorry about that. About growing up, you need to hold on to your childhood in some way. Oh, yeah. That's what this channel's for. All right, let's get back to the book. You exist. The stream buffered for a second. I can hear you. Okay. You're okay. Okay, thank you guys. That's interesting. Yeah, I think it's interesting the whole because you know the lost Goosebump books or the Goosebump books that he never got to write or never published. I think are interesting. I feel like if you really wanted to make some mad cash, you just drop those one day randomly, and all the collectors are just like gonna be like, "Give me the book, please." Technically, my 11-year-old is dating. I mean, I guess dating is different for. I like how you said dating in quotes. I guess it depends on what dating entails for them, I guess, you know. It's like it is natural to like people at that age. I don't know. I don't pretend to be a child psychologist. I'm still coming off of the weirdness that was the last book, so I'm just glad that we haven't reached that level of weirdness, at least. And we're not seeing Aunt Catherine, who is the weirdest part of this book so far. Trigger yipped loudly, startled by the man's booming voice. Bad blood. Evan gripped the leash, pulled Trigger closer. How much is this? He asked, holding up the can of monster blood. Not for sale, the owner said, lowering his voice, his mustache seeming to frown unpleasantly with the rest of his face. Huh? It was on the shelf here, Evan said, pointing. It's too old, the man insisted. Probably no good anymore. Well, I'll take it anyway, Evan said. Can I have it for less since it's so old? What is it? Andy asked, appearing in the doorway. I don't know, Evan told her. It looks cool. It's called Monster Blood. It's not for sale, the man insisted. Andy pushed past him and took the can from Evan's hand. Ooh, I want one too, she said, turning the can around in her hand. There's only one, Evan told her. You sure? She began searching the shelves. It's no good, I'm telling you, the owner insisted, sounding exasperated. I need one too, Andy said to Evan. Sorry, Evan replied, taking the can back. I saw it first. I'll buy it from you, Andy said. Why don't you two share it? The owner suggested. You mean you'll sell it to us? Evan asked eagerly. The man shrugged and scratched his ear. How much? Evan asked. You sure you don't have another one? Andy demanded, going back to the shelf, pushing a pile of stuffed pandas out of her way. I love that they don't know what it is and they still want it so badly. Or maybe two? I could keep one and give one to my cousin. $2, I guess, the man told Evan. But I'm telling you, it's no good. It's too old. I don't care, Evan said, reaching into his shirt pocket for the $10 bill. Well, don't bring it back to me complaining, the man said grumpily, and headed towards the cash register at the front of the store. A few minutes later, Evan walked out into the bright daylight, carrying the blue can. Trigger panted excitedly, wagging his stubby tail, pleased to be out of the dark, dusty store. Andy followed them out, an unhappy expression on her face. You didn't buy the lunchbox? Evan asked. Don't change the subject, she snapped. I'll pay you $5 for it. She reached for the can of Monster Blood. No way, Evan replied. He laughed. You really like to get your way, don't you? I'm an only child, she said. What can I tell you? I'm spoiled. Me too, Evan said. I have an idea, Andy said, pulling her bike off the storefront wall. Let's share it. Share it, Evan said, shaking his head. For sure, I'll share it the way you shared your bike. You want to ride the bike home? Here. She shoved it at him. No way, he said, pushing it back toward her. A stupid bike now. It's a girl's bike anyway. It is not, she insisted. How is it a girl's bike? Ah, yes, the whole girls' stuff is inferior to boys' stuff. Evan ignored the question and kept pulling at Trigger's leash. to keep the old dog moving, started walking back toward his aunt's. How's it girl's bike? Andy repeated, walking the bike inside walking walking the bike beside him. Sorry. Tell you what, Evan said. Let's go back to my aunt's house and open the can. I'll let you mess with it for a while. Gee, swell, Andy said sarcastically. You're a great guy, Evan. I know, he said, grinning. Catherine was seated in the big armchair in the living room when Evan and Andy returned. Who is she talking to? He wondered, hearing her voice. She seemed to be arguing excitedly with someone. Leading Andy into the room, Evan saw that it was just Sarabeth the black cat. As Evan entered, the cat turned and haughtily walked out of the room. Catherine stared at Evan and Andy, a look of surprise on her face. This is Andy, Evan said, gesturing to his new friend. What have you got there? Catherine asked, ignoring Andy and reaching a large hand out for the blue can of Monster Blood. Please, at least she's not commenting on his potentially new girlfriend. Evan reluctantly handed it to her, frowning. She rolled it around in her hand, stopping to read the label, moving her lips as she read. She held the can for the longest time, seeming to study it carefully, then finally handed it back to Evan. As Evan took it back and started to his room with Andy, he heard Catherine say something to him in a low whisper. He couldn't quite hear what she had said. It sounded like, be careful, but he wasn't sure. He turned to see Sarabeth staring at him from the doorway. This mug is gigantic. Her yellow eyes glowing in the dim light. My aunt is completely deaf, Evan explained to Andy as they climbed the stairs. Does that mean you can play your stereo as loud as you want? Andy asks. I don't think Aunt Catherine has a stereo, Evan said. That's too bad, Andy said, walking around Evan's room, pulling back the window curtains and looking down at Trigger, huddled unhappily in his pen. Is she really your great aunt? Andy asked. She doesn't look very old. It's the black hair, Evan replied, setting the can of Monster Blood on the desk in the center of the room. It makes her look young. Hey, look at all these old books on magic stuff, Andy exclaimed. I wonder why your aunt has all these. She pulled one of the heavy old volumes off the shelf and blew away a layer of dust from the top. Maybe your aunt plans to come up here and cast a spell on you while you're sleeping and turn you into a newt. Maybe, Evan replied, grinning. What is a newt, anyway? Newt Scamander? Andy shrugged. Some kind of lizard, I think. She flipped through the yellowed pages of the old book. I thought you said you had nothing to do here, she told Evan. You could read all these cool books. That's what I'm saying, Andy. Thrills and chills, Evan said sarcastically, replacing the book on the shelf. Andy came over to the desk and stood next to Evan, her eyes on the can of Monster Blood. Open it up. It's so old, it's probably all disgusting and rotten. I hope so, Evan said. He picked up the can and studied it. No instructions. Just pull the top off, she said impatiently. He tugged at it. It wouldn't budge. Maybe you need a can opener or something, she said. Very helpful, he muttered, studying the label again. Look at this. No instructions, no ingredients, nothing. Of course not. It's Monster Blood, she exclaimed, imitating Count Dracula. It's Monster Blood. I don't know how to do a Dracula voice. She grabbed Evan's neck and pretended to strangle him. Huh. Stop, you're not helping. Also, what? Don't pretend strangle people, but also, Dracula doesn't do that? I'm confused. He slammed the can down on the desktop, and the lid popped off. Hey, look, he cried. She let go of his neck, and they both peered inside the can. Is a vampire confirmed? In puberty, and all my friends got boyfriends. I was adamant that we were too young to date because I didn't like boys yet, but I was just gay as it turned out. Dad was wanting me to be a computer nerd like himself. I very resistant to any attempt he made to get into electronics and or computer. That man tried so hard to stop them from buying it, these stupid, awful children. He also had it in the store. I mean, sharing is caring, kids. I'm an only child too, Andy. I get a lot of stuff too. Oh, are we buffering again? There will be a 15% tax on everything pink. The fact that maxi pads and tampons get luxury tax is just so stupid. It's so stupid. Because it's like, oh wow, what a luxury. Why is she mad? I have no idea. The girl's bike. Well, Andy, presumably you're a girl and it's presumably your bike. So they also said it's a BMX bike, which is not that bikes should be gendered, but a BMX bike is usually a boy's bike. Like as far as like kids' bikes go, it's a I don't know. Why would a deaf woman have a stereo? I mean, I know deaf people who especially nowadays with like headphones that are really bassy, they like to listen to music in their own way. I've met people who like to just who have will like put their hand on a stereo if they have like a stereo, or just wear like really bassy headphones, and they really enjoy listening to music that way. um, Marley Matlin, who was in Coda and on Switch at Birth, and she's probably the most famous deaf actress. Period. I love her. She talks about how she loves. Ooh, who, was it? Um, was it Bruce Springsteen that she said she really loved? She said she really loved a certain artist's music, and she got to tell them how much she loved their music, which I thought was cute. Who knows who Eric Lindros is? I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. Newts aren't lizards; they're salamanders. True, they are salamanders. I thought Newt was a wizard. LOL. She's a vampire confirmed. No, Newt is the girl from Aliens. Everyone's favorite Hufflepuff. Yeah, they're Hufflepuffs. Everyone knows that. Slappy New Year at some point. It's one of the books in series he never got to publish. I just got that one and Scream of the Haunted Mask in I got them pretty cheap from somebody who was selling them on eBay. eBay is a great if you're collecting books like this or other children's books. Did I just not put the right camera back on? Sorry, I keep doing that, guys. I know it doesn't really matter with this book, but still, it annoys me, and I'm sorry. Yeah, you can feel the music, and apparently it's a pretty cool experience to have. Like, shouldn't be gendered, and I don't ride in Edwardian skirts anymore, right? But today's news: old man convicted of killing kids with radioactive blood. My brother's only 3 years younger, so I don't really. I mean, I kind of remember before he was born, but not really. I would really like it if any of my browsers wanted to run right now. That'd be nice. I'd sure appreciate that, YouTube. I don't know if it's YouTube's fault or my computer's fault or my internet's fault. It could be any of the three, honestly. So lucky she's allowed to ride horses astride within showing instead of side saddle like a proper lady. I don't get how anyone can ride side saddle. I have respect. It's gotta be hard. It's not for sale. Why have it in the store? Exactly. I have no idea. are you gonna make me sign in again? Hang on, guys. Sorry. When I log in on like a just like a YouTube tab that I'm not logged in on, I swear I see the most insane things on the like suggested. I'm just like, what the hell? But I did sign in. I'm so confused. Anyway, we're just gonna have to deal with it. Sorry, guys. An only child and being the second child of my mother. One of my really good friends have oh yeah, always technical difficulties, but I'd rather them be technical difficulties that I'm dealing with than you guys are having to deal with the brunt of. I was saying, oh yeah, I have a friend who has siblings that are much older. So she basically grew up as an only child, even though she's one of 3. Not in the store, then the plot won't happen. Yeah, true. Hey, misfiring. Apparently some people are using the platform to share. Oh, yeah. I've heard that Patreon has some pretty non-existent or flawed, at least, ways of dealing with that kind of shit. It's gross. And I was the spoiled youngest until my little sister came along. Hi, Avery. How do you? I do good. It's truly very disturbing, yeah. Sometimes things happen and you're just like, wow, people really do suck. Like, really do suck sometimes. Stream's been good tonight. Stream's been good. I'm glad that you guys haven't had that much of an issue. I'm having an issue with my browser, but that's not, that big of a deal, honestly, because I can monitor here. So it's not like I'm going dark, but it would be nice, being able to see the stream dash while I'm streaming, luxury. I'm an only child. It's good and bad. I feel a lot more alive now. I was feeling very tired and like off, but I guess I was just hungry. We've behaved ourselves for the most part, which is good. Yeah. Number 3, monster blood. The description says number 2, stay to the basement. Does it? Wait. Did I not change the description? Shit. Sorry, guys. That's confusing. Oh, shit. I know what I did. I did an ADHD thing. Let me read the next chapter and then I'll fix it. Sorry, guys. Oh, it's just the first line of the description. That's the only one. That makes sense. Yeah. Sorry. I'll fix it after. All right. Chapter 8. The substance inside the can was bright green. It shimmered like jello in the light from the ceiling picture. Touch it, Andy said. But before Evan had a chance, she reached a finger in and poked it. It's cold, she said. Touch it. It's really cold. Evan poked it with his finger. It was cold, thicker than jello, heavier. He pushed his finger beneath the surface. When he pulled his finger out, it made a loud sucking noise. Gross, Andy said. Evan shrugged. I've seen worse. I'll bet it glows in the dark, Andy said, hurrying over to the light to switch the light switch by the door. It looks like the green that glows in the dark. She turned off the ceiling light, but late afternoon sunlight still poured in through the window. Curtains. Try the closet, she instructed excitedly. Evan carried the can into the closet and followed. Oh, good, I have the right camera on. And closed the door. Yuck, mothballs, she cried. I can't breathe. The monster blood definitely glowed in the dark. A circular ray of green light seemed to shine from the can. Wow, that's way cool, Andy said, holding her nose to keep out the pungent aroma of the mothballs. I've had other stuff that did this, Evan said, more than a little disappointed. It was called alien stuff or yucky glop, something like that. Well, if you don't want it, I'll take it, Andy replied. I didn't say I didn't want it, Evan said quickly. Let's get out of here, Andy begged. Evan pushed open the door, and they rushed out of the closet, slamming the door shut behind them. Both of them sucked in fresh air for a few seconds. Phew, I hate that smell, Evan declared. He looked around to see Andy had taken a handful of monster blood from the can. She squeezed it in her palm. It feels even colder outside the can, she said, grinning at him. Look, when you squeeze it flat, it pops right back. Yeah, it probably bounces too, Evan said. Unimpressed? I mean, you picked it out, Evan. I don't know why you're complaining about it. Try bouncing against the floor. All those things bounce like rubber. Andy rolled the glob of monster blood into a ball and dropped it to the floor. It bounced back up in her hand. She bounced it a little harder. This time, it rebounded against the wall and went flying out of the bedroom door. Bounces really well, she said, chasing it into the hall. Let's see if it stretches. She grabbed it with both hands and pulled, stretching it into a long string. Sorry, guys. Yup, it stretches too. Big deal, Evan said. That stuff I had before bounced and stretched really well too. I thought this stuff was going to be different. It says it stays cold, even after it's been in your hand, Andy said, returning to the room. Why did you think it was going to be different? Evan glanced at the wall and noticed a dark, round stain by the floorboard. Uh-oh. Look, Andy, that stuff stains. And toss it around, she suggested. Okay, he agreed. We'll go out back. That way Trigger won't be so lonely. Evan held out the can and Andy replaced the ball with monster blood. Then they headed down the stairs and out to the backyard, where they were greeted by Trigger, who acted as if they'd been away for at least 20 years. The dog finally calmed down and sat down in the shade of a tree, panting noisily. Good boy, Evan said softly. Take it easy, old fella. Andy reached into the can and pulled out a green glob. Then Evan did the same. They rolled the stuff in their hands until they had 2 ball-shaped globs. I feel like it would pick up a lot of crap, right? Then they began to play catch with them. It's amazing how they don't lose their shape, Andy said, tossing the green ball high in the air. Evan shielded his eyes from the late afternoon sun and caught the ball with one hand. All this stuff is the same, he said. It isn't so special. Well, I think it's cool, Andy said defensively. Evan's next toss was too high. The green ball of gunk sailed over Andy's outstretched hands. Whoa, Andy cried. Sorry, Evan called. They both stared at the ball as the ball bounced once, twice, then landed right in front of Trigger. Startled, the dog jumped to his feet and lowered his nose to sniff it. No, boy, Evan called. Leave it alone, boy. As disobedient as ever, Trigger lowered his head and licked the glowing green ball. No, boy, drop! Evan called, alarmed. He and Andy both lunged towards the dog, but they were too slow. Trigger picked up the ball of monster blood in his teeth and began chewing it. No, Trigger! Evan shouted. Don't swallow it! Trigger swallowed it. Oh no! Andy cried, balling her hands into fists at her side. Now there isn't enough left for us to share. But that wasn't what was troubling Evan. He bent down and pried apart the dog's jaws. The green glob was gone, swallowed. Stupid dog, Evan said softly, releasing the dog's mouth. He shook his head, a troubling thought poured into his mind. What if the stuff makes Trigger sick? Evan wondered. What if the stuff is poison? Yikes. Bye-bye, dog. Oh, God. And here we go. All right, at least it seems to be showing my stream. Am I going to get to see chat? There we go. Whoops. 0 of 10, another dead dog. Chat after dark time. Oh, God. Get that dog to the vet now. 911. I wonder what color monster blood is when it doesn't react to oxygen. I don't know. I'm picturing it as green, right? Or you mean like before the thing opens? That's an interesting thought. I hadn't thought of that. Best blood. Vulcans have green blood? Yes, they do. I know that from Natasha. The label barely says anything, yeah. Why did he think it would be so exciting, LOL? That's what I said. See, I said it was radioactive, right? And here the innuendos roll in. No, God, no. Not that. Not again. Basically, it's gack. Yes, it's gack. Or, like, slime or whatever. Although I'm sure this one isn't just that. I'm sure it's also going to kill somebody. Jello. Sorry, I'm going silent reading chat. Uh, it's Oobleck from the Dr. Seuss book. We made Oobleck in grade school. Although Oobleck turns liquid when you pick it up, so I guess it's not that. To the green bastard, like from Trailer Park Boys. My brain does that a lot. I guess it's the ADHD. That's why I tend to trip myself up on sentences, I guess. It tends to autofill words before it actually knows what the correct word is. I like that everybody's cheering on the demise of this fictional dog, and meanwhile, Hannah's just being the one that's like, get the dog to the vet, caring about the dog. Dog not made into pie, but something does happen. Poor dog. They become hungry. Oh, God. Probably. I don't actually know if Derp Rex, but I guess we'll see in a second. Took 8 chapters to get the ball rolling on this book. It's a bit of a slog, yes. It's interesting because everybody says this is the only good Monster Blood book, right? So, like, what if we at the end of our independent review decide that it's not? What if we cause that kind of uproar? I like having contentious opinions that I can defend logically. Books and animals getting hurt. I don't know. I think it's a way for kids horror to be scary without being like overly dark, I guess. But I don't know. I find it pretty dark. Even gross. So I don't understand the popularity of slime as a toy. Yeah, I don't know. Slime doesn't like as a thing doesn't creep me out, but like I just don't really get how you would not be bored with it after like 2 seconds. I don't know. Scariest thing for children, I guess. Yeah. Uh, no, Cameron. The poor dog has done nothing. What's that gonna do? It's monster blood. To be fair, that is correct. Playing with fire here. Itself. I mean, if somebody in chat says something that the automatic sensors pick up, which it really only picks up like the things that it shouldn't, it's very inconsistent and not a great system. Um, you'll just get flagged, and sometimes I have to manually approve comments. People don't really get banned unless you piss off a creator or a moderator. So don't, because I've already had to shadow ban people, or one person. I've had to shadow ban one person, and I did not like it. Don't make me shadow ban anybody. Seriously, the only one concerned. The dog is going to be a monster-like creature. Oh my god, like Pet Cemetery. I love chaos for breakfast. some pitchforks time. Look, I would take the dog to the vet IRL, but also I have accepted that this author is 100% going to kill the dog like he has previously. Oh, God. 1 through 7 dogs. Oh, God, is there more dog death to come? Oh, gosh. Sometimes when the kids want me to play slime with them, I feel physically ill. LMAO. Oof. God, what has the dog done to us? Oh, it's morbid. Why are you assuming the dog is dead? The dog's probably fine. And kind of like a more versatile stress ball. That is true, because I do love stress balls. When I'm very anxious, stress balls, I do get that. So yeah, I haven't ever thought of using like the slime that kids play with as like that, but that's smart. Be prepared with the first dummy book with dogs. Oh God. Let's see how the dog is. We collect weird sense of humor. Yeah. Try to redirect from slime into artistic play. Glitter glue. Good way to make that. Yeah. My thing with slime is it just like it gets dirty after you handle it and then it gets gross. Like it's especially gross after you've like had it for a little while. Shh, no spoilers. We're all invested into this more than we were into, I don't know, insert popular show that's been on recently. Chapter 9. Wait, let me get a sip of my drink first. You guys see how ridiculous this mug is? It's a Baymax mug and it's absolutely adorable, but it is ridiculously gigantic. I'm stuck in my hair. Ooh. Are we gonna bake that pie today? Evan asked his aunt, writing the question on a pad of lined yellow paper he had found on the desk in his room. Finally. Kat question while adjusting her black ponytail. Her face was as white as cake flour in the morning, sunlight filtering through the kitchen window. Pie? What pie? She replied coldly. Evan's mouth dropped open. He decided not to remind her. Go play with your friends, Catherine said, still coldly, petting Sarabeth's head. As the black cat walked by the breakfast table, why do you want to stay inside with an old witch? It was 3 days later. Evan had tried to be friendly with his aunt, but the more he tried, the colder she had become. She's mean. She's really mean, he thought, as he ate the last spoonful of cereal from his bowl of... Oh, somebody drew with a pencil on here. Shredded wheat. That was the only cereal she had. Evan struggled to choke it down every morning. Even with milk, the cereal was so dry, and she wouldn't even let him put sugar on it. Oh, the horror. Looks like it might rain, Catherine said, and took a long sip of the strong tea she had brewed. Her teeth clicked noisily as she drank. Evan turned... Oh, some of us have TMJ, it happens. Evan turned his eyes to the bright sunlight outside the window. What made her think it was going to rain? He glanced back at her, seated across from him at the small kitchen table for the first time. He noticed the pendant around her neck. It was cream-colored and sort of bone-shaped. It is a bone, Evan decided. He just decided. He's like, that's a bone, because I said so. He stared hard at it, trying to decide if it was a real bone. From some animals, maybe, or a bone from some animal, maybe, or a bone carved out of ivory. Catching his stare, Catherine reached up with large hand and tugged the pendant inside her blouse. Go see your girlfriend. She's a pretty one, Catherine said. Weird. She took another long sip of tea, again clicking her teeth as she swallowed. Yes, I've got to get out of here, Evan thought. He pushed his chair back, stood up, and carried his bowl to the sink. I can't take much more of this, even, Evan thought miserably. She hates me. She really does. He hurried up the stairs to his room, where he brushed his curly red hair. Staring into the mirror, I forgot until right the second that his hair was red. Staring into the mirror, he thought of the call he had received from his mother the night before. Oh, so now we're going to hear about interesting things. Interesting. She had called right after dinner, and he could tell immediately from her voice that things weren't going well down in Atlanta. "How's it going, Mom?" he asked, so happy to hear her voice, even though she was nearly 1,000 miles away. "Slowly," her mother replied hesitantly, "just like this book." "What do you mean? How's Dad? Did you find a house?" The question seemed to pour out of him like air escaping a balloon. "Whoa, slow down," Mrs. Ross had replied. She sounded tired. "We're both fine, but it's taking a little longer to find a house than we thought. We just haven't found anything we like." "Does that mean," Evan started, "we found one really nice house, very big, very pretty," his mother interrupted, "but the school you go to wasn't very good." "Oh, that's okay. I don't have to go to school," Evan joked. He could hear his father saying something in the background. His mother covered the receiver to reply. "When are you coming to pick me up?" Evan asked eagerly. It took his mother a while to answer. "Well, that's the problem," she said finally. "We may need a few more days down here than we thought." There, Evan, are you okay? Hearing the bad news he'd have to stay he'd have to stay even longer with Catherine had made Evan feel like screaming and kicking of the wall. But he didn't want to upset his mother. He told her he was fine and that he'd made a new friend. His father had taken the phone and offered a few encouraging words. "Hang in there," he said just before ending the conversation. Ah, dads and being unsupportive, a classic of 90s media. "I'm hanging in," Evan had thought glumly. But hearing his parents' voices had made him even more homesick. Now it was the next morning. Putting down his hairbrush, he examined himself quickly in his dresser mirror. He was wearing denim cutoffs and a red Gap t-shirt. Downstairs, he hurried down through the kitchen, where Catherine appeared to be arguing with Sarabeth. I keep wanting to say Sabretooth. It's not Sabretooth. Sorry. Um, Ran out the back door, then jogged to the backyard to get Trigger. "Hey, Trigger." But the dog was asleep, lying on his side in the center of his run, gently snoring. "Don't you want to go to Andy's house?" Evan asked quietly. Hmm. Trigger stirred but didn't open his eyes. "Okay, see you later," Evan said. He made sure Trigger's water bowl was filled. Then he headed to the front of the house. He was halfway down the next block, walking slowly, thinking about his parents so far away in Atlanta, when a boy's voice called, "Hey, you!" And the two boys stepped onto the sidewalk in front of him, blocking his way. Startled, Evan stared from one boy to the other. They were twins, identical twins. Both were big, beefy guys with short, white blonde hair and round, red faces. They were both wearing dark t-shirts with the names of heavy metal bands on the front, baggy shorts, and high-top sneakers, untied without socks. Evan guessed they were about 14 or 15. I'm picturing that kid Ice from the first Hocus Pocus movie, but just carbon copied into two. "You?" one of them asked menacingly. Narrowing his pale gray eyes, trying to act tough, both twins moved closer, forcing Evan to take a big step back. "These guys are twice my size," Evan realized, feeling a wave of fear sweep over him. "Are they just acting tough, or do they really mean to give me trouble?" I'm staying with my aunt," he stammered, shoving his hands into his pockets and taking another step back. The twins flashed each other quick grins. "You can't walk on this block," one of them said, hovering over Evan. "Yeah, you're not a resident," the other added. "That's a big word," Evan cracked, then immediately wished he hadn't said it. Why can't I ever keep my big mouth shut?" he asked himself. His eyes surveyed the neighborhood, searching for someone who might come to his aid in case the twins decided to get rough. But there was no one in sight. Front doors were closed, yards were empty. Way down the block, he could see a mailman heading the other way, too far away to shout to. No one around, no one to help him. And the two boys, their faces set, their eyes still menacing, began to move on to him. Move in on him. There we go. That's what I meant to say. Well, I'm dead. Yeah. Hmm. These are probably the best pies in London. Dog flavored, Mr. Todd. Oh god. Gosh. Bubble out of the dog's butt. Oh god. I don't think you were flagged, Fourth Doctor. If you were flagged, you wouldn't be still able to be commenting. It'd be making me pre-approve everything you commented. 9 chapters in, and we're only starting to get some interesting stuff here. We probably have like 3-ish chapters left. I mean, we have... No, we're almost halfway. We're making slow progress because the chapters are, like, there's less happening, so we're reading at a slower pace. But also, yeah, this is just a very poorly paced book. I have to disagree with the masses that this can't be the best Monster Blood book. It can't be. Huge on pie. I feel we've all just been so traumatized already by these books, we just written off good things happening as an option. Yeah. Oh, that song is in my head. I can't hear it without thinking of Black Widow and Stranger Things simultaneously. Else after this, yeah. Be more worried about his dog. I feel like, yeah, I would be too. Sabertooth as Sarabeth in Monster Blood. Slowly dying from being poisoned in the monster blood. The ingredients pie are almost ready. Oh god. It's been Sabertooth, yeah. This kid is meeting Eddie Munson. I guess so. Ice, yeah. Thou shalt not gatekeep. We need that on a t-shirt. Running. Oh, geez, there's a Trunk series. Great, 2 basic twin bullies, yeah. I am thinking of the twins from The Shining. Stay with us, Danny. You know you. They're superiors to these two. Hey, Paula, good to see you. Slow to a crawl like slime, yeah. The best of the worst, yeah. The best I fear for the others. Oh god, it's the best of the worst. Oh, Daniel. Oh no. This actually is the best Monster Blood book. The Monster Blood series is not the best. Yikes. So here's the thing. I would just kill for something to happen so far in this book. Like, I just want stuff to happen. That's all I want. Saying Monster Blood isn't that great. Yeah, it's not a favorite. People say Sarabeth is a witch. Acting like a bitch. The witches are back, the bitches are back, you know. Let's see. Chapter 10. Please, dear God, let something happen. Excuse me. Like, hiccupy. I'm also trying to drink my tea with lemon in it. Peach tea with lemon in it, in case anybody's wondering. Think you're going? One of the twins asked. His hands were balled into fists at his sides. He stepped closer until he was just an inch or two from Evan. forcing Evan to take a few steps back. To see a friend, Evan replied uncertainly. Maybe these guys were just bluffing. Not allowed, the twin said quickly, grinning at his brother. They both snickered and moved towards Evan, forcing him back off the curb onto the street. You're not a resident, the other one repeated. He narrowed his eyes, trying to look tough. These feel like modern-day Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Hey, give me a break, guys, Evan said. He tried moving to the side, walking on the street to get around them, but they both moved quickly to keep him from getting away. Maybe you could pay a toll, one of them said. Yeah, the other one quickly chimed in. You could pay the non-resident tolls, to get temporary permission for walking on this block. I don't have any money, Evan said, feeling his fear grow. He suddenly remembered he had $8 in his pocket. Were they going to rob him? Would they beat him up and then rob him? You have to pay the toll, one of them said, leering at him. Let's just see what you've got. They both moved quickly forward, making a grab for him. He backed away, his legs suddenly feeling heavy from fear. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the sidewalk. Hey, what's going on? Evan raised his eyes past the two hulking boys to see Andy speeding toward them on her bike along the curb. Evan, hi, she called. The twins turned away from Evan to greet the new arrival. Hi, Andy, one of them said in a mocking tone. Hi, Andy, I guess is how they said it. How's it going, Andy? The other one asked, imitating his brother. Andy braked her bike and dropped both feet to the ground. She was wearing bright pink shorts and a yellow sleeveless undershirt top. Her face was red, her forehead beaded with perspiration from pedaling so hard. You two, she said, and made an unpleasant face. Rick and Tony. Rick and Tony? Why is that? Now I'm just thinking of Rick and Morty. She turned to Evan. Were they getting on your case? Well, Evan started hesitantly. We were welcoming him to the neighborhood, the one named Rick said, grinning at his brother. Tony started to add something, but Andy interrupted. Well, leave him alone. Are you his mother? Tony asked, snickering. He turned to Evan and made goo-goo baby noises. We'll leave him alone, Rick said, stepping toward Andy. We'll borrow your bike and leave him alone. No way, Andy said heatedly. But before Andy could move, Rick grabbed the handlebars. Let go, Andy cried, trying to pull the bike from his grip. Rick held tight. Tony shoved Andy hard. She lost her balance and fell, and the bike toppled over on top of her. Oh! Andy uttered a low cry as she hit her head on the concrete curb. She lay sprawled on the curb, her hands flailing, the bike on top of her. Before she could get up, Tony reached down and grabbed the bike away. He swung over the seat and began to pedal furiously. Wait up, his brother called, laughing as he ran alongside. In seconds, the twins had disappeared around the corner with Andy's bike. Andy, are you okay? Evan cried, hurrying to the curb. Are you okay? Grabbed Andy's hand and pulled her to her feet. She stood up groggily, rubbing the back of her head. I hate those creeps, she said. She brushed the dirt and grass off her shorts and legs. Ow, that hurt. Who are they? Evan asked. The Bamer twins, she asked, making a disgusted face. Real heavy-duty dude, she added sarcastically. She checked her leg to see if it was cut. It was just scraped. They think they're so cool, but they're total creeps. What about your bike? Should we call the police or something, Evan asked? No need, she said quietly, brushing back her dark hair. I'll get it back. They've done this before. They'll leave it somewhere when they're finished. But shouldn't we? Evan started. They just run wild, Andy interrupted. There's no one home to check up on them. They live with their grandmother, but she's never around. Did they give you a hard time? Evan nodded. I was afraid I was going to have to pound them, he joked. Andy didn't laugh. I'd like to pound them, she said angrily, just once. I'd like to pay them back. They pick on all the kids in this neighborhood. They think they can do whatever they want because they're so big and because there are two of them. A little bit more tape on the front of this. It's kind of hard to hold on to. Your knee is cut, Evan said, pointing out. I better go home and clean it up, she replied. I thought it was just scraped. Did it start bleeding? Rolling her eyes disgustedly. See you later, okay? I have to go somewhere this afternoon, but maybe we can do something tomorrow. She headed back to her house, rubbing the back of her head. Evan returned to Catherine's, walking slowly, thinking about the Bamer twins, daydreaming about fighting them, imagining himself beating them to a pulp in a fight as Andy watched, cheering him on. Catherine was dusting the front room. Is this what would be qualified as toxic masculinity? Catherine was dusting the front room as Evan entered. She didn't look up. He headed quickly to the stairs to his room. Now what am I going to do? He wondered, pacing back and forth. The blue container of monster blood caught his eye. He walked over to the bookshelf and picked up the can from the middle shelf. He pulled it off the lid. The can was nearly full. I guess Trigger didn't eat that much, he thought, feeling a little relieved. Trigger! He'd forgotten all about him. The poor dog must be hungry. Putting down the monster blood, Evan bombed down the stairs, leaning against the banister and taking the stairs 3 at a time. Then, running full out, he practically flew to the dog run at the back of the yard. Trigger, hey! Trigger! He called. Halfway across the backyard, Evan could see that something was wrong. Uh-oh. Trigger's eyes bulging. Trigger's eyes were bulging. His mouth was wide open, his tongue flailing rapidly from side to side. White spittle running down his chin hair onto the ground. Trigger! The dog was gasping hoarsely, each breath desperate, difficult struggle. He's choking, Evan realized. As Evan reached the dog run, Trigger's eyes rolled back and the dog's legs collapsed under him, his stomach still heaving, the air filled with his loud, hideous gasps. Okay. All right. Hi, guys. How we doing? Wow, that was a lot. That went from 1 to 15 really quick. Each T, fulfilling the Georgia stereotype. Of course. I guess this is the book where Stein dissects horror that isn't really horror, but technically counts as horror. It's like The Blob. Like, it's very, Cameron said it too earlier. It's very similar to like The Blob. Not to be confused with The Blob That Ate Everyone, which is a completely different book in this series. Slow plot. The snail's pace of the story is so slow, it's deadly. For this one is definitely the slowest out of the 3 we've read. I feel bad complaining about the pacing in our review of Welcome to Dead House, because at least we were like in the thick of the story at this point of the book. And yes, in case anybody's wondering, I was already planning to stay on and read this in one stream because I can read these in one stream, but I definitely don't want to designate a second stream to finishing this one. Wait until something bad happens at this point, like we need something. Batman v Superman. Pay the toll. Toll troll. What the hell are boo-boo baby noises? Like, I guess like, I don't know. Baby noises. Google gaga baby noises. Stream with 99% procrastination. Sorry about that. I'll get back to it. Hello. Basilius of Stupendonia. How's it going? We're reading Monster Blood. It's clearly the slowest paced one out of all of them. Hang on 1 second. I'll do that later. Anyway, I was gonna go get tape for it because it's bothering me. Foreshadowing. Yeah. This is the reason why I don't remember this book. OMG, I actually missed the plant porn. Don't we all? Them twins should have stopped being D-bags a little sooner, eh? R.I.P. doggy. I know, all of a sudden we got really intense. Still kicking the bullies' butts isn't toxic masculinity, honestly. Didn't know. He needed it to plot, yeah. 0 of 10 for graphic description of dog death, yeah. From dogs eating slime to making pies and back dogs eating, yeah. Dead dog. 12 out of 10 for dead. Guys, we don't root for the dead dog. This is the best of the Monster Blood books. How bad are the other ones? I'm hoping that the other ones are just like so ridiculous. I want the other ones to be like so incredibly like stupid that I'm just sitting here laughing the entire time because that is more interesting than this. Honestly, sure. It's getting scary now because graphic dog death, but you know, pacing needs some work on this one. Seems I haven't missed much. We're only on chapter 6. No, we're on chapter 11. We're on chapter 11, but you really haven't missed that much because there's not so much. Dog blood, yeah. Not in a can. Oh, God. No, Reagan came back at the wrong time. Oh, no, the poor dog. I made that joke way back in the first ever book reading stream. Wait, which joke? Yeah, the mermaid with human legs. What are women if not just mermaids with legs? Set, according to the fabled Cameron Jim. I like bad stuff, but this so far isn't entertaining enough. I like so bad it's good stuff. Yeah. Mermaids, women. What are they? Mermaids with legs? Yeah. We were joking because, like yesterday's chat. Yeah. Yesterday's chat, we were all changed people because of it. What was I gonna say? Oh, not in yesterday's chat, was it, Ted? No. Cameron said it way back in the first read stream, which was the Nancy Drew read stream, and it was books from 1930, and it's very dated, and among other things, there's just like a bunch of like male cops that are like, women having jobs? What the hell? Bring back Plant Zaddy. Oh God. I don't know how I feel about Plant Zaddy being on the Zaddy list, but I think I have no choice. Mermaids with legs, yeah. All right, let's just get into it. Something's finally happening. Chapter 11. Trigger! No! I need a sip of drink. Sorry. Trigger! No! Evan dived to his knees beside the dog and began to tug at Trigger's collar. The collar, Evan saw, had become way too tight. Oh God. The dog's chest heaved. Thick white spittle flowed from his open mouth. Hold on, boy, hold on, Evan cried. The dog's eyes rolled wildly in his head. He didn't seem to see or hear Evan. Hold on, fella, just hold on. The collar wouldn't budge. It was buried tightly under the dog's fur. His hands shaking, Evan struggled to pull the collar over Trigger's head. Come loose, come loose, come loose, he begged. Yes. Trigger uttered a pained whimper. Oh, as Evan finally managed to pull the collar away. Now we've just gone to, like, horrifying. Wow. Get that dog to the vet now. Tumblr sexy man, yeah. Are you okay? Still panting hard, the dog jumped immediately to his feet. He licked Evan's face appreciatively, covering Evan's cheek with his thick saliva, whimpering as if he understood that Evan had just saved his life. Wait, so he was just being choked by the collar? I'm so confused. Easy boy, easy fella, Evan repeated, but the dog continued to lick him gratefully. Evan hugged the excited dog. This had been a close call. He knew it. If he hadn't come along just then, well, he didn't want to think about it. When Trigger finally calmed down, Evan examined the collar. What made the collar shrink like that, boy? He asked Trigger. The dog had walked over to the fence and was frantically slurping water from his bowl. This is plain weird, Evan thought. The collar couldn't have shrunk. It's made of leather. There was no reason for it to shrink. Then why did it suddenly start choking Trigger? Evan turned to Trigger, studying him as the dog lapped greedily at the water, breathing hard. He turned and glanced back at Evan for a second, then returned to his frantic water slurping. He's bigger, Evan decided. He's definitely bigger. But Trigger was 12 years old, 84 in human years, older than Aunt Catherine. Trigger was too old for a late growth spurt. Oh, old shame, Trigger. It must be my eyes, Evan decided, tossing the collar to the ground. This place must be making me see things. Catherine was at the kitchen door calling Evan to lunch. He poured out a bowl of dry food, shouted goodbye to Trigger, who didn't look up from the water dish, and hurried to the house. This mug has the, on the scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your pain? And I'm just like, poor Trigger. On a scale of 1 to 10, doggo, how would you rate your pain? Put it down and run like hell. Leather can shrink. That's what I thought too. Something is happening at last, yeah. We need Plant Daddy back, yeah. The next morning, an overcast morning with an autumn chill in the air. Evan made his way to Andy's house. He found her huddled under a big maple tree in the neighbor's front yard. What's going on? He called. Then he saw that she was leaning over something, her hands working quickly. Come help me, she cried, not looking up. Evan came jogging over. Whoa, he cried out when he saw that Andy was struggling to free a calico cat that had been tied to the tree trunk. Oh. The cat screeched and swiped its paw at Andy. Andy dodged the claws and continued to pull at the big knots in the rope. The Bamer twins did this. I know it, she said loudly over the shrilly protesting cat. This poor cat was probably tied up here all night. The cat, in panic, shrieked with amazingly human-sounding cries. They do that. Stand still, cat, Evan said as the terrified cat swiped its claws at Andy again. Can I help? One time my dad was on a business call, and the cat was crying in the background, and our cat, Sammy, he had this cry that sounded like a baby crying, and the client that he was on the phone with was like, well, I'll let you get back to the baby, and he's like, it's a cat. It's a cat. Sorry. No, I've almost got it, she replied, tugging at the knot. I'd like to tie Rick and Tony to this tree. Poor, frightened cat, Evan said quietly. There, Andy said triumphantly, pulling the rope loose. The cat gave one last cry of protest, its tail standing straight up. Then it darted away, running at full speed, and disappeared under a tall hedge without looking back. Not very polite, Evan muttered. Andy, what is it supposed to do? Make you tea? She was wearing... Andy stood up and sighed. She was wearing faded denim jeans and a pale green oversized t-shirt that came down nearly to her knees. Don't know what that's like. She lifted the bottom of the shirt to examine a hole in the cat had managed to snag in it. I thought I was about to read a hole in the cat, and I was like, what the fuck? I can't believe these two creeps, she said, shaking her head. Maybe we should call the police or the ASPCA or something, Evan suggested. The twins would just deny it, Andy said glumly, shaking her head. Then she added, and the cat's not a very good witness. They both laughed. Evan led the way back to his aunt's house. All the way back, they talked about how they'd like to teach the Bamer twins a lesson, but neither of them had any good ideas. They found Catherine concentrating on a jigsaw puzzle in the dining room table. She looked up when they entered and squinting at them. You like jigsaw puzzles? I like to keep my mind active, you know? That's why I like puzzles. I like puzzles. Can I do the puzzle? Your mind can get flabby when you get to be my age, 112. She slapped the table gleefully at her own wit. Evan and Andy both flashed her agreeable smiles. Then she returned to her puzzle without waiting for a reply. She's going to drive me bananas, Evan exclaimed. Evan, she'll hear you, Andy protested, cupping a hand over his mouth. I told you, she's completely deaf. She can't hear me. She doesn't want to hear anyone. She hates everyone. I think she's sweet, Andy said. Why does she wear a bone around her neck? Probably thinks it's cool, Evan cracked. Let's go upstairs, Andy urged, pushing him towards the stairs. I feel weird talking about your aunt right in front of her. You're a crazy old coot, Evan called to Catherine, a big smile on his face. Catherine looked up from her puzzle pieces and cast a cold stare his way. She heard you, Andy cried, horrified. Don't be dumb, Evan said, and started up the stairs, nearly tripping over Sarabeth. Up in Evan's room, Andy paced uncomfortably. What do you want to do? Well, we could read some of these great books, Evan said sarcastically, pointing to the dusty old books that lined the walls. Maybe find a spell to cast on the Bamer twins, you know, turn them into newts. Forget about newts, Andy said dryly. Hey, where's the monster blood? Before Evan could answer, she spotted it on one of the shelves. They raced across the room for it. Andy got there first and grabbed the can. Evan, look, she said, her eyes growing wide. with surprise. What's going on? She held up the can. The green gunk had pushed up the lid and was flowing up out of the can. Wait, I'm trying to figure out what I missed. Bring back Plant Zaddy. I can always figure out where I'm supposed to be in chat by the Plant Zaddy comments. It's like trying to find north on a compass. That's it. I'm calling the damn vet, right? Throwback Thursday to the time we all collectively decided we hated a 10-year-old, and it turned out she nearly killed her stepmom. Yep, that was a fun stream. That was one of the Nancy Drew PC game streams. Books I read all the way through. It was good. Interesting. Call PETA. They'll know what to do. In the words of Winifred Sanderson, well, goodbye, doggy. Lightning sound effects, right? Dun dun dun. R.L. Stein, why make me stressed from this book, right? This store owner is giving me evil demon masks in the back room kind of vibes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you're watching this back, yes. Yes. Or if you catch up to this point, yes. The thing that happened so far doesn't even involve monster blood, but a choking dog. Wow, yeah. Poor cat. I know! What monsters? Okay, that's it. I'm really stressed. First a dog and now cat. I know, this is just traumatizing in a different way. It's not like full-on horror. It's just like, oh, animal trauma. Animal abuse trauma. What's going on with all the animal trauma in this book? I have no idea. I forgot what trigger choked on. I missed the last 3 hours. No, you're good. It was yeah, you're good. Choked my own collar at some of the putty. Ate some of the monster blood, grew a little bit, and got choked by his own collar. R.L. Stein, I think, has been going through something since the early 80s, honestly. I guess this book's plants, probably. Since I'm not hey kids, since I'm not legally responsible of you or anything in my store, so here's some weird slime stuff in the back room. Yeah. Don't die. Yeah. Then the most exciting chapter. Glad we got to the excitement 11 chapters in. Yeah. The 80s in a nutshell. LOL. Yeah. Accurate. You like jazz. You like jigsaw puzzles. Side note, by the way, I really do like jigsaw puzzles. It's been a while since I last read this. Yeah, I don't think I've ever read this. Aunt Catherine gives me fake grandma from the visit vibes. I was gonna say that when she dropped him off in the beginning. This is fake grandma from the visit vibes. I don't trust Catherine. Take the ball off her neck, her head will fall off. Die in car accidents or get brain damage from crashing on her life. Video wasn't live when I clicked on it. Oh, no, you're good, you're good, you're good. I just wanted to make sure, if you were way, way behind, I didn't want to trip you out when you got up to this part. To know about all that. Just the review of Deadhouse. Yeah, we need to adjust the review of Deadhouse. Or apologize to it in our review of Monster Blood. Up with chat, but the stream is showing 2-hour-old footage. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, something's happening. That can't be good. LOL, it's my fault. I started the return. No, you're good. Yes, the dog's name is Trigger because you need a trigger warning every time the dog shows up? Maybe. The dog dying or living? I have no idea. Let's just keep going to chapter 12 and get some of my tea. Huh? Did the top break or something? Evan asked. He took the can from her and examined it. Sure enough, the lid had popped off. The gooey green substance was pushing up out of the can. Evan pulled out a handle of the green gunk. A handful of the green gunk, sorry. Weird, he exclaimed. It's expanding, he said, squeezing it in his hand. It's definitely growing. I guess so, Andy exclaimed. It grew right out of the can. Hey, it's not cold anymore, Evan said. He balled it up and tossed it to Andy. It's really warm, she agreed. Weird. Does anybody watch Only Murders in the Building? It's warm now, and that smell is new. She tried to toss it back to him, but it stuck to her palm. It's getting sticky, she reported. Are you sure that it's the same stuff? Of course, Evan replied. But it wasn't sticky before, remember, she said? He pulled another warm hunk of it from the can. I guess it just changes after the can has been opened. He squeezed the stuff into a ball shape and tossed it to the floor. Where does she think he'd get different goo? You know? Look, it stuck to the floor. It didn't bounce. Weird, Andy repeated. Maybe I should throw it in the trash, Evan said, prying the sticky glob from the floor. I mean, what good is it if it doesn't bounce? Hey, no way, Andy said. We've got to see what it does next. A soft mewing sound made them both turn toward the door. Evan was surprised to see Sarabeth standing there, her head cocked, her yellow eyes staring at him. Or was she staring at the glob of monster blood in his hand? That cat looks so intelligent, Andy said. It's as stupid as every other cat. Hey, Evan muttered. The hey was from me, sorry. Screw you, Evan. Cats are great. Look, she wants to play ball with the monster blood. Sorry, cat, Andy said. It doesn't bounce. As if she understood, Sarabeth mewed unhappily, turned and padded silently from the room. You ever feel like your cats just understand you in a creepy way? Now where am I going to keep this stuff? Evan asked. It's too big for its can. Here, how about this? Andy asked. She reached down to a low shelf and came up with an empty coffee can. Yeah, okay. Evan tossed his hunk into the coffee can. Andy squeezed hers into a flat pancake. Look, it isn't glowing the way it used to either, she said, holding the pancake up for Evan to see. But it sure is warm, almost hot. It's alive, Evan screamed playfully. It's alive! Run for your life, it's alive! Andy laughed and began to chase Evan, menacing him with the flat green pancake. Come get your monster blood, come and get it! He dodged away, then grabbed it from her hand. He squeezed it together, balling it up into one hand, then tossed it into the coffee can. They both peered into the can. The green substance filled it up a little more than halfway. Go ahead, taste it, Andy urged. What the fuck, Andy? Poking the can in his face. I dare you. Huh? No way. I double dare you. Evan said, pushing the coffee can back to her. Double darers have to go first, Andy insisted, grinning. Go ahead, taste it. Evan made a disgusted face and shook his head. Then he grabbed a big hunk of it and heaved it at Andy. Laughing, she picked it up off the carpet and tossed it at his face. She threw high, and the green glob stuck to the wall. Evan reached for another hunk. They had a messy, hilarious monster blood battle till dinner time. Then, as they tried to clean up, they both heard Trigger through the open window. He was barking loudly out in his pen. Evan reached the window first. The sky was still gray and overcast. Trigger was leaning on the wooden fence, standing on his hind legs, barking his head off. Whoa, Trigger, Evan called. Chill out. Hey, what's with Trigger? Andy asked. Is your dog still growing? He looks so big. Evan's mouth dropped open as he uttered a silent gasp, realizing that Andy was right. Trigger had nearly doubled in size. We're getting bonus dog because you guys were hating on the dog. It's karma. Can I just say I love looking back at chat and realizing that chat is, like, active? You guys are great. We're just getting somewhere. I bet chapter 12 will have the excitement of a brick expanding. I just want to say Andy and Evan should be pen pals after this. Yeah. It's more because they were handling the slime. Yeah. The wording is getting worse, yeah. Let's just keep going and try to forget about it. And chat gets naughty, yep. I don't like this. I well and truly don't like this. I'm with Ellery. I'm with you, my guy. I well and truly don't like this. That cat was a human. That was another one of the Sanderson victims. I think the cat definitely is a witch. Cats are so good. Oh no, that cat better get away from that stuff. The cat knows better than to touch it. Yep. No cat slander, Evan, right? Oh no, it's thinking. Monster blood, the fruit the slime world. No cat slander, but death to doggy. Is this where we are as a chat? He should have triple dared Andy. Taste it, huh? Freaking knew it. That dog is getting turned into the monster. Clifford prequel. Oh god. The dog is going to explode. Yay. Oh my god. It's the weird slime that may or may not be poison. Andy. Can I taste the rainbow instead, Andy? I don't want to taste the poison slime. Eating monster blood turned people into the Hulk, right? Evan, what the fuck? I mean, they're not dead if that's what you're curious about. Alright. I don't like the self-explanatory innuendo. Trigger is evolving. Trigger evolved into bigger. Yeah. I don't appreciate the amount of dead dogs in these books. So far, the dog isn't dead. To be fair, the dog isn't dead yet. I low-key want to see Hulk, Evan, Hulk smash the twins, right? But I'm to I guess chat likes cat more than dogs. I think we're pretty much cat people in this chat, by and large, I've noticed. But I just love all animals. I don't want the dog to die. What the fuck did the dog do to anybody? Let's just be rational here. We want dead kids. Oh god. The FBI agent watching this, I swear to god, we're talking about fictional books and fictional children that try to kill their fictional stepmoms. You gotta believe me. Let's start what we did yesterday, please. Yes, Stein is a cat person. Yeah, I would assume he gives off cat person vibes. Oh. And has milk mom. Oh. Ding dong, the dog is dead. No one likes dog death. I don't think R.L. Stein is going to include another dead dog, but I also don't remember these books so well, so maybe... Well, all of these books came out in 1992, so it's not like he got to get feedback. Alright, chat's going a little too fast for me to keep up with it and finish this book in a decent time, so I'm just going to keep going. I will check back in with chat in a second. Trigger, come back! Come back! The big dog continued to run, its giant paws thundering against the concrete. Come back! Evan screamed, running with his long, desperate strides, his heart thudding, his legs aching with each step as he tried to catch up with the galloping dog. The night was dark and starless. The street glistened as if it had recently rained. Trigger's paws hit the pavement, each step a loud thunderclap that seemed to echo forever. His giant ears flapped like wings. Twin pennants caught in the wind. His big head bobbed up and down, but he didn't look back. Trigger! Trigger! Evan's voice seemed muffled by the gusting wind, pushed back in his face. He tried shouting louder, but no sound came out at all. He knew he had to stop the dog from running away. He had to catch the dog and then get help. Trigger was growing so fast, completely out of control. He was already the size of a pony and getting larger by the minute. Trigger! Trigger, stop, boy! Trigger didn't seem to hear him. Evan's voice didn't seem to carry beyond the gusting, swirling wind. And even still, Evan ran, his chest pounding, every muscle aching. and he ran, and he suddenly realized that there were others running too. Two large figures in front of the stampeding dog. Two large figures Evan recognized as they fled at full speed, trying to get away from the onrushing animal. The Bamer twins, Rick and Tony. See, this is why we should be mad at Trigger. Trigger was chasing them, Evan suddenly realized. The boys turned a corner onto an even darker street. Trigger followed, bounding after them. Evan continued to run, bringing up the rear of this dark, mysterious parade. All was silent now, except for the steady, rhythmic thunder of Trigger's enormous padded paws. Except for the clap, clap, clap of the Bamer twins' sneakers as they darted along the glistening pavement. Except for the gasp on Evan's breathing as he struggled to keep up. The way that this is like, do you remember on Monk? Nobody knew. Nobody except Shiv. Suddenly, as Evan watched in horror, the dog raised up on his hind legs. He tilted his head to the sky and let out an ear-piercing howl. Not the howl of a dog, a creature howl. And then, Trigger's features began to transform. His forehead burst forward and enlarged. Oh my god. Now I'm invested. His eyes grew wide and round before sinking under the protruding forehead. Fangs slid from the grasping mouth, his gaping mouth, and he uttered another howl to the sky, louder and more chilling than the first. He's a monster! A monster! Evan cried. And woke up. Woke up from his frightening dream. You've got to be fucking kidding me, R.L. Stine. What the fuck? And realized he was in bed, in the study upstairs in Catherine's house. It had all been a dream, a frightening, wild chase of a dream. A harmless dream, except that something still wasn't right. The bed, it felt so uncomfortable, so cramped. Evan sat up, alert, wide awake now, and stared down at his giant feet, his giant hands, and realized how tiny the bed seemed beneath him. Because he was giant now. Because he had grown so huge, so monstrously huge. And when he saw how big he had become, he opened his mouth wide and began to scream. Is it going to be another dream, a dream inside a dream? No, I love dogs. Cats are not pets. They just choose to live with people. Yeah, you don't really own a cat. You just cohabitate with them. Thou must never announce that it is poison, sister. No one will eat it if they think it's deadly. Amateur. What a queen. We love her. I live in Mississippi if the FBI is watching. I am pet people, yes. But Avery, that book isn't fictional, but an actual object. Not too far up, yeah. Yesterday, we wrote erotica about Plant Zaddy. Today, we chant for an innocent dog to die, old dog to die. Jesus Christ. Bookmark for chat here. Thank you. Thank you for bookmark for chat. I just laughed at the fact that cats don't run away. They just actively choose to leave their owners for someone more interesting. Yeah. Whites. There. Yeah. I personally took part in neither of those. That's true. The size of a pony. Doggy gonna go boom boom. Run, bitch, run. Yeah. I like the use of the term ass buns. A lot of things mostly just go, look, YouTube engagement. Yes, I appreciate that. Shower your blessings upon Avery. It does help. It really does help. You guys, it really does help when, because YouTube's like, people are here. For fuck's sake, a dream. Oh, come on. He's turning into the thing. Yeah. That was a dream. We're all disappointed. I just had a thought. What if the dog in the Goosebumps intro is Trigger? I guess it could be, but this Trigger is a Cocker Spaniel. But that would be cool. Is he a golden retriever in the show? I can't remember. Thought it was real. Why? Flips table. Yeah. Double nightmare. Excuse me. What? Why was the whole book not like this? And into a boy and then back into a dog. Interesting. A dream within a dream. Trigger almost turned into the beast. Great road. I honestly don't know what is happening anymore. It went from having no plot to so much plot I can't tell what is happening. There's so much plot. It's like that's too many slices. It's getting to be like that. Part of the chat is rooting for the dog being hurt. Well, I'm just concerned, right? Hannah and I are just over here concerned. Trigger turning into a werewolf would be interesting for the book, yeah. Some Cocker Spaniels are blonde. It depends. This one they said is black. Or yeah, I guess they said he was a black dog. Big old plot sandwich. No. You know what it is? That's what I thought was happening at first, and I got disappointed. Yeah, no, it's like a plot hot pocket. You know how like every bite of a hot pocket is a different temperature? Every page of this book is a different level of intensity. Oh my fucking god, it was a dream inside of a dream. Chapter 14, his screams woke him up. This time he really woke up and realized that the first time he had only dreamed that he was awake. Had only dreamed that he had become a giant. Dreams upon dreams. Was he really awake? Am I dreaming right now? You ever have those moments where you're like, am I dreaming right now? He sat up blinking, rubbed his eyes, struggled to focus, dripping with sweat, his blankets tossed to the floor, his pajamas damp, clinging to his prickly skin. Nothing seemed familiar. It took a while to shake off the dream, to remember where he was, that he was in his room at Catherine's. Awake now. Is he? His normal size. Is he? Tossed by the wind, the curtains brushed over him, then were noisily sucked out the window. Evan sat up and, still feeling shaky, peered out the window. They used the word window twice really quickly. Wisps of gray clouds floated over a pale half moon. Trees tossed and whispered in the cool night wind. Only a dream. A frightening dream. A dream on top of a dream. He could see Trigger, sound asleep, curled up on himself, pressed against the fence wall. Trigger wasn't a monster, but he definitely was bigger, Evan saw. Maybe there's something wrong with him. A troubling thought pushed its way into Evan's mind as he stared down at the sleeping dog. Maybe it's glands or something. Maybe he's eating too much, or maybe... Evan yawned. He realized he was too sleepy to think clearly. Maybe the next morning he'd see if there was a vet in town. Yawning again, he started to settle back into bed, but something caught his eye. The coffee can on the bookshelf, the can where he had stored the monster blood. Hey, he cried aloud. The green gunk was bubbling, quivering up over the top of the coffee can. If you air fry a Hot Pocket, it's a consistent temperature? Wait, what? Oh, I need to air fry a Hot Pocket now. Damn, now I want Hot Pockets. OMG, for fuck's sake, yeah. R.L. Stein had to make sure the kids understood the fake out LMAO, yeah. Stupid plot and these fake twists, yeah. Are we dreaming this book? It feels like a fever dream, doesn't it? All we see and all we see, but a dream within a dream, yes. If we shadows have offended, think but this and all is mended, that you did but slumber here while these visions did appear. He'll get a weird dog like in Cursed, maybe. What is a book? Nothing but paper and ink with knowledge of past generations. Ooh, I like that, actually. New tagline for Monster Blood. It'll make your blood boil. I like that. All the books are this bad in the Monster Blood saga. I can see where all the complaints come from. Just saying. Just saying. This one does have the bumpiness, though. I like that it has the bumpiness. All right, I'm just plugging right along. Moving right along. That's not tune. Moving right along from the Muppet movie. Chapter 15. Your dog seems to be quite healthy for his age. Dr. Forrest scratched Trigger gently under the chin. Look at all that white hair. Look at all the white hairs, he said, bringing his face down to close to the dog's. You're a good old dog, aren't you? They brought him to a vet, finally. Trigger licked the doctor's hand appreciatively. Dr. Forrest grinned, pushing his black eyeglasses up onto his narrow nose, the ceiling light reflecting off of his shiny forehead. He wiped his hand on the front of his white lab coat. Evan and Andy stood across from Trigger in the small, brightly lit office. They had both been tense during the long examination the vet had given the dog, but now, hearing the doctor's verdict, they had relaxed expressions on their faces. The 12-year-olds know how to take the dog to the vet by themselves. Okay. So you think it's just a late growth spurt? Evan repeated. Dr. Forrest nodded, returning to his desk in the corner. Highly unusual, he said softly, leaning over the desk to write on a note on a pad. Highly unusual. Well, get a lab report we'll get a lab report in 3 or 4 days. It may tell us more, but the dog seems very healthy to me. I really wouldn't be alarmed. But do Cocker Spaniels usually get this big? Evan asked, leaning down to scratch Trigger under the chin. The leash looped loosely in his hand. Trigger wanted to leave. He pulled towards the door. Evan stood up and tugged hard on the leash to keep the dogs in place. It took all of his strength. Trigger was not only bigger, but he was much stronger than he had been a few days before. No, not usually, the vet replied. That's why I took the hormone tests and the blood and glandular samples. Maybe the lab will have an answer for us. He finished writing and tore the sheet off the pad. Here, he said, handing the paper to Evan. I wrote down the name of a good dog food. Put Trigger on this and see that he cuts down on his between meal snacks. He chuckled at his own joke. They're not thinking at all about the weird substance that the dog ate. Like, that's just not a thing that they're thinking. Well, Firefox is not responding. Cool. Cool. I love that. Love that it's not responding. Hang on, guys. Sorry. Sorry. I'll go back. Evan is kind of dumb. Yes. It held Milo for review for saying dumb. Interesting. Where was I? Sorry. Finished writing. Oh, in between meal snacks. Yeah. Evan thanked the doctor and allowed Trigger to pull him out of the office. Andy jogged after them. In the waiting room outside, a tiny chihuahua cowered behind the couch, whimpering at the sight of the big Cocker Spaniel. I'm glad to be out of there, Evan exclaimed as they stepped out to the sidewalk. Sorry, I'm having trouble sitting still. Hope that's not annoying to watch. Trigger got a very good report, Andy said reassuringly, petting Trigger's head. Hey, look! His head is wider than my hand. He's nearly as big as a sheepdog, Evan said miserably. And Dr. Forrest says he's perfectly okay. What are the parents going to think when they get back? Don't exaggerate, Andy scolded. She glanced at her watch. I mean, he's not exaggerating. I don't think that's exaggerating. Oh, no, I don't believe it. Late for my piano lesson. Again, piano lessons are murder? Isn't that? Piano lessons can be murder? That's a later book. Anyway. Mom will kill me. She waved goodbye, turned, and ran full speed down the sidewalk, nearly colliding with an elderly couple coming slowly out of the small grocery store on the corner. Damn kids. Let's go, boy, Evan said, thinking about what Dr. Forrest had said. Tugging the leash, he headed out of the small 3-block town. Despite the vet's assurances, Evan was still plenty worried about Trigger. He stopped outside the grocery. Maybe an ice cream pop will help cheer me up. He tied Trigger, his leash, to the red fire hydrant across from the grocery store. Stay, he instructed. Trigger, ignoring Evan, struggled to pull free. I'll only be a second, Evan said. and hurried into the store. There were 3 or 4 people in the store, and it took a bit longer than Evan had expected. When he returned to the sidewalk 10 minutes later, he discovered that the Bamer twins busily untying Trigger. "Hey, let go!" he cried angrily. They both turned toward him, identical grins on their beefy faces. "Look what we found," one of them teased. The other one successfully untied the leash from the hydrant. "Hand me that," Evan insisted, holding his chocolate ice cream bar in one hand, reaching for the leash handle with the other. The Bamer twins held the leash handle out to Evan. They quickly snapped it back out of his reach. "Gotcha!" The brothers laughed gleefully and slapped each other a high five. "Stop fooling around," Evan insisted. "Hand me the leash." "Finders keepers," one of them said. "Isn't that right, Tony?" "Yeah," Tony replied, grinning. "It's an ugly dog, but it's our ugly dog now." "Get your own..." Sorry, that was kind of funny. "Get your own dog, wimp." "Be a real man. Find your own beads." Sorry. "Get your own dog, wimp," Rick said nastily. He stepped forward and punched the ice cream bar out of Evan's hand. It landed on the sidewalk with a plop. Jesus Christ. The brothers started to laugh, but their laughter was cut short as Trigger suddenly uttered a low warning growl. Uh-oh. Pulling back his lips, he bared his teeth, and his growl became a snarl. "Hey!" Rick cried, dropping the leash. With a loud, angry roar, Trigger reared up and pounced on Rick, forcing him to stagger backwards to the curb. Tony had already started to run, his sneakers pounding the pavement noisily as he headed full speed past the vet's office, past the post office, and kept going. "Wait up! Hey, Tony, wait up!" Rick stumbled, stood up, and took off after his brother. Evan grabbed for Trigger's leash and missed. "Trigger, whoa, stop!" The dog took off after the fleeting twins, barking angrily, his enormous paws thudding loudly on the pavement. Picking up speed, he closed in on them. No, Evan thought, finding himself frozen there in the corner in the front of the grocery. No, 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 this can't be happening. It's my dream. It's coming true? Evan shuddered, remembering the rest of his dream, remembering how he, too, grew until he was twice his size. Would that part of the dream also come true? Yeah, fuck the dog. I'm just worried about myself. I'm Evan. Bum, 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 bum. Where am I? There's no way this book is real. That's how I feel with a lot of Goosebumps books. Lots of Blood wasn't as good of a story as I remembered. I'm curious. I'm curious as to see if the other ones, I know everybody says the other ones are worse, and I believe them, but is it like it's a worse in a more ridiculous way? Because if it's worse in a more ridiculous way, I have hope for those. He ate the monster blood. He's turning into Hulk Dog. Carl couldn't write a home run every time. Sometimes he could have done. You know, he's written hundreds of these books, you know? None of them, no one bats 1,000, you know? For two being better. How did the 11-year-old get to a vet? Who drove him? Surely they can't allow children to go to the vet without at least an adult, right? There, I said something nice. If you're in a small enough town. Yeah, in 1992, they probably would let it slide. He ate the monster blade soaring into Hulk Dog. Um, I'm going to say, is my Dachshund ate a roach trap and I called poison control, right? Is your Dachshund okay? About the vet, yeah. In writing of the book reveals itself. Final vote for the number of stars are probably going to be all over the place. Probably. And the child setup. I'm feeling a 2-star right now at this point. It's mostly just a lot of animal violence and less plot. And I keep hoping that the next chapter is going to be more. So far, we're not getting a whole lot. But, you know. Yeah, we're gonna finish soon. We've got less. We've only got, what do we have left? I'm gonna spoil myself. Yeah, we're getting there. Got like 45 pages left, I think. Yeah, it's about, wait, math. No, 55 pages left. Kill a fucking dog. That's it. Call the police on them. Yeah. It was the 90s. There were no laws back then. It was the Wild West. You could smoke in a McDonald's. The vet clinic is to this day walk-ins, no appointments in my hometown. Yeah, I mean, I live in a big city, so they recommend that you make an appointment, but you can just walk in. Ah, the memories. So old and hasn't been renovated for so long. There's still signs up for the non-smoking section. That's funny. 90s were a simpler time. Came for a Goosebumps book. I'm getting Inception. Right? I'm just having a mind fuck right now. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, when you read Goosebumps as an adult, you get more of like a mind fuck than anything else. You're not like, oh boy, my dog's gonna turn into a monster. You're just like, what the fuck? Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry I brought it up. I was horrified by the idea of the roach trap being ingested. And promising on paper. Hurts string wheels. It was normal, right? If you didn't. Yeah, exactly. People used to smoke in hospitals. Can't believe this is considered a classic. Nostalgia does weird things to your brain, man. It's like a drug. Okay, I'm going to continue. Let me get a sip of my drink. That afternoon, about an hour before dinner time, Evan called Andy. Can I come over? He asked. I have a small problem. Sounds like a big problem, Andy said. Yeah, okay, a big problem, Evan snapped impatiently. I'm not in the mood to kid around, okay? Okay, sorry, Andy replied quickly. Any sign of Rick and Tony? They're not your problems, they're not your problems, are they? This is written in the third person too. $10 Billy Jim cigarettes. Oh my gosh. The best character is back. Oh, Andy? Yeah, Andy's back. Andy's easily the only one that said anything interesting so far. Not at the moment, he told her. I told you they were gone by the time I caught up with Trigger. Disappeared, vanished. Trigger was still barking his head off. Somehow I dragged him home and got him in his pen. Did he eat them? I hope so. So what's your problem? She asked. I can't tell you. I have to show you, he said. I'll be right there. Bye. He hung up the phone and hurried down the stairs, carrying the bucket. And her back to him, chopping away at something with her big butcher knife. Evan hurried past and darted out the door. Andy's house was a modern redwood ranch style with a low hedge of evergreen running along the front. Her dad, she said, was a fanatic about the lawn. It was clipped a perfect inch and a half above the ground, smooth as a carpet, and flower gardens stretched along the front of the house, tall orange and yellow tiger lilies bobbing in the gentle breeze. Oh, my battery's running low. That's good. I'll plug it in and see if it actually wants to charge now. Sorry, guys. There we go. The front door was open. Evan knocked on the screen door. "What's with the bucket?" was Andy's greeting as she let him in. "Look," he said, out of breath from running all the way to her house. He held up the aluminum bucket he had taken from Catherine's garage. "Oh, wow," Andy exclaimed, raising her hands, her face as she stared into it wide-eyed. "Yeah, wow," he repeated sarcastically. "The monster blood. It's grown again. Look, it's almost filled this big bucket. What are we going to do?" "What do you mean, we?" Andy teased, leading him into the den. I have this giant glowing, growing, slime, and also my dog ate some of it, and now he's growing. These two things can't be connected at all." "Not funny," he muttered. "You didn't want to share it," she insisted. "I'll share it now," he said eagerly. "In fact, do you want it? I'll give it to you for a bargain price. Free." He held the bucket toward her. "Uh-uh." Andy shook her head, crossing her arms in front of her chest. "Put it down, will you?" She pointed to the corner behind the red leather couch. "Put it over there. It's giving me the creeps." "Giving you the creeps?" Evan cried. "What am I going to do? Every time I turn around, it grows some more. It's growing faster than It's growing faster than Trigger." "Hey," they both cried at once. Both had the same thought, the same frightening memory. Both suddenly remembered that Trigger had eaten a ball of the green gunk. "Really? Just now you figured it out?" "You think," Evan started. "Maybe," Andy replied, not waiting for him to finish, and thought, "maybe Trigger's growing because he ate the monster blood. Maybe. Maybe he did that." "What am I going to do?" Evan wailed, pacing the room nervously, his hands shoved into his jeans pocket. "The stuff is getting bigger and bigger, and so is poor Trigger." "Bars?" "I'm all alone here. There's no one who can help me. No one." "What about your aunt?" Andy suggested, staring at the bucket on the floor in the corner. "Maybe Catherine can think of something." "Are you kidding? She can't hear me. She doesn't want to hear me. Ableism. It's coming back. Here it is. She hates me. She just sits at her jigsaw puzzle and argues with that horrible black cat all day." "Okay, forget the aunt," Andy said, making a dispirited face. "Perhaps if you told Dr. Forrest—" "Oh, yeah, for sure," Evan snapped. "He'd really believe that Trigger is turning into a giant because I let him eat monster blood." He threw himself down on the couch. "I'm all alone here, Andy. There's no one to help me. No one I can even talk to about this." "Except me?" "Yeah," he said, locking his eyes on hers. "Except you." She plopped down on the other side of the couch. "Well, what can I do?" she asked hesitantly. He jumped up and carried the bucket over. "Take some of this. Let's split up." "Huh? Why don't we just toss it in the trash?" she asked, staring down at it. The green gunk was pushing up near the top of the bucket. "Toss it? We can't," he said. "Sure we can. Come on, I'll show you." She reached for the bucket handle, but he shoved it out of her reach. "What if it outgrows the trash can?" he asked. "What if it just keeps growing?" Andy shrugged. "I don't know. Also, I have to save it." Evan continued. Even Stevens. Evan continued excitedly. "If it's really the thing that's causing Trigger to grow, I'll need it as proof. You know, to show the doctors or whatever so they can cure Trigger." "Maybe we should call the police," Andy said thoughtfully, tugging at a strand of hair. "Oh, sure," Evan replied. Call the police as if they're gonna help. "Oh, sure," Evan replied, rolling his eyes. "They'll really believe us, for sure. We bought this stuff at a toy store, officer, and now it's growing bigger and bigger, and it's turning... Now it's growing bigger and bigger, and it's turning my dog into a giant monster." Okay. You're right," Andy said. "We can't call the police." "So, are you going to help me?" Evan demanded. "Will you take some of this stuff?" "I guess," she said reluctantly, "but just a little." "As a treat. You can have a little monster blood." She climbed to her feet carefully, stepping around the bucket. "I'll be right back." She left the room, quickly returned, carrying an empty coffee can. "Fill her up," she said, smiling. She only knows how to find coffee cans, I guess. Evan stared at the coffee can. "That's all you're going to take?" he complained. Then he immediately softened his tone. Okay, it's a help." Andy crouched down and dipped the coffee can into the middle of the bucket. Ah, yes, separating the monster goo. That's definitely not going to backfire into creating more monsters. Andy crouched down and dipped the coffee can into the middle of the bucket. Hey, she cried out. Her hands flew up and she tumbled back onto the floor. What's wrong? Evan hurried over to her. It was pulling the coffee can in, she said, her features looking tight with fear and surprise. Sucking it. Look. Evan peered into the bucket. The coffee can had disappeared under the surface. Huh? I could feel it pulling, Andy said shakily. She regained her perch over the bucket. Let's see, Evan said as he plunged both hands into the middle of the monster blood. Good idea, Evan. That's smart. Yuck, Andy said. This is really gross. It's pulling, you're right, Evan agreed. It feels like it's pulling my hands down. Wow, it's so warm, as if it's alive. Ugh, don't say that, Andy cried with a shudder. Oh, I didn't mean to do the shudder. That was just my shudder, but Andy can have the shudder if she wants. Just get the can out, okay? Evan had to tug hard, but he managed to pull up the coffee can, filled to the top with quivering green substance. Yuck. You sure I have to take this? Andy asked, not reaching for it even though he was holding it out to her. Just for a little while, he said, till we think of a better plan. Maybe we could feed it to the Bamer twins, Andy suggested, finally taking the can. Then we'd have giant Bamer twins, Evan joked. No thank you. Seriously, you'd better watch out for them, Andy warned. If Trigger scared them away this morning, they'll be looking to get back at you. They really think they're tough dudes, Evan. They could be vicious. They could really hurt you. Thank you for trying to cheer me up, Evan said. Glumly, he was still pulling tiny, clinging clumps of monster blood off of his hands, tossing them into the bucket. I was watching a video before you came over, the first Indiana Jones movie. Watching a video, my brain went to watching a video on YouTube, and then I remembered this is 1992, so she literally means watching a physical VHS. Want to watch it? Evan shook his head. No, I'd better go. Aunt Catherine was busy making dinner when I left, chopping up some kind of meat. Another great dinner, sitting there in silence, being stared at by Aunt Catherine and her cat. Poor Evan, Andy said, half teasing, half sympathetic. He picked up the bucket, now only 2/3 full, and let her walk him to the front door. Call me later, okay? She asked. He nodded and stepped outside. She closed the door behind him. He was halfway to the sidewalk when the Bamer twins slipped out from behind the evergreen hedge, their hands balled into red, beefy fists. I remember cigarette vending machines. Yeah. Thinking 2 out of 5 stars for the story, too. And that feels generous. Yeah. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun on stream with you guys. I'm definitely having a fun stream. I'm glad that I decided to read all of these books on stream and not by myself, because you know how bored I would be reading this book on my own? Sick at the hospital. As a kid, and I loudly asked my mom if she was going to die. He should have diagnosed the autism right then. Oh. Andy is the best character out of the one-dimensional cutout of characters we have, and the plot is as interesting as a piece of tofu. Yes. 2 to 5 stars is good enough for the book. It's worse than Stay Out of the Basement. Oh, yeah. Stay Out of the Basement was entertaining. Stay Out of the Basement was actually pretty good. Innuendos aside. Don't talk about tofu like that. It can be very delicious. Darth Sidious speaks the truth, yeah. To be fair, we aren't at the end of the book yet, so maybe it will turn itself around, but I doubt it. Maybe it'll earn a 3rd star. My best friend in school when I was a kid used to always bring silky tofu for dessert, mango peach, or oh, interesting. I've never had that kind. Chuck it into the garbage. It's not worth the trouble. I feel like it's going to take over Andy's house if you do that, though. These children have no object permanence, and they're going to die for it, right? Yes, get help from the evil aunt. I do think I remember the story improving once the slime gets too big for the bucket. I hope so, because we've only got like 40 pages left. To be fair, it is not the worst thing I've ever read. It's just the most horribly paced out of the three books we've read so far. This being the third. Yeah, when writing the review, we should mention all the ableism. Yes. The police, what the hell would they do? Nothing. Arrest and or harm an innocent person. They should call like a biologist or something. Yeah. Going to scientific minds when you could go to the guys with shooty guns. What are you talking about? And people will be all, you can't look at a book written in 92 with 20. Yeah, that's true. But still, you can though. We're doing it right now. Like, it's true. Like, the ableism, even though they weren't having the same conversations about ableism, they were still just as hurtful back then as they are now. We just understand it now, you know? Biologists wouldn't be much help either. Why? Because it's unknown. I mean, true, they don't know what it is. I'm just saying what apologists will say. I mean, I'm not, to be clear, we're not saying we're gonna like, we're not like cancel Goosebumps or anything. It's just, you know, if we're writing a review, giving an honest review, I feel like that is something worth mentioning, you know? Even if you give it the benefit of the doubt and chalk it up to just like outdated whatever, it's still there. Yeah, and I know you're just saying what apologists will say. I know some people are like, the Monster Blood is the best classic Goosebumps book. Like, I've seen this like really high up on people's tier lists, and I don't understand it. If you've done a tier list of all these books, and you've put Goosebumps higher than like the bottom two rungs, can you explain to me why? Imagine the phone call. Hello, police. The slime turned my dog giant and is also rapidly growing on its own. Yeah. I hear it all the time about many things. Yeah. Yes, murder the bully is great. Police. Kids, what are you smoking? I know, right? Police will arrest the kids for calling. LOL, right? 1.5 stars for the book and 10 out of 10 for the stream. Oh, we're 10 out of 10 for all the stream always. We're always keeping it 10 out of 10 here. We're doing our part. Without the stream, the book would be a 1 out of 5. A negative 1 out of 5. I'm so glad I decided to read all these on stream with you guys. Because I'm having fun reading it on stream with you guys, but the book is so slow. A book about a blobby alien thing. Boring. Also, when is this gonna happen? I want to see the monster blood trickling down the stairs when, obviously, after killing somebody. Just call the police on the twins. They should be in juvie. They probably have, like, some connection to the police that would be like, oh, they're good boys. That's usually how those things go. At least if you had read them on your own, you could have gone your whole life without imagining sexy plant dad. Mr. Martinez exploded. Robbed of that experience. So, you know, I do have to give Stein points for trying to make a story about evil Plato. That is true. Evil Plato, the book. At least he gave it a shot. Kind of different and unique. Yeah. I don't know why people think a negative review, pointing out a negative aspect of a review, means you hate the author and think they're a terrible person. Yeah, I mean, some people take it too far and definitely can be like, this book is problematic, so fuck the author for sure. And like, it's not always as cut and dry as all that. Yeah, we're not in this case saying that we think R.L. Stein is ableist or cancel Goosebumps or anything. It's just kind of outdated and shitty. And, you know, it sucks that it was ever like just not talked about, how it wasn't okay to talk about people like that, you know? Also like 3:15 p.m. It is, I've been on stream for just over 4 hours. It is 12:16 a.m. Happy not New Year. Still waiting for the dead. Living in Mississippi. What did I miss on the book? Not much, honestly. The monster blood is growing bigger, and the dog is getting bigger because he ate the monster blood. I'm excited for Say Cheese and Die. Again, having a lot of fun reading this book on stream because at least the ones that are bad, that's the thing about making videos or streams about stuff. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, we get to make fun of it for being bad. So it's a win-win for us. You know what I mean? Let's see. Where are we? Congrats on it being East Coast Friday. It's East Coast Friday! Yay! Of course, the way that I work from home and not on any specific schedule, Fridays kind of mean nothing to me anymore, but you know. It's somewhere between Green Slime and Plant Daddy. Okay. God. So here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna I have like a big cork board hanging up on the wall, and I thought it would be funny when I finally do this giant Goosebumps video after we've read all the books to do a tier list based on like do a tier list of some kind. I think I want to do the tier list based more on how scary they were, not so much just like how good of a book overall they were. But I need to think about names for the scary Goosebumps tier lists. That's going to be done not on a computer but on a cork board because of course it is. Goosebumps. Monster blood is in the shitter. I understand that the past is a different world and still point out that that ain't right. Yeah, that's how a society grows. Exactly. That's very well said. This book is definitely at the bottom so far. So far, yeah. And in every term. So far I'm not it's not that scary, just not that well paced or good. Anyway, continuing. Let's go. I hate when people use S for the top. Well, it stands for super when they put it at the top, but which books gave us goosebumps? I just mean like I want to name the tiers instead of just having like 1 through good night, Michael. Having like S through F or whatever. I want to have like names for the tiers, like maybe really scary is named after like the scariest thing we can collectively think about, and then bottom tier is like the least scariest thing we can think about, you know? All right, I will come back. This is where I'm leaving off in chat. I will come back to chat in a second. "17. The brothers stepped out of the shadows. We didn't get to 17 chapters last time, did we? Maybe we did, I can't remember. The brothers stepped out of the shadows of the hedge. Their short blonde hair caught the late afternoon sunlight. They were both grinning gleefully. Evan stood frozen in place, staring from one to the other. No one said a word. One of the Bamers grabbed the bucket from Evan's hand and tossed it to the ground. The bucket hit with a heavy thud, and its thick green contents oozed onto the grass, making disgusting sucking sounds. Ugh. Hey, Evan cried, breaking the tense silence. He didn't have a chance to say more. The other twins punched him hard in the stomach. Oof. Evan felt the pain radiate through his body. The punch took his breath away. He gasped for air. He didn't see the next punch. It landed on his cheek just below the right eye. He howled in pain, and his hands flailed the air helplessly. Both brothers were hitting him now. Oh God! And then one of them gave Evan's shoulders a hard shove, and he went sprawling onto the cool, damp grass. The pain swept over him, blanketing him, followed by a wave of nausea. He closed his eyes, gasping noisily, waiting for the sharp ache in his stomach to fade. The ground seemed to tilt. He reached out and grabbed it and held on tightly so he wouldn't fall off. When he finally managed to raise his head, Andy was standing over him, her eyes wide with alarm. "Evan!" he groaned, and pushing with both hands, tried to sit up. The dizziness, the spinning, tilting grass forced him to lie back down. "Are they gone?" he asked, closing his eyes, willing the dizziness away. "Rick and Tony? I saw them run away," Andy said, kneeling beside him. "Are you okay? Should I call my mom?" He opened his eyes. "Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know," I think is how he said it. "What happened?" she demanded. He raised a hand to his cheek. Ow, it was already swollen, too painful to touch. Eat you up? Either that or I was hit by a truck, he groaned. A few minutes later, it seemed like hours. He was back on his feet, breathing normally, rubbing his swollen cheek. I've never been in a fight before, he told Andy, shaking his head. Never. It doesn't look like it was much of a fight, she said, her expression still tight with concern. He started to laugh, but it made his stomach hurt. Hear my cat screaming. We'll pay them back, Andy said bitterly. We'll find a way to pay them back. The creeps. Oh, look, the monster blood. Evan hurried over to it. The bucket lay on its side. The green gunk had oozed onto the grass, forming a wide, thick puddle. I'll help you get it back in the bucket, Andy said, leaning over the stand to stand the bucket up. Hope it doesn't kill the grass. My dad'll have a cow if his precious lawn is hurt. It's so heavy, Evan said, groaning, as he tried to push the glob into the bucket. It doesn't want to move. Let's try picking up handfuls, Andy suggested. Whoa, it doesn't want to come apart, Evan said in surprise. Look, it sticks together, like it's taffy. Andy said, ever seen them make taffy in those taffy machines? The stuff sticks together in one big glob. This isn't taffy, Evan muttered. It's disgusting. I'm coming, Perry. I'm coming in 1 second. I'll let you in 1 second. This isn't taffy, Evan muttered. It's disgusting. Working together, they managed to lift the entire green ball and drop it into the bucket. The stuff made a sickening, sucking sound, and it filled the bucket, and both Evan and Andy had trouble pulling their hands out of it. It's so sticky, Andy said, making a disgusting face. And warm, Evan added. He finally managed to free his hands from it. They keep commenting on that, but they never, learn to not touch it. It's like it's trying to swallow my hands, he said, wiping his hands on his t-shirt. Sucking them in. Take it home, Andy said. She looked up to the house to see her mother motioning to her from the front window. Uh-oh, dinner time, I've got to go. Her eyes stopped at his swollen cheek. Wait till your aunt sees you. She probably won't even notice, Evan said glumly. He picked up the bucket by the handle. What are we going to do with the stuff? We'll take it back to the toy store tomorrow, Andy replied, taking long strides across the lawn to the house. Huh? That's what we'll do. We'll simply take it back. Hang on, I gotta go let the cat in because she's screaming. I see you. Sorry. All right. Come on. Harry. Doesn't want to come up for a second. Evan didn't think it was such a hot idea, but he didn't have the strength to argue about it now. Okay, you can come up if you want to come up. Come on. Come on. You can't just sit here and get head pats. You have to come say hi. Come on. There you go. Hi, Perry. You trying to moon everybody? Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Stay down. Stay here. Evan didn't think it was such a hot idea, but he didn't have the strength to argue about it now. He watched Andy. shit. Can you guys hear me now? Hi, can you hear me? Uh-oh. Sound must have got knocked when Perry jumped up. Perry, what did you do? Okay, cool. Let me just start from that page again. Evan didn't think it was such a hot idea, but he didn't have the strength to argue about it now. He watched Andy disappear into the house, then he headed slowly back to Catherine's, his head throbbing, his stomach aching. Creeping along the wall of the house, he slipped into the garage through the side door to hide the bucket of monster blood. Sliding it behind an overturned wheelbarrow, he realized that the bucket was full to the top. But I gave Andy a big hunk of it, he thought. The bucket had been only 2/3 full. I'll have to find a bigger place to put it, he decided. Tonight. Maybe there's a box or something in the basement. Sorry, Perry. Trying to move my feet. On the blanket under there. He crept into the house, determined to clean himself up before seeing Catherine. She was still... Hi, Perry. She was still busy in the kitchen. He saw, leaning over the stove, putting the last touches on dinner. He tiptoed up to the stairs, washed up. Unable to do much about his swollen red cheek, he changed into a clean pair of baggy shorts and a fresh t-shirt and carefully brushed his hair. As they sat down at the dining room table, Catherine's eyes fell on Evan's swollen cheek. You been in a fight? She asked, squinting suspiciously at him. You're a little roughneck, aren't you? I don't know what roughneck means, but it feels mean. Just like your father. Chicken was always getting into scrapes. Always picking on boys twice his size. I wasn't exactly picking on them, Evan muttered, spearing a chunk of beef from his stew with a fork. All through dinner, Catherine stared at his swollen cheek, but didn't say another word. She doesn't care if I'm here or not, Evan thought miserably. She really doesn't care. She didn't even ask if it hurts. In a way, he was grateful. He didn't need her getting all upset, making a fuss because he was in a fight. Maybe calling his parents in Atlanta and telling them, well, she couldn't call his parents. She couldn't use the phone. That's not how it works. That's not how it works when you're deaf. That's just, okay. And she couldn't hear. Evan drowned his big plate of beef stew. It was pretty good, except for the vegetables, of course. Kids hate vegetables. I always liked vegetables. The silence seemed so loud, he began thinking about his problems. The monster blood. Should he tell Catherine about it? He could write down the whole problem in the yellow pad and hand it to her to read. It would feel so good to tell someone, to have an adult take over the problem and handle it. But not his Aunt Catherine, he decided. She was too weird. She wouldn't understand. She wouldn't know what to do, and she wouldn't care. Andy was right. They had to carry the stuff back to the toy store. Give it back. Just get rid of it. But in the meantime, he had to find something to keep it in. Evan waited in his room until he heard Catherine go to bed a little after 10 o'clock. Then he crept down the stairs and headed out the garage. Hey, Endrick. Let's see. Where did I leave off in chat? Here. Pennywise tier. I think it should be like things... something... Right, maybe something will happen in this chapter. Bottom tier could be Killer Bunny. I feel like it should be like things based off of really scary things that we've covered on the channel, and then not scary, really not scary things we've covered on the channel, you know? Bumps of the goose kind tier, yeah. My ability to predict what the stupid people will say includes in-laws and see the worst case scenarios. Single-handedly kept my husband alive since 1999. I love that. You would think he would stop questioning me, yeah. I have suggestions for the scary tier list. Nice. Conjuring Lois Saturday Night Live. And now we're getting the physical abuse. Wonderful. Is this supposed to be the character growth part of the book? I don't know. You think of other categories. Andy is the true villain of the story. Fungus here. Actually, fungus can be pretty dangerous. Slime mold? Depends on the fungus. I'm pretty sure Andy... It's the only good character, yeah. No, it's not. It's not. We're not rating it on how good or bad the books are. The tiers are how scary the books are, as far as because it's reader beware, you're in for a scare, right? So we want to know how scary the books are in retrospect. What's the return? Yeah, he won't accept it. He said not to take it back. Real bad time, especially. My eldest daughter, 11, loves horror movies. Smile freaked her the fuck out. She isn't freaked out by horror movies. Smile, I haven't even seen Smile. It feels like it's gonna freak me out. Get myself another pair of headphones because my other ones stopped working. What did I miss? Evan got beat up. Blob is growing. Monster Blood is growing. Willy Wonka boat ride level. I like it. Oh, Perry. The twins and the Monster Blood is bigger, right? The lack of sound up is spooky. Just got here and thought the audio was me. No, it was my cat, I think. I think my cat bumped the mute button. I'm engaged. I thought my other headphones were going out. Sorry, Hannah. Can't have luck on headphones today. Ah, Perry, yes. Bit faint. Can I turn it up a bit? I can. I sure can do that. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. That's audio. Oh, that's desktop audio. I mean, Perry, you do not need to leave right now. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Is that better? That should be up. I feel that, yeah. Super awesome movie Starship Troopers. Watch Catherine save the day. Oh my god. It's written on the back cover. Here, let me leave the back cover for you guys to read while I go let the cat out because she's ungrateful that I let her in 2 seconds ago. We used the Fuchida scale. Oh my god, can you imagine? All right, I'm coming to let you out. Come on. Harry, come on. Anyone understand now why I legitimately want to put a cat flap in my bedroom door? Give this book snoring the yeah. Hello. So it's probably so yeah, no, for the scary scale, we need to think of things that are things that we've covered on the channel that are some like least to most scary scale, and then we'll name each of them after like the bottom tiers will be like things that are not at all scary, and then the things higher up we go, the more scary we get, and that's going to be our tier list. LOL, classic cat drama. Oh, always, yeah. All right, let's see. I've never seen the live action Glitch musical. Or Grinch musical. Oh, Grinch musical. Yes. I was like, what is the live action Glitch musical? Grinch musical. That's up there for sure. That's definitely up there. I don't think it's top tier, but it's definitely up there. Trapped in some sewer place. Oh god. It's like a 2-hour ordeal. I'm not sure about scary. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Oh, God. Is this our sewer puzzle of the Goosebump books? Chapter 18. We're almost done, guys. Thank you guys for hanging with me this entire time. One with the British puppet rabbit, Hartley. Pipkins! Pipkins has to be the top tier. Pipkins has to be the top tier, and the Grinch musical has to be the second top tier. And then we should name like 3 other tiers that are down that. So like medium, and then kind of lower, and then lowest. Sewer level. Let's put the sewer levels in the Nancy Drew game at a medium. Let's put that like in the middle, maybe. Bunny picnic can be the least. It's a cute little bunny picnic. Top tier is Pipkins. Hartley Hare, the puppet rabbit. That's got to be top tier. Second top tier has to be the Grinch live action musical. Maybe the third one is the sewer level from Nancy Drew. Teddy Bear Picnic. And then we need like 2 more that are the bottom tiers. Forget the sewer puzzle. I think this is the ransom of the 7 ships of Goosebumps. Ew. Like, worst would be least scariest, I guess. Or something. Because if you're going the scale is mostly scary. I'll come back to this conversation in a second. I'm going to keep reading. It was a cool, clear night. Crickets sent up a relentless curtain of noise. The black sky glittered with tiny specks of stars. The round beam of light from the flashlight in his hand darted across the driveway, leading Evan to the dark garage. As he entered, something scuttled across the floor near the back wall. Maybe it was just a dead leaf blown by the wind when I opened the door, he thought, hopefully. He moved the flashlight unsteadily, beaming it onto the overturned wheelbarrow. Then the light darted across the garage ceiling as he bent down, reached behind the wheelbarrow, and pulled up the bucket of monster blood. He moved the light to the center of the bucket and gasped. The green substance was quivering up over the top. It's growing much faster than before, he thought. I've got to find something bigger to hide it in just for tonight. The bucket was too heavy to carry with one hand. Tucking the flashlight into his armpit, he gripped the bucket handle with both hands and hoisted the bucket off the floor. Struggling to keep from spilling it, he made his way into the dark house. He paused at the door to the basement steps, silently setting the heavy bucket down on the linoleum floor. He clicked the light switch on the wall. Somewhere downstairs, a dim light flickered on, casting a wash of pale yellow light over the concrete floor. There's got to be something to put this stuff in down there, Evan thought, hoisting up the bucket. He made his way slowly, carefully down the steep, dark stairway, leaning his shoulders against the wall to steady himself. Waiting for his eyes to adjust to the pale light, he saw the basement was one large room, low-ceilinged and damp. It was cluttered with cartons, stacks of old newspapers and magazines, and old furniture and appliances, covered in stained yellowed bedsheets. Something brushed his face as he stepped away from the stairs. He uttered a silent cry and dropped the bucket, raised his hands to swipe at the thick cobwebs that seemed to reach out for him. They clung to his skin, dry and scratchy, as he frantically pulled at them. He suddenly realized it wasn't the web that was moving against his cheek. It was a spider. Ew. With a sharp, oh God, Hannah, I'm sorry. I know Hannah has a fear of spiders. With a sharp intake of breath, he brushed it away. But even after he saw the insect scuttle across the floor, he could still feel its prickly feet moving on his face. Moving quickly away from the wall, his heart pounding now, his eyes searching the open wooden shelves, hidden in shadow against the far wall, he stumbled over to something on the floor. Oh! He fell headfirst over it, throwing his hands forward to break his fall. A human body. Someone was lying there under him. What the fuck? No. Calm down, Evan. Calm down, he instructed himself. He pulled himself shakily to his feet. It was a dressmaker's dummy. There we go. He had stumbled over. Probably a model of Catherine when she was younger. He rolled it out of the way as his eyes searched the shadowy room for a container to store the monster blood. What was the long, low object in front of the work table? Moving closer, he saw that it was an old bathtub. And the inside stained and peeling. It's big enough, he realized, and quickly decided to store the green gunk inside it. With a loud groan, he hoisted the bucket onto his side. Of the old tub. His stomach muscles were still sore from the punch he had taken, and the pain shot through his body. He waited for the aching to fade, then tilted the bucket. The thick green substance rolled out of the bucket and hit the tub bottom with the sickening soft plop. Ugh. Evan set the bucket aside and stared down at the monster blood, watching it ooze, spreading over the bottom of the bathtub. To his surprise, the tub appeared nearly half full. How fast was this stuff growing? He was leaning over the tub, about to make his way back upstairs when he heard a cat scratch. Startled, he let go of the side of the tub, just as Sarabeth leapt onto his back. Evan didn't have time to cry as he toppled forward over the edge of the tub and into the thick green gunk. You've been reading this for 4 hours. That gamer guy. Yes, we're almost done. We've been doing these streams for the past 3 nights in a row. I mean, we've been doing streams for well over a week in a row, but yeah. Be on if I didn't want to still be here reading. Yeah. Ghostbusters too. There's worse things to think about than Ghostbusters. Round the Twist Scarecrow never. Ooh, Round the Twist Scarecrow needs to be there somewhere. Maybe the Grinch live musical needs to be bumped down to number 3. I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's see. I was trying to check something. So yeah. Oh, the monkeys. Oh, dear God. Scooby-Doo and You tier. I think Scooby-Doo and You... I haven't been scared of the Scooby-Doo and You. Maybe that needs to be its own project on its own. I feel like got a bucket in it. Drop somewhere and run. Yeah. Why return it? Just leave it on the side of the road somewhere. Bucket I'd recommend putting is something smaller. Booyah. Yeah. I mean, it did bust out of the sealed package, so that might not work, but yeah. It keeps growing indefinitely is kind of scary in a slow way. The boy falls into weird food. How scary it feels like life in this situation. Yeah. An anagram. For soup. Oh God. Oh dear God. Yeah. God, we've streamed for up to 12 hours, so you know the 4-hour stream doesn't even faze me at this point, honestly. Now that I'm thinking about it. Let's see. What am I even looking for? Oh yeah, I know what I was looking for. Yeah, okay. Sorry, getting sidetracked. Anyway. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. First there was a boy. Eugh. It doesn't feel like 4 hours, does it? I'm glad that it doesn't feel like 4 hours to everybody else. Glad everybody's just like, not like, dear God, make it end. Make it cease. That is a quote from the Grinch live musical. God help me. Somebody named Gilman used to own this book. Shout out to Gilman. If it was a situation where your parents sold me this book on eBay without your permission, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I think it says a lot that the first monster edition of Goosebumps is welcome to Deadhouse, stay out of the basement, and then it skips to say cheese and die. I think it says volumes that this one didn't make monster edition. All right, let's continue on. Well, yes, make this bookend and keep the stream going. Feel like 6 years. Yeah, I'm really glad I'm reading it with you guys. It was originally like a parody of a Gritty Samurai comic. I didn't know that, but that's interesting. All right, chapter 19. I keep feeling like I want to lean back in the chair, but also I want you guys to be able to see this on the desk, so I'm trying to meet in the middle. Evan landed hard on his elbows, but the thick monster blood softened the fall. Screech again and pad away. He sank into the ooze, his arms and legs flailing, trying to lift himself away, but the sticky substance was sucking him down, pulling him with surprising force. His whole body seemed to be held by it, stuck, as if in cement. And now it was quivering up, bubbling silently, rising up to his face. I'm going to suffocate, he realized. It's trying to choke me. The warmth of it spread across his body, invaded his chest, his legs, his throat. Ugh, I can't move. I'm stuck. It's trying to choke me. No! He pulled his head up just as the green gunk began to cover his face. Then, oh, I love short chapters. Then he struggled to twist his body, to twist himself around it. With great effort, panting loudly, hoarse cries escaping his open lips, he pulled himself into a sitting position. The green substance rose up even higher, as if it were reaching up to him, reaching to drag him back down into it. Evan gripped the side of the tub with both hands, held onto it tightly, and began to force himself up from the clinging, pulling ooze, up from the strange force that seemed to be drawing him back with renewed power. Up. No, he managed to scream as the warm green ooze slid over his shoulders. No. It was gripping his shoulders now, sliding around his neck, sucking him down, pulling him back into its sticky depth. Down. It's got me, he realized. It's got me now. When I was a kid, I probably would have voted for 3 out of 5 for this story. I guess that's why I remembered it being better after all these years. To be clear, I don't want to ruin anybody's I don't want to ruin anybody's childhood. If you have fond memories of this book, I get it. But yeah, reading it back, it's not so scary so much as it just is a mindfuck, kind of. Ew. What is model? Can't say it. Model Land. What is that? That sounds interesting. Slowly gonna turn into Venom and it'll be Spider-Man 3. Oh god. It's just gross mostly. Yeah, it's just gross. Oh, Ellery. Dude, if you think this is gross, you have no idea what you missed out on last night. Sarah Banks' attempt at YA fantasy. Oh, I've heard that she tried to write fantasy. Oh, interesting. I like that written by Tyra Banks. Like extremely insane and also racist and oh god. Oh wow, that took a turn. I was like, oh, that just sounds like a quirky, funny, silly, goofy time, and then you said racist, and I was like, oh, what? Plant slime leftover. Ew. It was supposed to be a trilogy. Oh, and then they canceled it. Please, Andy, show up out of nowhere and save him. Probably. Let's see. Chapter 20. No, Evan screamed. I'm too my resolve to the scream it's just not there. No, Evan screamed aloud as the green gunk bubbled up to his neck, pulling him down. No, try again. Up. Try again. Up. Yes, this is actually dialogue. I hope you can see that I'm reading this. Gripping the side of the tub, he was moving upward, hoisting himself, straining with all his strength. Yes, he was beating it. He was stronger than it was. One more tug and he would be free. With a relieved sigh, he dropped over the side of the tub onto the cool basement floor. As he lay there, pressed against the damp concrete, waiting to catch his breath. When he looked up, Sarabeth stood a few feet away, her head cocked to one side, her yellow eyes peering into his, an expression of supreme satisfaction on her dark feline face. The next morning, after a fitful, restless sleep, Evan brought the pad of yellow-lined paper and a marker to the breakfast table. Well, Catherine greeted him, placing a bowl of shredded wheat in front of him. You certainly look like something the cat dragged in. She laughed, shaking her head. Don't mention cat to me, Evan muttered. He shoved the bowl of cereal aside and pointed to the pad in hand. Don't let your cereal get soggy, Catherine scolded, reaching up to push the bowl back to him. You get more out of the vitamins that way, and it's good roughage. I don't care about your stupid roughage, Evan said moodily, knowing she couldn't hear him. He pointed to the pad again, and then began to write, scribbling quickly in big black letters. His writing caught her interest. She moved around the table and stood behind him, her eyes on the pad as he wrote in his desperate message. I have a problem, he wrote. I need your help. The bathtub downstairs is overflowing with green monster blood, and I can't stop it. He put down the marker and held the pad up close to her face. From the chair, seeing her pale face in the morning sunlight, she leaned over him in her gray flannel bathrobe. Catherine suddenly looked very old to him. Only her eyes, those vibrant blue eyes running quickly over his words, seemed youthful and alive. Her lips were pursed tightly in concentration, and she read what he had written. Then, as Evan stared eagerly up at her mouth spread into a wide smile. She tossed back her head and laughed. Completely bewildered by her reaction, Evan slid his chair back and jumped up. She rested a hand on his shoulder and gave him a playful shove. Don't kid on an old woman, she exclaimed, shaking her head. She turned and headed back to her side of the table. I thought you were serious. I guess you're not like your father at all. He never played any dumb jokes or tricks. Chicken was always such a serious boy. I don't care about chicken, Evan shouted, losing control as he tossed the pad angrily onto the breakfast table. His aunt burst out laughing. She didn't seem to notice that Evan was glaring at her in frustration. His hands tightened into fists at his sides. Monster blood, what an imagination. She wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes with her fingers. Then suddenly, her expression turned serious. She grabbed his earlobe and squeezed it. Eesh. Uncomfortable. I warned you, she whispered. I warned you to be careful. Ow! When he cried out in pain, she let go of his ear, her eyes glowing like blue jewels. I've got to get out of here, Evan thought, rubbing his tender earlobe. He turned and strode quickly from the kitchen and up to his room. I knew she wouldn't be any help, he thought bitterly. She's just a crazy old lady. I should pull her down to the basement and show her the disgusting stuff, he thought angrily, tossing the clothes he had worn yesterday onto the floor. But what's the point? She'd probably laugh at that, too. She isn't going to help me. He had only one person he could rely on, he knew. Andy. He called her, punching her in her number with trembling fingers. Hi, you're right, he said, not giving her a chance to say anything. We have to take this stuff back to the store. If we can carry it, Andy replied, sounding worried. That hunk of monster blood you gave me, it outgrew the coffee can. I put it in my parents' ice bucket, but it's outgrown that. Oh, God. How about a plastic garbage bag? Emmett suggested. You know, one of the really big lawn bags? We could probably carry in a couple of those. It's worth a try, Andy said. This stuff is so disgusting. It's making all these sick noises and it's really sticky. Tell me about it, Evan replied gloomily. He remembering the night before. I took a swim in it. Huh? You can explain later, she said impatiently. The toy store opens at 10, I think. I can meet you on the corner in 20 minutes. Good deal. Evan hung up the phone and headed to the garage to get a plastic lawn bag. Andy showed up with her plastic bag wrapped around the handlebars of her BMX bike. Once again, Evan had to go along beside her on foot. His plastic bag was bulging and so heavy he had to drag it over the sidewalk. He couldn't lift it. The tub was nearly full to the top, he told Andy, groaning, as he struggled to pull the bag over the curb. I'm afraid it's going to burst out of this bag. Only 2 blocks to go, she said, trying to sound reassuring. A car rolled by slowly. The driver, a teenager with long black hair, stuck his head out of the window, grinning. What's in the bag? A dead body? Just garbage, Evan told him. That's for sure, Andy muttered as the car rolled away. Several people stopped to stare at them as they entered town. Hi, Mrs. Winslow, Andy called to a friend of her mother's. Mrs. Winslow waved, then gave Andy a curious stare and headed into the grocery. Andy climbed off her bike and walked it. Evan continued to drag the bulging bag behind him. They made their way to the next block, then started to cross the street to the toy store. But they both stopped short in the middle of the street and gaped in shock. The door and window to the store were boarded up. A small hand-printed sign tacked on the top of the door read, "Out of business." Let's see. Never wrote books 2 or 3, and I honestly wanted to. Oh God. Back in my good chair at home. Nice. Well, thank you for that horrible image. I want to see how far the insanity gets. I would love the rest of the Model Land trilogy because, like, where could she possibly go from there? The ending made no sense already. Model Land ended up. Review series. It was so bad. Oof. Run. Wow, it took 19 chapters just to get to the actual danger, right? Yeah, more of. For Avery. The basic premise of Model Land is that on an alternate Earth, the only celebrities are magical supermodels called Intoxibellas. Intoxibellas learn magic at a school on top of a mountain called Model Land. Okay. My brain needs to recalibrate to take in that information. Thank you for that information. Worst part is she tried to make a fashion film for the Model Land books on cycle 17 of Top Model. No. Him many times and is telling him that karma is coming after him. Yeah. From then on, it makes absolutely no sense. That's the part that made sense. Oh God, at all, and there's no way to summarize it. Interesting. Unhelpful adults are a legitimate fear for kids. These books do it a lot. Yeah. The cat is trying to come back in. I cannot believe this shit. Just chuck it into space. Unhelpful adults is a legitimate fear for adults. Yeah, true. Men Model Land is an on-stream read, but it's really long. I mean, we could do multiple streams. I'm not adverse to doing multiple streams for one book. Some self-respect and not read Model Land. I can see the chat is very split on this. Book that has a fair amount of the funny parts. Brain cells to understand the storyline, or maybe like you have to use like 100% of your brain. You know, I doubt it. It just hit me when I got the book. It came a little tub of green blood. Oh, that's cute. I legitimately love Model Land. It's so funny. I love things that are so bad they're great. This fucking cat. Liking something awful is not quirky, it's just bad judgment. Okay, but I hear you, but also sometimes stuff that's so bad is entertaining because of how bad it is. It's not that you like it because it's good. You like it because it gives you a laugh because it's awful. I definitely get that. Let me restart Firefox again because it's crapping out again. What sucks a little. Don't read Monolin. Watch a review of Monolin. You'll get amusement without having to endure the whole story. I'm just realizing I'm not a moderator anymore. No blue French icon. We freed the genie. Sorry about that. That was a total accident. Not that I don't think you'd make a great moderator if you so chose, but didn't mean to voice that responsibility on you. You hear my cat trying to break down the door? This bitch is like 7 pounds and she bangs on the door like she's a tank. Manuel wrote a fictional book that's based off top model. Interesting. Moderator, please. Oh shit. Let me let the cat in. Hang on. We're almost done, guys. We got like 20 pages left. Who's ready to be done? I'm ready to be done. I mean, I'm not ready to stop hanging out with you guys, but I'm ready to be done with this book for now. Mother, let me in, mother. Leave until the end of the stream, please. Please. Thank you. You gonna come sit up here? Oh no! A chain of events. A horrible chain of events has happened. Hang on. Oh shit. Yeah, hang on, guys. Ah! I was like a what do you call it? Rube Goldberg machine. It like the thing fell and it made another thing fall and it made another thing fall. Did all the things. No, 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 no. Now they're all falling down. Hang on, guys. I'm not sure if I said that to you guys or the dolls, but make sure that these are safely up before we do anything else. Alright, aren't you guys so glad that we're still on stream after 5 hours? Best stream ever, right, guys? Sarah! Sorry. I like to watch reviews about bad things. That must be what brought you here. It's close. Oh, what? Spilling onto the book? Wouldn't it be kind of funny if something spilled onto this book after all of this? It's been 5 hours already. I know, right? That stream I'd be sitting in silence dealing with my insomnia alone. I'm glad we can keep you company during that because it's not fun. Been a fun stream, even though the book sucks. Oh, the book sucks, but the stream has been fun. Like, we have fun because we make fun of the stream, you know? All right. Read the book. We will never know the ending. Oh, we'll know the ending. We could read the ending with it covered in peach tea. It's kind of what the book deserves at this point. Imagine spilling monster blood on the book. Certain things people try to convince themselves is ironically good, just so they don't feel embarrassed for liking something. Just plain bad. Oh no, yeah. Don't like what you like, but be honest about it. Like, what I try to do. I try to be honest about like the things that are good or bad from my opinion with things. It was fun because we're talking about how much the book sucks. You like dividing by 0? Yeah, sometimes the only thing things can give you, the only thing that a thing can give you is dead dogs and innuendos. This is nothing compared to the innuendos of Stay Out of the Basement. You have no idea. I mean, Cameron has an idea because Cameron was here, but for those of you who weren't here, you have no idea. Assuming that I stream, I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow night or take a night off, but if I do stream tomorrow night, I'll try to get through that book faster. I think this one was hard just because it's so slow. Take a shot. Innuendo in the book. Oh god. Yeah, sometimes the only thing that a book can or piece of media can provide is just letting you make fun of it. Oh gosh, Perry. Hang on. That is a dangerous drinking game? Yes. Perry, can you sit still, please, and not be chaos for just 20 pages of a book? That's all I want. Desperate to get rid of the disgusting contents of the garbage bags, Evan pounded on the door anyway. Come on, somebody open up! No reply. He pounded with both fists. Silence. Finally, Andy had to pull him away. The store is closed, the young woman called from across the street. It closed a few days ago. See? It's all boarded up and everything. Very helpful, Evan muttered. Perry, you're gonna fall. Hang on, honey. There we go. Very helpful, Evan muttered under his breath. He slammed on the door. He slammed a hand angrily against the door. Evan, stop! You'll hurt yourself, Andy warned. Now what? Evan demanded. Got any more fantastic ideas, Andy? She shrugged. It's your turn to come up with something brilliant. Evan sighed miserably. Maybe I could give it to Catherine and tell her it's beef. Then she'd chop it up with that knife she's always carrying around. I don't think you're thinking too clearly right now, Andy said, putting a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. Yeah, eat it. That's gonna be great. They both stared down at the garbage bags. They appeared to be moving, expanding, and breathing, contracting as if the green blobs inside were breathing. Let's go back to Catherine's. No, don't knock anything over. It's okay. Look at the little peeps. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize you guys could see the hands. Face is the best place for it, yeah. Maybe we'll think of something on the way. Somehow they managed to drag the monster blood back to Catherine's house. The sun had gotten high in the sky as they headed to the backyard. Evan was drenched with sweat. His arms ached. His head throbbed. Now what? He asked weakly, letting go of the bulging lawn bag. Andy leaned her bike against the side of the garage. She pointed to the big aluminum trash can next to the garage door. How about that? It looks pretty sturdy. She walked over to it to investigate. And look! The lid clamps down. Okay, Evan agreed, wiping his forehead with the sleeve of his t-shirt. Andy pulled the lid off the big can. Then she dumped the contents of her bag. It hit the bottom with a sick, swishy sound. Then she hurried to help Evan. It's so heavy, Evan groaned, struggling to pull the bag up. We can do it, Andy insisted. Working together, they managed to slide the monster blood from the plastic bag. It rolled out like a tidal wave, sloshing noisily against the sides of the can, raising up as if trying to escape. With a loud sigh of relief, Evan slammed the metal lid down on top of it and clamped the handles down. Whoa, Andy cried. They both stared at the can for a long moment, as if expecting it to explode. Okay, Perry. As if expecting it. There we go. You better now? There you go. As if expecting it to explode or burst apart. Now what? Evan asked, his features tight with fear. Before Andy could reply, Perry. Before Andy could reply, they saw Catherine step out of the kitchen door, her eyes searching the backyard until she spotted them. Evan, good news, she called. Okay, now we're getting down. All right. They both stared at the can for a long moment, as if expecting it to explode or burst apart. Now what? Evan asked, his features tight with fear. Before Andy could reply, they saw Catherine step out of the kitchen door, her eyes searching the backyard. Oh, I went back. Hang on. Evan, good news, she called, glancing back at the trash can. Evan and Andy came hurrying over. Catherine was holding a yellow piece of paper in her hand. A telegram. Your mother is coming to pick you up this afternoon, Catherine said, a wide smile on her face. I think Catherine was glad to get rid of me, was Evan's first thought. Book 0 out of 10. 0 out of 0. Perry 100 out of 10. Yeah. Perry is an agent of chaos. Yes, she is. And then, dismissing that thought, he leapt up and whooped for joy. It was the best news he'd ever received. I'm out of here, he exclaimed after his aunt had returned to the house. I'm out of here. I can't wait. Andy didn't appear to share his joy. You're leaving your aunt a nice little surprise over there, she said, pointing to the trash can. I don't care. I'm out of here, Evan repeated, raising his hand for Andy to slap him a high five. She didn't cooperate. Don't you think we have to tell someone about the monster blood or do something about it before you leave? But Evan was too excited to think about that now. Hey, Trigger, he called, running to the dog's pen at the backyard. We're going home, boy. Evan pulled open the gate and gasped. Oh, dear. Oh, my. The horror. In case anybody's wondering, Perry is under this chair. They're naughty nerds. Oh my gosh. He's like, give me the drink. She doesn't need the drink. Just like Haunted Mask, the store closed down. Yeah. Except the Haunted Mask was way better. Happy kitty. Full screen kitty. Sorry, I didn't put the cat on full screen. But we got to see her little feet. Tomorrow. Oh, I hope that's fun, Laser. Play the laptop here. No. Wait, wrong book. Yeah, right. Almost air biscuits. Ah, she's so cute. She's a mess. Murder mittens. Yeah. Get going. Been fun. Bye. Thank you for hanging out. Push over the drink. No, don't push over the drink. Not because I care about the book, but because I care about everything else on the desk. Perry wants peach tea. Perry doesn't need peach tea. Perry, but I want the peach tea. Avery, don't let me go. You know, she kept sliding. Like, I thought she was gonna fall. Perry's appearance has been better than anything in this book, right? There's still telegrams in the 90s, apparently. In R.L. Stein's world. I love that that's the first thing that we're questioning in this book about, like, monster blood. Oh, joy, the dog is back. Gonna kill the aunt. Wise, you haven't missed much there. Yeah. It's like that one Nancy Drew game dragged on for way too long. There was more than one. I mean, all of them. Hey. Evan and Andy are totally pen pals, yeah. Last two books were 17 chapters. This book is unnecessarily 20 chapters. It's more than that. We're on chapter 22, and we have, oh god, technically 29 chapters. Why is there 20? And it's only like, by the way, I don't know why it's separated that way because it's only like 6 pages longer than the other books were. Good night, Paula. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, the dog is dead. Okay, let's see. Well, let's see. Let's see what happened to the dog. Oh my god, I'm ready for this book to be over. I'm ready to not read this book anymore. Trigger! The dog that came bounding toward him looked like Trigger, but the Cocker Spaniel was the size of a pony. He had doubled in size since the day before. No! Evan had to hit the dirt as Trigger excitedly tried to jump on him. Hey, wait! Before Evan could get up, Trigger began to bark ferociously. The huge dog was already past the gate and thundering across the backyard toward the street. I don't believe it, Andy cried, raising her hands to her face, staring in shock at the enormous creature as he bounded around the side of the house and out of sight. He's so big! We've got to stop him. He might hurt someone, Evan cried. Trigger, come back! Still off balance, Evan started to run, calling frantically. But he stumbled over Andy's bike and fell onto the trash can. No, Andy shrieked, looking on helplessly as the metal can toppled over with Evan sprawled out on top of it. The can hit the driveway with a loud clang. The lid popped off and rolled away. The green gunk poured out. It oozed away from the can, then stopped and appeared to stand up, quivering, making loud sucking sounds. I don't want to go through Plant Daddy stuff all over again. It righted itself, pulling itself up tall. As the two kids stared in silent horror, the quivering green mass appeared to come to life, like a newly born creature, pulling itself up, stretching, looking around. Then, with a loud sucking sound, he really likes talking about this weird sounds that it makes. It marched toward Evan, who was still sprawled on the toppled can. Get up, Evan, Andy cried. Get up, it's gonna roll right over you. The chapters are very short. Chapters aren't long in the other ones, but they're much shorter in this. To be fair, the telegram is the most interesting part of the book about monster blood, yeah. Ding dong, the dog is dead. Radioactive Hulk dog. I called it! Yes, yes. Yes, you did, Darth Sidious. Last telegram ever sent was India, January 27, 2006. Interesting. Thank you for that, Texas. Yeah, I knew what you meant. My brain autofilled for me. Maybe it's like Percy Jackson, like where their brains are trying to scramble the letters into Greek because they're demigods. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna send a telegram to Mr. Stein and ask him what the fuck he was thinking with these last 3 books. For different reasons, each one for different reasons. And we're only 3 books in. Do you have any idea how many more books there are to go? It crashed for a second. You're good. Very early on in the stream. I can't wait to read this. Avery at the end of the stream. Well, I'm really bored of this book. Well, I mean, it's been a lot. I would be happier if there was more, like... Can't loud sucking sound. I can't with this shit. I'm... Children's book. I don't want to find innuendo in a children's book, you know? We're fine. It's fine. We're fine. I would have liked it if the blob monster showed up about 15 chapters ago. We're fine. It tries to be everything and ends up being nothing. That is true, Daniel. That is a perfect way to put this. Remind me of that when we write the thing in a second. Goodreads review. There we go. No! Evan uttered an animal cry, a sound he had never made before, by yelling no. Okay. And rolled away as the quivering green ball bounced toward him. Run, Evan, Andy screamed. She grabbed his hand and pulled him to his feet. It's alive, she cried. Run! The monster blood heaved itself to the garage wall, seemed to stick there for a brief second, then it peeled off and came bouncing toward them with surprising speed. Help! Help! Somebody please help! Screaming at the top of their lungs, Evan and Andy took off, scrambling as fast as he could, his legs weak and rubbery from fear. Evan followed Andy down the driveway toward the first the front yard. Help! Oh, please, help us! Evan's voice was hoarse from screaming. His heart thudded in his chest. His temples throbbed. My temples are throbbing, come to think about it. He turned and saw that the monster blood was right behind them, picking up speed as it bounced across the yard, making disgusting squishing noises. I don't want to hear more about the noises. With each bounce. Plop, plop, plop. A robin, pulling a worm in the grass, didn't look up in time. The trembling green mass rolled over it. Fuck that robin, I guess. Jesus. Oh, Evan moaned, turning back to see the bird sucked into the green ball, its wings flapping frantically. The bird uttered a final cry, then disappeared inside. No! Why do I feel more sad for that bird than anybody else? I need to sleep for about 12 years after this. Yeah, same. Same, me too. Monster blood changed direction, still bouncing and quivering, leaving white stains. Wait. White stains on the grass like enormous round footsteps. It's alive, Andy screamed. Her hands pressed against her cheeks. Oh my god, it's alive. And now it's gonna eat me. Oh my god. What can we do? What can we do? Evan didn't recognize his own terrified voice. It's catching up, Andy screamed, pulling him by the hand. Run! Gasping loudly, they made their way to the front of the house. Hey, what's happening? A voice called. Huh? Startled by the voice, Evan stopped short. He looked at the sidewalk to see the Bamer twins, matching grins on their beefy faces. My favorite punching bag, one of them said. To Evan, he raised his fists menacingly. They took a few steps toward Evan and Andy. Then their grins faded and their mouths dropped open in horror as the gigantic green mass appeared, heading down the driveway, rolling as fast as a bicycle. Look out, Evan screamed. Run, Andy cried, but the two brothers were too startled to move. Their eyes bulging with fear, they threw their hands up as if trying to shield themselves. Plop, plop, plop. The enormous ball of monster blood picked up speed as it bounced forward. Evan shut his eyes as it hit the twins with a deafening smack. Ow! No! Both brothers cried out, flailing their arms, struggling to pull themselves free. Help us, please, help us! Their bodies twisted and writhed as they struggled, but they were stuck tight. The green gunk oozed over them, covering them completely. Then it pulled them inside with a loud sucking pop. They are dead. They're bye, boys. Andy shielded her eyes. Sick, she muttered. Ooh, sick. Evan gasped in helpless horror as the Bamer brothers finally stopped struggling. Yikes. Troll 2, still better. Yep. The Godfather 3, yes. Their arms went limp, their faces disappeared into the quivering gunk. The sucking sounds grew louder as the two boys were pulled deeper and deeper inside. Then the monster blood bounced high, turned, and started to back up the drive. Andy and Evan froze, unsure of which way to head. Split up, Evan cried. It can't go after us both. Andy returned his frightening stare. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Split up, Evan repeated shrilly. But, Andy started. Before she could say anything, the front door of the house burst open and Catherine stepped out onto the stoop. Hey, what are you kids doing? What's that? She cried, gripping the screen door, her eyes filling with horror. Picking up speed, the giant ball bounced toward the stoop. Catherine tossed up her hands in fright. She stood frozen for a long moment as if trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Then, leaving the front door wide open, she spun around and fled into the house. Plop, plop, the monster blood hesitated at the front stoop. It bounced in place once, twice, three times as it considered what to do next. Evan and Andy gasped in horror from across the lawn, trying to catch their breath. A wave of nausea swept over Evan as he saw the Bamer twins still visible deep within the quivering glob, faceless prisoners bouncing inside it. Then, suddenly, the monster blood bounced high and hurtled up the stairs of the stoop. No! Evan screamed as if it squeezed through the open doorway and disappeared into the house. From the middle of the yard, Andy and Evan heard Catherine's blood-curdling scream. It's got Aunt Catherine, Evan said weakly. Jesus Christ. I won't sleep tonight. Thanks, R.L. Stein. Thanks, R.L. Stein. I need a hot drink and a rest after this book, right? That book for... Robin 0. Green goo 1. Animals are innocent, therefore we sympathize. Yeah. We love the idea of dyslexia being dyslexia. Dyslexic being demigod. It's ego. Dad chokes. All of them save me. Oh. Yeah, I always thought it was cute that the Percy Jackson books, the 2 marks of being a demigod God are ADHD and dyslexia, because it's like, aw, that's cute. That gives those of us that struggle with, like, you know, learning issues or whatever neurodivergencies, makes us feel better. 2 kids gonna die tonight. Are we gonna talk about how their presumably dead bodies are just like visible and just like floating around in this big blob? I want a hot chocolate. I get up and make it myself. It's so hard. I know. Those 2 are dead. They're dead. Green goo 3. Last thing I tried to type just goes to show I be up past midnight anymore. Sorry, guys. It is 1:30. Oh my god. I promise we won't have an almost 6-hour stream next time. It'll be easier to read through a book on time if it's not so slow. Oh my god. Oh, karma. Face it awful and like them. R.I.P. Grandma Witch Aunt. Whooped. We've hit midlife. You have gray hair. We don't do midlife anymore. Green goo 4. We don't know that the green goo has Catherine yet. Okay, that's so nice. I have no problem speaking my nonsense here. Oh, we're really chill. That's why I like this community. People aren't chill, we kick them to the curb. Percy Jackson when you need him in this. Those would be fun streams, reading the Percy Jackson books eventually. That would be really fun. They'd obviously need multiple streams per book, but it would be fun. Evan reached the house first. He had run so fast his lungs felt as if they were about to burst. What are you going to do? Bars? R.L. Stine has accidental bars so many times in these books. What are you going to do? Andy called, following close behind. I don't know, Evan replied. He grabbed onto the screen door and propelled himself into the house. Aunt Catherine, Evan screamed, bursting into the living room. The enormous glob filled the center of the small room. The Bamer twins were outlined in its side as it bounced and quivered, oozing over the carpet, leaving its sticky footprints in its path. It took Evan a few seconds to see his aunt. The bouncing hunk of monster blood had backed her against the fireplace. Aunt Catherine, run! Evan cried. But even he could see that she had nowhere to run. Get out of here, kids, Catherine cried, her voice shrill and trembling, suddenly sounding very old. But Aunt Catherine, get out of here, now, the old woman insisted, her black hair wild about her head, her eyes, those blue penetrating eyes, staring hard at the green glob as if willing it away. Evan turned to Andy, uncertain of what to do. Andy's hands tugged at the sides of her hair, her eyes wide with growing fear as the seething green glob made its way steadily closer to Evan's aunt. Get out, Catherine replied shrilly. Save your lives. I made this thing, now I must die for it. Evan gasped. Had he heard correctly? What had his aunt just said? The words repeated in his mind, clear now. So clear and so frightening. I made this thing, now I must die for it. Do you ever think about, imagine like a support group with all the kids from all the different Goosebump books, right? Spin-off books, all the Goosebump books, everybody. Imagine them all like retelling stories, and the kids from Welcome to Dead House are like, yeah, we had to live in this town full of dead children who were, you know, just like chanting that they needed new blood, and they tried to kill us and our parents, and it was this traumatizing experience, and we lived in this creepy haunted house. And then, you know, the kids from Stay Out of the Basement are like, our dad was a monster creature, and then we had to kill our fake dad, and we don't know if he was our fake dad, or if our dad was actually just a murderer and he tried to maybe poison us. And then it gets to these kids, and Andy and Evan are just like, oh, we had a big blob of goo. Just a big sentient blob. Our group is filled with nonsense, yes. Oh, she's gonna witch the monster blood away. Since she would be the hero. You did. Wait, what? I've never read this book before, so let's see if I'm right. Let's see. We are really close to the end. We've got 14 more pages, guys. We can do it. We can do it. We're in the home stretch. The home stretch of the home stretch. Into the annual How We Got Traumatized meeting from our weird encounters from the Goosebumps universe, right? Poor dog faced the most traumatic experience. He did. He really did. And then there's the kid who turned into a bee, and he's like, I turned into a bee, right? No one cares about... Oh, not the... I care about the dog. I don't know what state of the basement kids are doing. Hopefully living their best life away from their psychotic, maybe plant father. Far superior. I'm a far superior Aunt Catherine. Who's who made their 20s because I didn't kill. Oh my gosh. Oh, is your name Catherine? This must have been a trip for you. Must have been really, really strange. I'm sorry. The dummy tried to make us its slave. Stuff she made. The monster blood. How did it end up in the toy shop? Let's find out. I care far more about the dog than the kids. Same. Yes. Okay, nice to meet you officially, Catherine. Just kidding. But yeah, this must have been trippy. Whenever somebody uses my name, I'm not used to it because there used to not be that many Averys that I knew. So now when I hear my name, I get really tripped out. I'm like, you talking to me? I go into Robert De Niro mode. No! Gaping in horror as the sickening glob of monster blood pushed toward the aunt, Evan felt the room tilt and begin to spin. He gripped the back of Catherine's armchair. She doesn't have armor. Armchair as pictures flooded his mind. He saw the strange bone pendant Catherine always wore around her neck, the mysterious books that lined the walls of his bedroom, Sarabeth the black cat with the glowing yellow eyes, the black shawl Catherine always wrapped around her shoulders in the evening. I made this thing, now I must die for it. Evan saw it all now, and it began to come clear to him. Evan pictured the day he and Andy brought home the can of monster blood from the toy store. Catherine had insisted on seeing it, on studying it, on touching it. He remembered the way she rolled the can around in her hands, examining it so carefully, moving her lips silently as she read the label. What had she been doing? What had she been saying? A thought flashed into Evan's mind. Had she been casting a spell on the can? A slime spell. Are you talking to me? Come on, Perry. You can come up here. A spell to make the monster blood grow? A spell to terrify Evan? But why? She didn't even know Evan. Why did she want to frighten him? To kill him? Be careful, she had called to him after handing him the blue can back. Be careful. It was a real warning. A warning against her spell. You did this, Evan shouted in a voice he didn't recognize. The words burst out of him. He had no control over them. You did this. You cast a spell, he repeated, pointing an accusing finger at his aunt. He saw her blue eyes shimmer as they read his lips. Then her eyes filled with tears that overflowed onto her pale cheeks. No, she cried. No! You did something to the can. You did this, Aunt Catherine. No, she cried, shouting over the sickening green grunts and plops of the mountainous ball that nearly hid her from view. No, Catherine cried back. Her back pressed tightly against the mantelpiece. I didn't do it. She did. And she pointed an accusing finger at Andy. The plot thickens. Come on, Catherine, be the hero. Feels weird, sorry. The Casey in my pen name. Use my main. Ah, okay. It was Catherine all along. I also said Andy was the villain. You did. You can count the blob as a villain if it didn't ask for its sentience. Andy? Was Aunt Catherine accusing Andy? Evan spun around to confront Andy, but Andy turned too, and Evan realized immediately that his aunt wasn't pointing at Andy. She was pointing past Andy to Sarabeth. Standing in the doorway to the living room, the black cat hissed and arched her back, yellow eyes flaring at Catherine. She did it. She's the one, Catherine declared, pointing frantically. The enormous glob of green monster blood bounced back, retreated a step, as if stung by Catherine's words. Shadows shifted inside the glob as it quivered, catching the lights filtering through the living room window. Evan stared at the cat, then turned his eyes to Andy. She shrugged, her face frozen in horror and bewilderment. Aunt Catherine is crazy, Evan thought sadly. She's totally lost it. She isn't making any sense. Really, this is the thing that doesn't make sense. Okay. None of this makes sense. She's the one, Catherine repeated. The cat hissed in response. The glob bounced in place, carrying the unmoving Bamer brothers inside. Are they dead or are they suspended? Jesus Christ. Oh, look, Evan cried to Andy as the black cat suddenly raised upon its hind legs, and Andy gasped and squeezed Evan's arm. Her hand was as cold as ice. Still hissing, the cat grew like a shadow against the wall. It raised its claws, swiping the air. Its eyes closed, and it became consumed in darkness. No one moved. The only sounds Evan could hear were the bubbling of the green glob and the pounding of his own heart. All eyes were on the cat as it rose up, stretching, and grew. And as it grew, it changed its shape, became human, with shadowy arms and legs in the eerie darkness. And then the shadows stepped away from the darkness, and Sarabeth was now a young woman with fiery red hair and pale skin and yellow eyes, with the same yellow cat eyes that had haunted Evan ever since he arrived. The young woman was dressed in a swirling black gown down to her ankles. She stood blocking the doorway, staring accusingly at Catherine. You see, she's the one, Catherine said quietly now. And the next words were intended only for Sarabeth. Your spell over me is broken. I will do no more work for you. Sarabeth tossed her red hair behind a black cloaked shoulder and laughed. I'll decide what you will do, Catherine. No, Catherine insisted. For 20 years you have used me, Sarabeth. For 20 years you have imprisoned me here, held me in your spell. But now I will use this monster blood to escape. Sarabeth laughed again. There is no escape, fool. All of you must die now. All of you. Christ almighty. The gingers have, of course, because gingers have no souls, so of course she'd be the witch. Jesus Christ. I bet the end of this book, the credits start to roll. Oh my god. If the end of this book is It Was All a Movie, I will throw it across the room. Oh good, Andy wasn't the villain. You don't have to be sad, Darth Sidious. I knew Andy was sus. Everybody jump back. The cat? Of course it's the fucking cat. Sarabeth is a witch. Wait. Binks. I just saw Catherine say Binks. Sarabeth is a witch turned into a cat. Salem. Like Salem from Sabrina. Yeah. LOL, clearly. No, why the cat? Yeah, why'd they have to take that from us? What the heck, R.L. Stein? You robbed us of the perfectly good cat? Doesn't make sense why they welcome to Goosebumps, yeah, right? Evil cat. Sure, why not? Nothing surprises me anymore. Nope. No shock. There was no lead up to this. Yeah, who would have thought we would have swerved at the last second? Was just shock. What? The cat? We're all going through these experiences together. Very fitting that Perry the cat is so insistent on being here in the stream now. Perry, have you read this book before? We always joke that Perry is a witch turned herself into a cat that doesn't know how to turn herself back. Like she looks at you like she understands you a little bit too well, you know? She watches TV for a little bit too long. Well, the cat has been like following him. It is, yeah. That kind of glaring at him, that kind of thing. The setup wasn't done well, the payoff isn't great. Yeah, it's a swerve. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, you're right. If the fucking cat is evil, you know what? Just shoot her. It's probably bulletproof. Same ending as Scooby-Doo Zombie Island. Cat witch secretly did it, yeah. Oh, we really need Percy Jackson in this, right? Yikes. What I love about Percy Jackson is he just has this air of like, fine, sure. I'm a demigod and my dad is the god of the sea and all these monsters are trying to kill me. Sure, why not? I want to kick 9-year-old me in the nuts for wanting this book so bad. I mean, it's a ride. 9-year-old you is gonna go for a ride. That cat appeared out of the trees, winked at me, and then ran away. I almost followed it, but like, now you want to leave because we heard the big reveal. Okay. He was trying to sabotage the book so we wouldn't find out the twist. Most of Percy in the first book. My whole life has been a lie. Yeah. We need an exorcist. Yeah, we need a lot of things right now. All right, let's keep going. We're almost there. 8 more pages. Can you figure out how you're going to resolve this shit in 8 pages? She's gotta just die, right? To be fair, I didn't consider the cat being so vital to the quote-unquote plot, yeah. All of you must die, Sarabeth repeated. Her smile revealed that she enjoyed saying those words. Catherine turned to Evan, her eyes reflecting her fear. 20 years ago, I thought she was my friend. I was all alone here. I thought I could trust her. But she cast a spell on me, and then another. Her dark magic made me deaf. Okay. She refused to let me lip read or learn to sign. That was one way she kept me her prisoner. But Aunt Catherine, Evan started. She raised a finger to her lips to silence him. Sarabeth forced me to cast the spell on the can of... I'm having an existential crisis. Let me just let this line sink in again. Sarabeth forced me to cast the spell on the can of monster blood. She had warned me that I was allowed no guests, you see. I was her slave, her personal servant for all to herself to do her evil bidding. When you arrived, Catherine continued, her back still pressed against the fireplace mantel, she first decided to scare you away. But that was... So why did the guy pack up and move? It was impossible. You had nowhere to go. Then she became desperate to get you out of the way. She was terrified that you would learn her secret, that you would somehow... Oh my god, if I cut out right now at the end, everybody's gonna riot. That you would somehow free me of her spell, so Sarabeth decided that you had to die. Catherine's eyes fell. She sighed. I'm so sorry, Evan. I had no choice, no will of my own. She turned her eyes to Sarabeth, but no more, no more, no more. He likes saying things 3 times, I'm telling you. As I plunge myself into this ghastly creation, Sarabeth, I will end your spell. I will end your hold over me. You'll end your life. The children will still die, Sarabeth said quietly, coldly. What? Catherine's eyes filled with fury. I will be gone, Sarabeth. You can let the children go. You have no reason to do them harm. They know too much, Sarabeth replied softly, crossing her slender arms in front of her, her yellow eyes aglow. Who's going to believe 2 kids when they say a cat has been holding my great-aunt hostage? We've got to get out of here, Evan whispered to Andy, staring at the seething green glob. But how? Andy whispered back. Sarabeth is blocking the doorway. Evan's eyes darted around the small room, searching for an escape route. Nothing. Sarabeth raised one hand and drew it toward her slowly, as if summoning the green glob. It quivered once, twice, then moved obediently in the direction of her hand. Sarabeth, stop, Catherine pleaded. Ignoring Catherine, Sarabeth gestured with her hand again. The green... Harry? Sarabeth, is that you? The green gunk bubbled and rolled forward. Kill the children, Sarabeth commanded. Everybody in this chat, apparently. The enormous glob picked up speed as it rolled across the carpet toward Evan and Andy. Let's rush the door, Evan suggested to Andy as they backed up away from the rolling monster blood. She'll never let us pass, Andy cried. Kill the children, Sarabeth repeated, raising both hands high above her head like the Elmo meme. That's not in there, but I'm putting that in there. Maybe one of us can get by her, Evan cried. It's too late, Andy shrieked. The bouncing, pulsating green glob was just a few feet away. We're going to be sucked in, Evan screamed. Kill the children, Sarabeth screamed triumphantly. Hey, FBI, this is a book. I just want you to remember that I'm reading a book. What did I miss? What did I miss? Our city's just got flagged for saying death to everyone. I approved her comment. Just lighted on fire, and the credits started to roll. I hope the kids pull something random. The evil witch cat, kill the witch, and it's just over probably. This is how you do not do a Chekhov's gun when writing. No, this was like Chekhov's gun like belonged to the next door neighbor, and then in the third act the next door neighbor came over and was like, aha, I have a gun. Sarabeth will die. Nah, I think we'd be okay. Things 3 times. Power of 3 and all that. Fair enough. But everybody in all 3 of these books have said things 3 times. So even that setup should be called Stein's cat. The poor setup should be called Stein's cat. The poor setup should be called Monster Blood Cat. Chekhov's Monster Blood Cat. Times have I gotten up to let this cat in or out? 4 times in one stream. I know it's a long stream, but 4 times? God. Called Sabrina. Freedom Hostage sounds like a 90s comedy horror, right? The cat is mounted on the wall, the first act. It's probably a witch, our Elstein. He's a cat, Stein's cat's monster blood. Oh my gosh, they're gonna put the witch into the blob, aren't they? Probably. Sound like a sound plan. So basically what I'm getting from the plot is the cat witch lesbian went yandere. Oh, yonder. I don't know how to say that word. I've only ever read that word. Evan's great aunt and took her prisoner. And now 2 kids and an innocent dog will die for resisting. Yes, that's exactly it. Pretty much. Harry knows something. Cat knows a lot of things, yeah. Alright, oh my god. Oh my god. I'll have to... Hopefully the next time we read a book, it won't be so boring and slow that it'll take 6 hours to read it, but you know what? We're here. Alright, let's see. And holy water. My first attempt was closer, yeah. Okay. The glob rolled forward. Evan sighed, feeling all hope sink. Frozen in place, he felt as if he weighed 1,000 pounds. Andy grabbed his hand. They both closed their eyes and held their breath and waited for the impact. To their surprise, the monster blood emitted a deafening roar. Huh? Evan opened his eyes. Andy, he saw, was staring at the doorway, beyond Sarabeth. The monster blood hadn't roared. Trigger! Evan cried. The huge dog bounded into the doorway, its deafening bark echoing off the low ceiling. Sarabeth tried to get out of the dog's way, but she was too late. Thrilled to see Evan, Trigger enthusiastically leapt at Sarabeth and pushed her from behind, under the weight of the gigantic paws. Sarabeth, see, now aren't you glad the dog didn't die? Staggered forward, raising her hands as she collided with the monster blood. There was a wet smack as Sarabeth hit the surface of the green glob. Then loud, disgusting sucking noises. Again with the sucking noises. Her hands hit first. They disappeared quickly. And then Sarabeth was up to her elbows. And then the glob seemed to give a hard tug, and her body hit the surface. And the bodies hit the floor. Sorry. Then her face was pulled in, covered over. Sarabeth never uttered a sound as she was pulled inside. Whimpering with joy, completely unaware of what he had done, the dog loped into the room and headed for Evan. Down, boy, down, Evan cried as Trigger happily leapt at him. And as the dog jumped, he began to shrink. Trigger! Evan called in astonishment, reaching out to hold the dog. Trigger didn't seem to notice that he was changing. He licked Evan's face as Evan held on tightly. In seconds, Trigger was back to normal, Cocker Spaniel size. Look, the glob is shrinking too, Andy cried, squeezing Evan's shoulder. Evan turned to see that the green glob was rapidly growing smaller. As it shrunk, the Bamer brothers fell to the floor. They didn't move. They lay face down in a crumpled heap. Their open eyes stared lifelessly. They didn't appear to be breathing. Jesus Christ. Then one blinked. The other blinked. Their mouths opened and closed. Oh! One of them uttered a low groan. Then pulling themselves up slowly. This is because I'm not tired. My head. I'm trying to stifle the pain in my head from the mindfuck that I'm having. They both looked around the room dazed. The trapped robin also fallen to the floor, chirping furiously. The robin lives! It flapped its wings wildly and fluttered about the room in a panic until it found the open living room window and sailed out. Andy held on to Evan as they stared at the monster blood, expecting Sarabeth to reappear too, but Sarabeth was gone. Vanished. The monster blood shrunk to its original size, laid lifeless, inherit a dull green spot on the carpet no bigger than a tennis ball. The Bamer brothers stood up uncertainly, their eyes still reflecting terror and confusion, seeing if their muscles still worked. Then they scrambled. In confusion. They stretched as if testing if their arms and legs. Stretched as if testing their arms and legs, seeing if their muscles still worked. Then they scrambled out of the house, slamming the screen door behind them. It's over, Catherine said softly, moving forward to put an arm around Evan and Andy. Sarabeth is gone, Evan said, holding Trigger tightly in his arms, still staring at the tiny wedge of monster blood on the floor. And I can hear, Catherine said jubilantly, hugging them both. Sarabeth and her spells are gone for good. I don't like the implication that somebody who's part of the deaf community is better, made whole by being able to hear. That feels disrespectful. Anyway, aside, a lot of other issues to talk about. Anyway. But as she said this, the screen door swung open and a shadowy figure stepped into the living room doorway. Mom! Evan cried. I'm not even stopping. I'm just going to keep going. I've only got 2 more pages. He set down Trigger and hurried to greet her, throwing his arms around her as if in a tight hug. What on earth is going on here? Mrs. Ross asked. Why did those 2 boys come bursting out like that? They look scared to death. It's a little hard to explain, Evan told her. I'm so glad to see you. Trigger was glad too. When he finally had finished jumping up and down and whimpering, Catherine let Evan's mom to the kitchen. I'll make some tea, she said. I have a rather long story to tell you. I hope it isn't too long, Mrs. Ross said, glancing back questioningly at Evan. We have a 4 o'clock plane to catch. Mom, I think you'll find this story interesting, Evan said, flashing Andy an amused look. The 2 women disappeared into the kitchen. Andy and Evan dropped down wearily onto the couch. I guess you're going forever, Andy said. I mean, to Atlanta and everything. I'd like to, write to you. They're pen pals! Pen pals! Evan said, suddenly feeling awkward. Yeah, good, Andy replied, brightening. And my dad has a phone credit card. Maybe I could get the number and, call you. Yeah, great, Evan said. Could I ask one small favor, Andy asked. Yeah, sure, Evan replied, curious. Well, it's going to sound strange, Andy said reluctantly, but can I have the little bit of monster blood that's left? Sort of as a memento or something? Sure, okay with me, Evan said. They both turned their eyes to where it had come to rest on the carpet. Hey, Andy cried in surprise. It was gone. End of book. I feel cold, you guys. We already knew not to trust cats. I love them, but I don't trust them. Finish it, yeah. Kids are a monster's weakness. Form a fatality on this book and finish it. It's done. It's over. I've beaten it. I've saved us all. Never trust cats. I should know I am one. Same. Except Fairy. We can trust Avery's cat more than the cat in the story. I mean, Perry's like that friend who's she's the living embodiment of no thoughts, just vibes, right? So she wouldn't intentionally harm you, but she might accidentally cause your death and hers. Oh my gosh, the dog is the true hero. Good boy. R.I.P. cat. Trigger for the win. Maybe R.L. Stine is a dog person. I don't know. Anybody ever meets R.L. Stine, ask him if he's a cat person or a dog. Actually, that's not what I would want to ask him over all the things I would want to ask him, but, you know. Your blood. Yeah, yikes. He pulled the trigger. Yeah. Jesus, a drowning pool reference. Jesus. They're dead. Oh, okay. No one died. Green Goo 0. The Box Cutter podcast. Not true. Sarabeth died. I mean, it rolled away, so maybe it's still... Maybe Sarabeth died, but it's like the you can't take the sentience away from the blob. I don't know. Good evil witch cat. RL hit a mind flare in the pages of this book. Yup. Lifeless is HPW. Lifeless is how I feel after this book. Yeah. Those twins are shook. Yeah. Green Goo 1, Sarabeth 0. Yeah. Monster blood, lots of gooey sticky. Oh god, I don't want to talk about the gooey stickiness. I just wish my hearing loss could be made better by destroying green goo. You know what? It's a trope with disability fiction, and so it should be burned with fire. Be one, but at what cost? Yeah, the people that I know that are hard of hearing or deaf, you know, obviously take offense to the idea that like they need to be fixed, you know, to have hearing. Yeah, somehow the ableism isn't even the worst part of the book, and I don't know how that managed to be that way because it's pretty horrifyingly ableist. Yeah. Thank the great taco. This book is finally over. God. That was boring. LOL. Right? Thanks Zeus for the stream. Thank you guys. It's a guest star in my own book. What the hell, Stein? Yeah. Now you're with the now for the review. Yeah. I feel like in one of the Goosebumps episode intros, R.L. Stine is seen petting a dog when he introduces the story, but I could also be completely made up a memory. Well, he walks past the dog on the porch. That's a thing that I remember. Head for bed. Good night, Hannah. Yeah, it's late on my end too. I'm about to get off, but let's write a... This one was a different kind of ride, you know? I feel a different kind of emotional exhaustion after reading this one. I think because the first two books were so dark, Stine was hesitant to make another dark story. I feel like that too. He wanted to make like a goofy, silly one for a second. He probably felt like he needed to break it up. I remember seeing him sitting in a desk petting a dog. That's probably real. That's probably a thing somewhere in the grand scheme of all the episodes they made. All right, let's write this review. It's 2:00. We've been on for 6 hours. God, Say Cheese and Die will hopefully go faster. If no stream happens tomorrow night, it's because I was sleeping. But I honestly don't know. I might still stream tomorrow night. It wasn't goofy slowly, it was just slow and gross. Yeah. Yeah, there's really no yeah. Mm-hmm. Goodreads. Overall, this book tries to do everything but does nothing. Yes. Yes. Update progress. Here we go. Finished it. Finished the book. Gosh dang it. Second time in a row. We have to put different dates. Not even though we read it in one stream, we have to put 2 different dates for the start and finish date. because we read it past midnight. I'm gonna give it 2 stars solidly. I'm not even gonna bother doing it suck 1 out of 5. Do we want to give it 2 stars or do we want to give it 1? Goodreads. Oh, Goodreads full screen. Sorry, I'm so fried at this point, guys. 1. Yeah, you know what? It was boring and ableist. We're giving it 1 star. Cameron says 2 out of 10, which is 1. Yeah, there we go. All right. I'm gonna start with Daniel's comment. 1. We got it. We gave it 1. It only gets 1 star because the dog lived, right? I mean, we have to give it at least 1 star. Like on Goodreads, 1 is the lowest that you can give it. Put in our we've read this Goosebumps book, and in the we own this book. Yeah, there we go. This book tries to do everything in the end. It becomes nothing. That's better written than anything in this book. If this is the best Monster Blood book in the saga, we have no expectations for the rest. If this is the best Monster Blood book in the saga, there is no hope for the rest. God is dead and R.L. Stine killed him. Goodreads has an out of 5 system. Yeah, I hate that they have an out of 5 system. I want them to have an out of 10 system because basically that equates giving half stars. Oh gosh, did I not share it? Sorry. I thought I had done it. That one. Sorry, guys. Thought I hit it. Okay, so here's this. Just gonna get this out of the way. Within the first 10 pages or so, I feel it's fair to point that they somehow they somehow cover, what am I even trying to say? Ableism. I can't even type, I'm so fucking tired. Ableism, sexism, and homophobia. We'll put this one in question marks, I guess. I don't know. Characters are as interesting as a cardboard box, and the character development happens at the end, which feels so unrewarded. Yeah. Ableism, animal cruelty. Yeah. The ableism. Whoops. How did I misspell? Oh, no, that's a word. Ableism is a word. Quickly becomes a running theme. What was the other thing? Oh, yeah. Cruelty. Like, a lot of it. Massive trigger warning for that kind of. Oh yeah, I won't forget the innuendos. This book is similar to the previous one in the series in the way that it has way too many innuendos for a kid's book. Obviously, no actual suggestive content, but things did strangely. Examples. Welcome. Hey, I don't know how I got here, but I'm glad. Hi, welcome. New York Spawn 93. This is my channel where I cover nostalgic, obscure, or otherwise strange content. Right now, oh no. Hang on. Right now, we just finished reading Goosebumps Monster Blood. The past 3 days in a row, we read the first 3 books in the series, and I'm gonna keep continuing on. We're gonna read all 62 of the original Goosebumps run of books. And this one we're talking about how disappointed and hurt we are by Monster Blood. Yes, it was very bad. I'm sure chat will catch you up. Yeah. All right. Context. Yeah. Gotta rescue Sarah, my girl. Nope. Oh, also, this has nothing to do with anything. These just all fell off the shelf because it's 2 o'clock in the morning. And that's what I'm blaming it on. Okay. Gonna end the review, so that Goosebumps book when what is a book if not paper ink with the knowledge? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good too. Did I misspell monster? Jesus Christ, am I that tired? I did. Oh my gosh, sorry about that. How did I do? That's bad even for me. So yeah, welcome to the channel. We're happy to have you here. Probably tomorrow night, or if not tomorrow night, the night after that, we will do another reading stream where we will read Stay, Cheese, and Die, which hopefully will be a much better book than Monster Blood. Because Monster Blood has easily been, it's been a mindfuck, but not in like the fun way, and just like the I'm exhausted way. Really sticky wet. Oh gosh. Really sticky, warm, wet substances that make, I'll just say, gross sounds. I'm gonna say it's not as bad as not as prevalent. Jesus Christ, I'm so tired. Prevalent as in the last book, but still. Yeah. I'm gonna add what Darth Sidious said. Yeah, so basically, if you're new to our streams, we end every reading stream when we finish a book, because sometimes it takes multiple streams to read a book, but not with the Goosebump books so far. When we finish a book, we have a Goodreads account for the streams. and we write a review. Usually they're funnier than this, but tonight we're just so tired. Yeah. Yes. Here's the thing. The characters are as interesting as a cardboard box, and the character development happens at the end. Yeah. I mean, I've met some pretty interesting cardboard boxes, so that might not even be fair to boxes. And the character development happens at the end in a which feels so unrealize how it ends. Not real. Well, no. Go back. Here we go. Box Cutter said, besides the pacing, there are so. No, you already put that. Hang on, I'm reading from the wrong place. Sorry, guys, I'm not paying attention because I'm trying to read back this stuff. Yeah, here we go. The tagline is it's a monster blood drive, but should be it'll make your blood boil. Glad I didn't read this book until the stream. I'm glad we got to do it together. This time it took us, we've been on stream for 6 hours. That is the longest we've ever taken to read one of these Goosebump books. We would have done it much faster, except we were just so bored and we kept just getting distracted amongst ourselves. Usually it takes about 4 hours. So I've been collecting the books for a while. I get them on eBay. I get them at Goodwill. And it depends, like, where usually I average about, I don't know, $1 or $2 per book, depending on how good of a deal I can find. So not very much, and I've collected them over a period of time, so, you know. Premiere party for the collab video. Yes, let's do it. When do we want to do our premiere party? Yes. For future setup shall be known to this group. Perry, you gotta be kidding me. My cat is yelling. As Stein's. Move that out of the way. Stein's black cat, or just Stein's cat. Stein's cat. There we go. I'm sure I'll take breaks to do Babysitter's Club and all that stuff, Milo. You know how we do it. We also have to finish all these Scooby-Doo books. We had such a buzz last stream, and now we're dealing with the hangover. Yup. As much as you can. Lesbian cat witch holding the great on hostage as a plot twist was absolutely unnecessary and came out of nowhere. It really did. Paint drying is better pacing than this book. I like that. Paint drying has than this book. Feel bad for complaining about dead houses pacing. For your time, which would be 7 my time, right? I think that's, yeah. I'll send you over, I should be able to send you over a link in the morning. Yelly Kitty. Yes, she is. Did a good buzz, and this book represents the hangover. I have not read the Fear Street books yet. Write that down. All right. Yeah. Write that down. If the previous book was the buzz, this was the hangover. That is such a mood, lol. Oh yeah, the mid meow Perry. Yeah, I'd like to read the Fear Street books, but I haven't yet. I collect Goosebumps / R.L. I collect R.L. Stine books in general. And I don't have any of his Fear Street ones yet, which is strange. I should try to hunt down some of the Fear Street ones. But anyway, I think that's good. I think we've said all there is to say. So let's sign it. Fretfully yours. Crew 2022. And there we go. We'll say, yes, there's spoilers. We won't spoil anybody. That's unfair. Yes, we own this copy. Yes, we can post this. Review's good. Yeah. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with me until what is, I don't know what time it is for you guys, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning for me. I'm going to go to bed for a very long time. And hope I don't, hopefully, well, sure. We'll have to see, Daniel, because we're doing a stream party tomorrow. We might, I don't know if we want to also stream. But we'll see. It might be, that might be in lieu of a stream tomorrow, but we'll let you know. Good night, everybody. New York Spawn, if you're interested, we leave all the VODs up. They're on the homepage. Obviously check out the other stuff on the channel. Welcome here. But yeah. Yeah, if you do end up making a book rant video about this book or any of the Goosebumps books, please send it to me or tag me in it. I'd love to see it and share it. But other than that, I will let you guys go. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best. And a believer, what happened with the Google email? Oh, real quick. So I woke up to an email saying that whoops, I should probably get this off because we're just in whatever. Woke up to an email saying that my AdSense account had been terminated without notice. Blah, 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 blah. Didn't give any other things. It was just like, you've been terminated. If you've made more than $10, you'll be paid in the next billing cycle. If not, you'll never be paid again. Sorry. And I was just like, what the fuck? I didn't do anything. What happened? And then I found out that apparently every YouTuber got this email because it meant nothing, because the Google AdSense was just switching over to be YouTube AdSense. So they were technically closing all of our accounts and then giving us new accounts. So it meant nothing. It was just a big panic attack for every YouTuber for no reason. And it was just super annoying. But anyway, yes. Good night from East Texas. Good night, everybody. Good night all over the world. Good night from Atlanta. I will see you. Yes, Perry, I am coming. I will be there in a second. Good night, guys. I appreciate you. Good night.